public perception management. Yes. Now, speaking to students of journalism, public relations, because at some point we have to appropriate some of the experiences you gain there for the benefit of, especially as it relates to the fecundity of how, information, sometimes negative, most times negative ones, come from the social media. How did you go about it?
It was really tough. You see that it was under that administration that social media exploded in Nigeria. It has started under Jonathan. You know that Reuben Abati had to tackle people on social media at a point. But by the time we came in 2015, it was everywhere. It almost became a national distraction. So what I did was I had to get on all the platforms of social media too. Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all that.
Make a confession now.
Yes.
You holding an imaginary Bible. Most of those tweets by the president was not directly by the president.
No. It
was by you people.
This is how it happens. There is a digital team headed by Tolu Ogunlesi. When we do statements for the president, most of which are approved by him, they then convert it to tweets. That's how it happens.
So it was more of a proxy
kind of. Oh yes, it was the statements we had issued.
The backroom guys are already chasing us out of the studio, but I can't but ask this. Looking back now, and the incumbent president has been very circumspect, not making any negative allegation about his predecessor. But we have some officers of the executive now speaking to how some things were done with utter absurdity, incongruity, lack of respect for processes, procedure, and the rule of law. You, as somebody who was part of that administration, how do you sometimes feel when you wake up and you see there are still allegations, and you see the Emefiele and the CBN story go one way? You hear some, you read about some abuses of processes and how it did seem, if one were to draw a picture, that the president was being, not directly, but in a way being painted not to be in control.
On January 16, when this book, Working with Buhari, was publicly presented, President Buhari was there, he made a speech, and he said, when things are not put on record, revisionists will have the day. He said, for everything that was done under him in his administration, the records are there. So anybody that wants to check anything should look at the records. So all those who are talking today, they will fare better if they go to look at the records to find out what exactly happened under President Buhari. If they look at the records, they will find that their questions are already answered.
Is it Reverend Femi Adesina? I don't like when I get this tricky, honestly. Even me, I was thinking, I know you are, you have an ecclesiastic title of a sort.
I do.
Is it Deacon?
I do, but I just love the one brother.
Oh, brother.
You call me Brother Femi, I'm okay.
To be honest with you, loyalty is said not to be an act that is done only when you are seen to be doing it. That you are still standing by your principle and using the giftings of God in your life to still want to give the record as best as you believe it should be seen. All the best.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
Wish you all the best.
I appreciate it.
This is where we wrap it up for today. Quite an encounter with Mr. Femi Adesina. I am Bola Oba.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer of the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, this civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. Even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you. Cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too hectic.
It doesn't be easy. The high rack of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, we will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolin is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
And would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where a large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet should have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened. So that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at a time when people were looking for hope, where people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have gone through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they will find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel cost. That is about 500 to 600 naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. We are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900. So before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so it is our cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the litre of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, palm, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo, because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. We talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we're against. We're not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody is nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail and every one of us fail. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters, or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans, and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors, or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. These can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commutes. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is a news update. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Tuesday said the 64th Independence Day speech of President Bola Tinubu further confirmed the insensitivity of his administration towards the plight and demands by Nigerians. In a statement, PDP spokesman Debo Ologunagba said the president's speech showed no hope in sight under what he termed as the clueless, insensitive and unresponsive APC-led government. He said the failure by Mr. President to listen to Nigeria to reduce the price of fuel, create employment and lift the value of the naira by ending the profligacy in his government and direct resources to jumpstart the ailing productive sector shows that the APC administration is completely disconnected with Nigerians, especially the youths. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, represented by his SSG, has said that the state is resolved to build a better state where every citizen has access to quality education, infrastructural development, healthcare, and economic opportunities. The governor stressed the importance of having a greater hope for the nation, urging all and sundry to be active participants in rebuilding the common project called Nigeria. Adeleke added that the progress of the nation is inextricably linked to the success and well-being of the citizens. This was the message during an event organized at the Osogbo Stadium in celebration of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary.
Pride to announce that Osun State, under our administration, will continue to be a shining example of what can be achieved, and my government is highly committed to the welfare and development of its people. My administration has made remarkable strides in short period of almost 2 years. We took over power from the governance of the past. Our state has grown in leaps and bounds, and we have every reason to be proud of our achievements. From the development of our infrastructure to the empowerment of our youth, from the preservation of our rich cultural heritage to the promotion of peace and security. Osun State has continued to evolve, becoming a model for other states of the Federation. We have seen progress in the education sector with renovation of schools across the states, Healthcare with complete renovation of 332 primary health centers and full stocking of drugs, infrastructure on roads across the state and modern flyovers across our urban city in the state, and economic development, public service reform, and timely payments of monthly salary with payment of palliative allowance to all civil servants to ameliorate the suffering of workers from fuel subsidy removal. As welfare of the civil servants is one of our administration priorities, our cultural heritage remains a source of pride, and our people continue to excel in various fields.
Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji has expressed satisfaction with giant strides made by the state since it was created as a political entity 28 years ago. Addressing the people of the state in a broadcast to mark the 28th anniversary of the creation of Ekiti State and the 64th anniversary of the nation's independence, Governor Oyebanji hailed President Bola Tinubu for his unflinching support for Ekiti development since coming to power on 29th of May 2023. Governor Oyebanji said Ekiti is grateful for President Tinubu's numerous interventions and approval of critical federal infrastructure in the state. Some Nigerians also spoke on the independence celebration. Meanwhile, some residents of Ekiti State commend the president on the youth confab, while others said Nigeria politics should or need to be adjusted.
We are very proud to say Ekiti is a frontliner in education, life expectancy, access to quality healthcare services, physical infrastructure development, access to water, peaceful coexistence, ease of doing business, gender equality, social inclusion, among others. Gradually and assuredly, it is building a formidable profile of a progressive and development-oriented state that is poised for prosperity for all.
This is a speech of the president where he said they will assemble youths across the country for a confab to come and see, dialogue, and discuss the way forward in this country. It's better than protest, better than agitating for something that is not even worthy of doing so. A lot of people will lose their life, will go into protest, but whatever you have in mind, you want him to do. All of us should come together. Let us put our brains together and address issue. I know he's a listening president.
They were begging our people to travel then. When you have your ID card, you have your ID card, what you are using in your working place is enough for you as a passport to travel out of this country. Because our money as our then was okay. But today, thousands of our youths are dying on the desert because this place is no more okay for them. They were looking for green pasture. Our democracy has led to what you call neo-colonialism.
Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has declared that his administration will not surrender to barefaced blackmail while committing to consolidating on the gains made in ensuring the peace, advancing good governance, delivering more critical projects and sustaining the increase in the internally generated revenue IGR of the state. The governor also commended President Bola Tinubu for his bold, dynamic and pragmatic economic reforms targeted at correcting the structural deformities in the past or of the past and ushering Nigeria into a new vista of sustainable economic growth and prosperity. Governor Fubara spoke during the 64th Nigerian Independence Day anniversary parade at the Government House Arcade in Port Harcourt. He urged Nigerians to be thankful that God has endowed them with everything required to build a great nation where no one should ever be oppressed and where all should live in peace and plenty.
The vision of our founding fathers at independence was to build a united, secured nation anchored on the value of brotherhood, democracy, justice, and equality of all people, tribe, and nation. However, Nigeria still total amidst diverse challenges, including widespread human insecurity. After 64 years of self-rule, indeed, the prevailing economic hardship has made life more difficult for most Nigerians.
Governor Fubara assured that his administration will work assiduously to ensure the safety and security of lives and property while guaranteeing equal social and economic opportunities for all residents of Rivers State.
Despite the economic hardship and the social ill bedeviling our nation and striving its progress, we still have good reason to celebrate and be grateful to God as a nation and people. Let us also commit ourselves to work hard, to work hand in hand with the federal government to tackle the economic, social, and political challenges, including judicial terrorism, nepotism, corruption, and abuse of power that have diminished our democracy, staved our growth, and caused untold hardship to our people. Our faith and strength are in God, who will enable us continue to promote, protect, and defend the political and social economic interests of our dear state at all costs. I assure you that we will never surrender to barefaced lies and blackmail from anyone, no matter how powerful he may be, but remain focused and rededicated to the interests of our nation.
Niger State Emergency Management Agency in SEMA has confirmed a report that a boat conveying no fewer than 300 passengers capsized on River Niger upstream Jebba Dam at Bajibo community in Mokwa local government area. It stated that so far about 150 travelers have been rescued, while efforts are on to rescue the remaining persons. The agency, in a statement signed by the Director General Abdullahi Baba Ara, said the boat was sailing from Mundi community with a population of almost 300 passengers. He explained that the travelers were mostly women and children for the Maulid celebration at Bajibo. The DG disclosed that currently SEMA is directing and monitoring search and rescue operations in collaboration with the State Ministry of Transport, Mokwa Local Government Emergency Committee, Brave Local Divers, and other community leaders. Suspected herdsmen on Tuesday killed 2 soldiers and 7 villagers, including the village head of Eguma village in Aguta local government of Benue State. A former lawmaker who represented the local government at the Benue State House of Assembly between 2011 and 2019, Audu Sule, in a telephone call with our correspondent in Benue, said a suspected herdsman came into Eguma village at 3 p.m. and started killing people. According to Sule, military personnel who are stationed at his village in Ogule, a few meters away, responded to the distress call from Eguma village, but 2 of the soldiers were killed by the suspected herdsmen, along with Eguma village head and 6 others, bringing the casualty figure to 9. Sule noted that the attack was the 4th on Eguma and Ogole villages in Agatu local government area in the last month, lamenting the security threats his people faced daily. He notes that the military intervention led to a gun battle with the suspected herdsmen who fled after 9 persons, including 2 soldiers, were killed. When contacted, a police spokesperson in the state, Suwese Anene, said the command was yet to receive any information on the killing or any shared intelligence with the military on the Agatu attacks. Amidst unresolved insecurity challenges in the country, a new report has examined the intricate complexities of the crisis based on its roots and called for a problem-specific or region-specific approach beyond the current military approach. Titled Unraveling Nigeria's Insecurity Crisis, the Urgent Need for a Lasting Solution, the report, the initiative of the Economic Development Communication Lagos and the International Organization for Peace Building and Social Justice proposed other strategies to build a more secure and lasting society. In the report's introduction, signed by Executive Vice President Ogie Ogbogbe, the Chief Executive Officer, PSG UK, Ayo Adedoyin, noted that while insecurity crisis may be perceived as a general and pervasive issue in the country, its underlying essence, nature, character, and identity differ significantly from one region to the other. While noting that the military approach is insufficient and counterproductive, the report revealed that the strategies have stretched the military capabilities forcing them to engage insurgents of varying types in 30 of Nigeria's 36 states. Recommendations of the report included government acknowledgement and ownership, comprehensive and integrated approach, advanced technological solutions, strengthening security and governance, and community state policing initiatives, among others. From other parts of Africa, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his Moroccan counterpart Nasser Bourita met in Washington on Tuesday amid rising tension in the Middle East. The two leaders exchanged views on developments in North Africa and the Middle East. Blinken told reporters that the U.S. would keep working on de-escalating the conflict in the region. Ties between Washington and Rabat have improved significantly since the United States supported Morocco's claim over Western Sahara in December of 2020. The recognition was slammed by Western Sahara's Polisario's Front and Algeria. In exchange, Morocco agreed to normalize relations with Israel. Outside Africa, the United Nations UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has been declared a persona non grata and banned from entering Israel following the latest attacks from Iran. Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs Israel Katz made the declaration over Guterres' silence on Iran's latest attack on Israel. On Tuesday, Iran launched over 180 ballistic missiles into Israel. The Israeli military said it received no reports of injuries from the Iranian missile attacks. However, posting on X, Katz wrote that he had declared UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres persona non grata in Israel and banned him from entering the country. Meanwhile, Iran's Armed Forces Chief of Staff on Tuesday said his country was prepared to repeat its attacks if Israel is not contained by the US and Europe. Iran launched at least 180 missiles into Israel, the latest in a series of escalating attacks in a year-long conflict between Israel and Iran and its Arab allies. In Lebanon, explosions were heard and fire and smoke visible along the Beirut skyline on Wednesday morning in what the Israeli military claimed was a strike on Hezbollah targets. Earlier, residents in some areas of the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital were warned to evacuate their homes. In business news, the flag carrier of the United Arab Emirates, UAE, resumed flight operations to Nigeria on Tuesday, October 1, 2024. The airline's flight landed at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, NMIA, in Lagos on Tuesday afternoon as Nigerians celebrate 64 years of independence from British colonial rule. The over 8-hour flight touched down at the airport at 3:32 p.m., according to air traffic controllers. Emirates Airlines suspended its Dubai-Lagos flights in November 2022 over its inability to repatriate trapped funds in Nigeria in the heat of the diplomatic fireworks between the two countries. However, in September 2023, President Bola Tinubu met with UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi to smoothen the rough edges in the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Subsequently, in May 2024, Emirates Airlines said its daily Lagos-Dubai flights would resume from October 1, 2024. 2 months later, the federal government of Nigeria reached an agreement with the UAE to allow Nigerian passport holders obtain visas for travel to the Arab nation. In entertainment news, legendary American actor John Amos has died at the age of 84. According to his son, Casey Amos died of natural causes in Los Angeles. Best known for his role as James Evans Sr. on the hit 1970s sitcom Good Times, Amos also appeared in numerous other television shows and films, including The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Roots, and The West Wing. His legacy will live on in his outstanding works. And finally, sports news. To demonstrate his loyalty to Nigeria and commitment to the nation's ideals, Ayagwa Success Fatah, a final-year student at the Air Force Institute of Technology, AFIT, recently completed a 64-kilometer run. The run commemorated Nigeria's 64 years of independence, with each kilometer representing a year. According to Ayagwa, the run was intended to celebrate Nigeria's anniversary. He decided to undertake the long-distance challenge, believing that completing it within the 5-hour event time frame would prove that all things are possible if we put our minds to actualizing them. Ayagwa expressed gratitude to the AFIT Commandant, AVM S.L. Rabe, for his outstanding leadership and support, which he credited for the continuous success of AFIT students in national competitions. Ayagwa noted that AFIT's mix of military and civilian students provides an opportunity for students to cultivate military discipline and commitment while maintaining their civilian identities. Ayagwa urged citizens to focus on what they can contribute to their country rather than always expecting the reverse. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, I mean, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid-containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid-containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's URABREATH test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right? Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain, pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay, especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay, of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease. Bleeding either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headaches. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar. How are you? I hope you're fine. I'm always excited to have you join me at the bar. Remember that this bar is always open. It was quite a fascinating September with its highs and lows. The flooding in Borno and its environs was one of the most gut-wrenching low moments of September. But it was also uplifting to see the amazing outpouring of love from Nigerians to our brothers and sisters in Borno. May love continue to bind us together. Today, I'll be toasting to our 64th anniversary with an erudite guest. He has an intimidating CV, but very accommodating in sharing his knowledge. So get ready to get enlightened. See you after the break. Congratulations, fellow Nigerians. It's our birthday. And however you feel about this country, Nigerians make Nigeria what she is. There is no country I would rather belong to than this one. I want to beg that we treat this country better. We erroneously assume that we live in a parasitic ecosystem and our leaders are political parasites feeding off the miserable masses. But the decimation of Nigeria is a collective effort. Make no mistake about that. So, dear leaders, is it not time you looked around you and wondered if the hunger, filth, decay, corruption, poverty, bad roads will look good on your CV after you leave office? Dearest followers, will cheating, flouting of the rules, stealing, cutting corners really help to make our lives better as Nigerians? The question is, are we willing to make a change and work towards a brighter future? Two things hold a nation together: politics and religion. As Nigeria marks yet another milestone, I want my guests to help us make sense of the impact of religion on nation building. Why? Because Dr. Michael Oni knows too much about religion. He's a doctor of theology and divinity. He holds a post-PhD MA in Africa and Diaspora Studies. He works in the Department of Philosophy and College of Humanities and Culture in Osun State. And his brilliant article, Religion and Nation Building, Dr. Oni interrogates the effect of religion in a country's development, especially in Nigeria. So together we will toast and talk Nigeria. Welcome, Doctor. Dr. Oni.
Thank you, Chinedu, for having
We're here to talk and toast Nigeria at 64.
Thank you. Congratulations, Nigeria.
So, without further ado, I mean, every year we all come together to have this conversation about Nigeria, and annually is always, okay, the way forward. But we recognize that religion is so important to us in Nigeria. I think that's one of the most important things that we have. With the proliferation of religious houses, because you're a pastor, so let me stick to the one that you know, churches. How will churches help Nigeria to grow? Now, because I know you sabi too much book, right? So you can talk to us about what a nation building is, and how religion can actually support this.
Congratulations, fellow Nigerians, on our 64th birthday of our great country, Nigeria. We hope for better days.
Amen. Amen.
Now, nation building and religion. To start with, is there any relationship, as you have inquested for, between religion and nation building in the face of the proliferation of churches or religious centers in our country, Nigeria? To start with, religion is about worship of a superhuman being, a connection between humanity and divinity. And the goal is to transform the man. Religion offers a man a transformational pathway that this is me. When religious light comes, I rediscover who I am. If I now imbibe these transformational values taught by these religious institutions, I should be able to change the country. That is, religion transform me in order to transform my society.
Okay.
If I imbibe these values and ethics taught by religious institutions, I should be able to carry out this transformational agenda of my society through these new values that I have inculcated through religious ethics. I am a man in the dark, like in the cave of Socrates. Now, religious light came and showed me a new way, like we preach that Christ is the way, because he said, I am the way, the truth, and life. So if anybody discovered this way, it should be a light to the larger society. So in that way, religion affects the man, who now affect the larger society. But the problem is not with the religion, that we are not seeing this fruit in our society, that the more the churches we have, the more we claim to be religious, our society seems to be groping in darkness. What is the problem? The problem is not religion in itself. It is the operators of the religious institution.
Talking about operators, I think one of our great men recently called churches or religious centers business centers.
Yes, to an extent, current reality seems to have agreed with whatever it calls religious centers, whether business centers or business operators, because of what is obvious that we are now doing. using religious to as a merchandise. Maybe we have changed our theology from Christ-centered to transactional theology, where it is now we transact business. Bring this to get this. So it may be right in that extent.
To call it that. So what should we expect? What are those values that religion espouses explicitly that would actually help a country just like Nigeria?
Like Nigeria, we look at our dilemma, our predicament, those things that are troubling us, our undoings, stealing, corruption, filth, as you have mentioned, and some other vices. Religion should curb this. I mean, the ideal practice of religion should curb stealing. If I imbibe the 10 Commandments, for example, why will I go and steal? Because it is there. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not covet. So I should be contented with whatever if I truly imbibe religious ethics. But on the contrary, we may be said to be religious without imbibing those values. And the problem is not, as I've said, with the religion, but our natural self, that religion tends to change, but which we have not. The transformation did not take place with us.
I said that's interesting because every time you look around, I think we have more spiritual billboards and all that, because it is only on the outside that we see those tenets that are supposed to be elucidated. Oh, thou shalt not steal. If you come into our church, this will happen and that will happen. But you find, like I said, there's a correlation, or there's a relationship between religion and politics. When we start to celebrate the independence part, you're going to have an imam and a pastor pray for the country. And this has been going on for so long. I don't think it's anything we do in Nigeria that we don't start and end with prayers. Yes. But then again, we have noticed that politicians come to the churches every time they are doing their campaigns. They come to the church, they give a lot of money, and the pastors don't ask anything, or these religious experts, they don't ask anything. Is it an undue tolerance, where the Bible says don't judge, that they assimilate everybody for pecuniary measures without our lives or the country experiencing any real transformation? It's only the transformation of the purse strings of the churches that is there.
Yes, thank you for that. I think, to an extent, the greed in our society seems to have penetrated everywhere, including the proprietors and practitioners of religion. When politicians come to churches, assemblies, they don't come because of Christ. They come solely to canvass for votes. And when they come to canvass for votes, the religious leaders see it as a testimony that the church is now very attractive, bringing in big men,
big boys,
and leaving on their trail huge amounts of money. And today, the church flaunts wealth. When you get these politicians around you, you are going to have a lot of money at your disposal. So why correct them when you have something to benefit, so to say, from them? So it will take discipline, which is not common in our time, to say no to this politician using our pulpit to canvass for support and vote. When they will get to office, and do otherwise. Now, where comes the discipline? Overcoming the natural self, which religion should naturally do. But the abuse of it led us to where we are today.
Recently, there was a scandal about, well, we'll not call it scandal if you're a churchgoer, miracle water, miracle soap, miracle handkerchief, and all of that. The churches seem to encourage people not to go into having a real relationship with Christ, or with Christ, since we're talking focus on Christianity. It is just that transaction. So that transformation is now transactional. You bring your money, you buy my miracle water, but nobody holds them accountable. If I want to buy bleaching cream, I expect to be bleached.
Yes, of course.
I expect my color to shine. So if I come to you to purchase miracle water or miracle soap, I expect to see that healing. But then the churches get clever. They tell you that it's your faith. So it's a win-win. If you do not, if it doesn't work, your faith is not strong enough. If it works, your faith is strong enough. But for the people who are supposed to be custodians of our moral values, yes, where is the morality in merchandising Christianity, like you said? Before you answer me, I remember very well a part in the New Testament, I think St. Paul, where he was going around. He was so powerful. The Spirit was so strong in him that his handkerchief that he used to wipe his sweat was healing people. The jury is still, if it was a shadow that was healing people. And this same St. Paul is the one who says, even though I'm entitled to getting money from the ministry, I choose to work. I want to boast in my ability to do work. Now, the inability for the pastors or the religious movements to effect proper change, is it because they have lost their willingness to work and they now depend on charity, so to say? I don't even know if I'll call it charity. When people are giving them half of their salary, I don't even know, what to call that. But all of this, is it why they can no longer speak to the people with authority, with that moral authority to say, look, what you people are doing is wrong? We see Yahoo boys, so-called, come and they are blessing a pastor with money. He just stands and money is just raining all over him. How can such a person call out the criminality in that enterprise in a way that we can get back some of that moral value and move Nigeria forward?
Thank you. We have demarcated between transformational theology and transactional theology. With transformational theology, the being is changed, is transformed from who he was to who we want him to be by the religious doctrine. However, in transactional theology, it's about business. It's about the selling of items that can bring about proceed. And in doing that, little attention is paid to the person, to the being. The totality of that person no longer concerns us. What we're interested in, what we can get from this individual. So with transactional theology, morality is lost. You cannot check the excesses of the people in all religion, as long as what we wanted is what to get from them. Because we want to flaunt this thing that we want to use the name of Jesus, that if you follow him, he will make you a millionaire. Whereas
Or
in his
billionaire.
time,
Million has no value now.
okay.
Like, yeah.
Whereas in his time, follow me, I'll make you fishers of men. Well, here is fishers of money. That is transactional theology.
Wow.
Transformational theology is to change the person. If anybody is in Christ Jesus, is a new
person.
Are you getting it? That change takes place by the values taught from religious pulpit. But now, the values are no longer there. But rather, the emphasis is on money. Not that money is bad, but the transactional drive to get this money. If you don't have the money today, when you go to religious centers, you will be so guilty of yourself. Because you look at yourself as God abandoned. Because those who are flaunting this word seems that they are closer to God than you. God is answering their prayers more than you. So why not join them in whatever they are doing?
Okay, we'll take a short break, and I'll let you know that we're not going to abandon you. We'll be right back to continue with this conversation.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
So welcome back to our celebration of Nigeria. This is our cake cutting moment. No celebration is complete without a cake. And like I said, my very lovely friend, Timidayo Shenubi, All Things Nice, sent us this beautiful log to celebrate Nigeria. It's sweet, fruity, and it's just a foretaste of the beauty and loveliness that is Nigeria. So, happy birthday, Nigeria.
Happy birthday, Nigeria.
This is really good.
Yeah.
So, we'll eat our cake after. You see us eating it. But anyway, Doctor, it really still sounds gloomy when we look at what religion has done or has not done. But we know that where there is life, there is hope. Is there something, is there an advice you can give to people? Because in Nigeria, we like to abdicate responsibility. Once somebody carries a microphone, a little table, maybe a bell, and we call him daddy in the Lord, whatever. What is our responsibility in religion that we can use it to transform our little corners? Because when we say Nigeria, it sounds so big, but everybody has a responsibility. They say that the map is not the territory. Nigeria is not the problem. Nigerians at the problem
yes.
of this lovely word called Nigeria. So what can we do as Nigerians, religious, good Nigerians?
Thank you, Chinedu, once again. All is not gloomy about this country. There is hope around the corner that Nigeria will rise again, a giant of Africa. Now, as individuals who profess religion, our first responsibility is uprightness. There is no fear of God among us any longer. Religion may be thriving, but the fear of God is missing. In the book of Ecclesiastes, the last chapter, I think chapter 12, verses 13 and 14, you see, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and obey his commandment, for this is the whole duty of man. So the fear of God is missing among us. We profess religion, we are religious, we are full of activities, but that fear of God in social relations that will lead to transformation that we expect, that I will do my duty as I should do, that I will, whatever I choose as a profession, I will be truthful and loyal to that profession. I will not use religion as a camouflage or as a deception to cover up my weaknesses and nobody to talk, because I would rather say, touch not my... so that when religious people have a responsibility of calling their leaders to order, to reality, because there is a level you can find yourself that you will be so detached from the reality. But the people are there to call their leaders to order that, this is, though that will be challenging. Because for you to look eyeball to eyeball to your leader today, religious leader, may be a task. Especially when the leader is temperamental, it will tell you, will curse you and all of that. But I'm telling you that Nigeria will be great if all of us as individuals become responsible in our own little way, irrespective of our religious differences. Religion is not the problem. It is we who operate this religion. Thank you.
That's a lovely note to end it on. Religion is not the problem. It is the operators of the religion that constitute the hindrance to people transferring religious values
to the society
into a tool for development. So Nigeria, we wish you a very happy birthday. Long may Nigeria reign. Things may be tough now, but we'll prophesy that Nigeria will go back to her rightful position as not just a giant of Africa, but a giant in the world.
In the world.
Because we have all it takes. So once again, we thank you very much.
Thank you, Chinedu, for having me.
For being here. And we need everybody in Nigeria, whatever your way to God. And I tell people, if you're Muslim, if you're Christian, pick up the good book. Sometimes you'll be surprised at what the person at the pulpit is saying is very different from what the good book is saying. My people perish for lack of knowledge. We encourage you to actually study your good book. So thank you once again. And you'll be back.
It's a pleasure.
You will be back. So just know that. So thank you so much, Dr. Michael Oni, for joining us at the Literary Bar to celebrate our 64th birthday as a country. Thank you so much, Dr. Michael Oni, for joining us at the Literary Bar to celebrate our 64th birthday as a country. Thank you for being there. Remember that the bar is always open. Our celebratory cake was sent in by All Things Nice. Thank you so much, Temidayo Shonubi. Until I come your way next time, Make your life a great story. My name is Chinedu. Thank you. Bye-bye.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
In the Federal Republic of Nigeria, presidential campaigns are heating up and presidential candidates are declaring what they are all proposing to do different. And in the last couple of weeks, the presidential candidate of Nigeria's main opposition party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, who incidentally happens to be a former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, has been engaging with various interest groups in his bid to become Nigeria's 16th president in 2023. But one major reservation about an Atiku presidency is his stance on privatization. In other words, a President Atiku, many people fear, will sell Nigeria's most prized public infrastructure to his friends and allies. But will he? Well, Dr. Mustapha Abiodun Akinkumi, a director at the Center for International Policy Studies, CIPS, at Fordham University in New York City, joins me on the program today. Coming on the program with me today, Mr. Akinkumi.
Thank you.
So, I'm just looking at you and I remember you. I remember your face. Yourself, Folikoka, I think you were finance commissioner. Folikoka was tourism. Engineer Muberiola was transport.
Correct.
And three of you were the commissioners serving under Governor Akinwumi Ambode. You're all fired in October 2016. I thought, okay, did he inherit you or did he appoint you?
He appointed me.
Was it a shock?
It wasn't a shock, but look, it's politics.
Yes.
You got to move on. But the beauty behind it is that I was given the opportunity to serve Lagos State.
Yes.
And I did a tremendous amount of work. I was able to restructure Lagos State's debts,
yes,
which gave Lagos State another opportunity to go more into the markets.
Yes.
I was able to save the state 40 billion
I paid a lot of I paid the state debts. I renegotiated the Ikoyi-Lekki Bridge.
Right.
That become controversial today.
Yeah.
So I put in, it was a 1 year of hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good to have public sector experience, if you know what I mean.
Especially you coming from a private sector
Absolutely.
and lecturing in the New York University. So how then did you move from working with an Ambode and the APC to being with the PDP and with an Atiku Abubakar? I mean, why, when there's no real ideological difference between the two parties? How did you make that transition?
Have you ever met Mr. Atiku Abubakar?
No.
You should. There's major ideological differences. I've befriended a man, it's over a decade. He's a great Nigerian, great man. And I was recruited to teach at the university. It has nothing to do with it.
Yes.
I was recruited by the American University in Washington, D.C.
Oh.
Yeah. And
Okay, so you're lecturing in American University in Yola.
Yola.
It's not because
has absolutely nothing to do with him. I didn't know him then. I didn't know him. I never met him. I was recruited out of New York City. I had my interview in Washington. It's purely on merit.
Right.
And purely on merit. In fact, when they hired me to teach at the School of Technology. So I taught computer science. Right. I mean, my first master's is in computer science, and I wrote software for the most part of my life.
Yes.
And in fact, I studied my doctorate in computer science, then later on moved on to social sciences, went back and get a master's, another PhD in economics. Yes. So I didn't know Mr. Atiku Abubakar, I didn't know anything about Nigeria, and I was doing my thing and teaching and developing quants on Wall Street. And I just wanted to move back. New York City did not chase me away. It was just purely
a desire to come home.
It was just, I think it was just youth exorbitant. Let me go to Nigeria. Let me
experience
Nigeria. It's really that was it. That was I didn't thoroughly think it through. And then if I thought if a good process was put into it, I may not have made that decision. But then, in hindsight, I'm glad I did.
Yes.
At least I made Mr. Atiku Abubakar.
Okay. So, because I'm thinking it's a little bit awkward. So, how did you move from APC to PDP?
Well, I must say that I'm not a member of any political party.
Right.
We were asked to join APC when I was appointed, and I joined, and I resigned.
When you left as commissioner.
Yeah. You see, it's very and that's what I encourage you to meet Mr. Atiku Abubakar.
Yeah.
It's really tough, really difficult if you know the man, not to like him and not to believe in what he has for Nigeria. I'm just going to touch on the very critical issue today, which is poverty. Yeah. And the report came out that 133 million Nigerians are poor. And that is significant, and it should not be ignored. And when you listen to Mr. Atiku Abubakar, and the man now says that the centerpiece of his economic policy is poverty and job creation, that's my guy. Once again, the centerpiece of his economic policy is poverty reduction and job creation. So this man, more or less we have only three candidates.
Yes.
Mr. Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Mr. Peter Obi. Yeah. And I've read, Obi has not published his manifesto. I've read Mr. Ahmed Bola Tinubu's manifesto. It's a lot of stories, but you cannot really get him in terms of commitments of this is how I'm going to do it, this is the output of what I will do. This is the output of what I plan to do.
Yes.
But on the Atiku side, it tells me, this is what I'm going to do, this is how I'm going to do it, and this is the hard truth.
Let me just stop you there, because you're talking about poverty, and I'm wondering, what will be the major difference between what an Atiku Abubakar presidency will bring to the table on poverty that will be different from this administration? I mean, I've spoken with a lot of ministers in this administration. They say President Buhari plans to move 100 million people out of poverty in 10 years. Will Atiku leverage on that, or is he going to vitiate that plan and institute a fresh plan?
Look, President Buhari planned to move poverty, to reduce poverty in the next 10 years. He already spent 7 years, and poverty is increasing. There are some things that President Buhari is doing, which is the cash transfer. It's about 3.1% to the GDP.
Yes.
Atiku Abubakar planned to increase that to 7% of GDP. And I will talk about that.
Yes.
But before I go any further, I work with numbers, no emotions.
Yes.
Where was Nigeria in 1997, 98, 99? Before Obasanjo Atiku government took over. Bad economy. Poverty was high. Nigeria was not good in the international community.
Yes.
It was the day Abacha just passed. There was a fear in the land. Abdul Salam took over, and they arranged the election. Obasanjo Atiku won the election. Within 8 years, many of us, I was in New York City, many of us started thinking about Nigeria. We all moved to Nigeria. Obasanjo Atiku made that possible. Numbers started improving. They paid off the debt. They paid off Nigerian debt. And guess what? Atiku Abubakar was in charge of the economic policy, economic group, constitutionally.
Yes.
Then, they hand over the power to Yar'Adua. The poor guy passed away. A year, 2 years into the government, then we had Jonathan. So we all remember Jonathan, was a little bit careless. And all of us wanted Jonathan out. I did not support Buhari. I never did. Because I experienced Buhari as a student. And the policy that he made was when my father, of blessed memory, made a conscious effort to send me to school in New York, he did that based on the income he was getting from some of his rental income.
Yes.
Naira depreciated. It became difficult for him to do that. That was under Buhari's administration as a military ruler. So when people talk about Atiku Abubakar, I said, follow history. Look at his performance. Look at what he has done. What he did with his boss. And he was, constitutionally, he was in charge of the economy.
Yes.
So that should be credited to him. Now, Buhari came. I don't need to tell you about the numbers. You know the numbers. Many of us are even more poorer now than when Buhari took over. We're here today. So what's Atiku going to do different? He has poverty on 4 pillars. And they are capability enhancement. Some of it Buhari is doing right now, which is a cash transfer.
Right.
Atiku planned on moving cash transfer from 3.1% of GDP to 7% of GDP and increase the spread.
What will be the side effect of that? And I'm asking you that because if Atiku is thinking of increasing it to 7%, why isn't this administration increasing it to 7%? People, economists will always tell you there are always 2 answers. There are always 2 sides to every story. Will there be a downside after increasing that to 7%?
No, you haven't let me finish.
Okay.
In addition to that, we are going to empower women. Women are they manage economic resources better than some of us men, shamefully. So those women that cannot leave their homes as a result of social issues, we're going to empower them. There's a strong correlation between human capital, which is education and health, and poverty. When you improve education and health, poverty reduces. We're going to stimulate the economy, and stimulating that economy, GDP goes up, get more people back to work, training, having more artisans, because that's really, it's not everyone. There are quite significant of people that their education level is below secondary school. So let's get them skills. And in all this, the principle behind Atiku economic policy are one, private sector participation. Removing government from where they don't belong. Because right now, government is in monopoly of a lot of private industries, and stabilize prices.
Right.
That is why it's constantly reaching out to the private sector. And that goes back to the first, your introduction of that is selling government enterprises to his friends.
Yes. Because he's engaged in the last couple of weeks, the Nigerian Guild of Editors, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the Lagos Business School, and the sum total of everything he's talked about there is privatization, bringing in the private sector. There's a palpable fear out there that Atiku Abubakar is going to sell Nigeria's prized public infrastructure to all his friends and allies. And you know, people are basing this on allegations made by his principal, the former president Obasanjo, and you know, so when people keep hearing him talking about this privatization, it raises suspicion. Is this what he's coming back to do? To sell off everything to himself and his friends?
In 2018, 2019, when Mr. Atiku Abubakar came out about NNPC, he made the headline. He said, oh, he's going to sell the NNPC to his friends and families. Fast forward, isn't that what APC just did? But they didn't even do it well. They didn't do it well. Because NNPC, when you privatize, you take it to the market.
It's still not been taken.
It's not taken to the market, so they don't even understand. This man said, look, I'm going to privatize NNPC. And there's the X amount, significant amount of money that will come to Nigeria, and that will take care of our infrastructure deficits. It will take care of our education, our health. The same thing is said.
Yes.
Fast forward, 2022, they did it, but they didn't even do it well. Mr. Aliko Dangote has started his own refinery from ground zero. He has launched it.
Yes.
It's about to go into production. If government had left Kaduna Refinery, don't you think Kaduna Refinery will be refining by now?
Yes.
So we have to be very careful when we are criticizing. What's those assets? What good is it to the government right now? What good is it to the government? The government is spending more resources to keep them alive, and that is where Mr. Atiku Abubakar is moving towards. Let's have smaller federal governments. Let's push a lot of resources back to the states. Let's get the private sector involved. Let's get the economy running. Let's create jobs.
All right. Join us again after the break. Welcome back. The National Bureau of Statistics report on poverty, I want to give you a quote from that. In general, the incidence of monetary poverty is lower than the incidence of multidimensional poverty across most states. 40.1% of the population experiencing monetary poverty, while multidimensional poverty is 63%. And this is according to the Monetary Policy Institute. This is 2022. So what is the difference? What is monetary poverty? What is multidimensional poverty?
Monetary poverty is very clear. You don't have money.
Okay.
You don't have a job. There's no income. Money. Multidimensional is deeper. Lack of access to sanitation, clean water, school, road network, health.
That's why that one is more, 63%.
So for significant of Nigeria today, there's poor health facilities. I'm still buying water.
Yes.
Lagos State is not giving me water. The education system in my local government is quite poor.
Healthcare?
Healthcare. God help you, go to General Hospital. I think the closest healthcare place for me is the General Hospital in Lagos Island. I went there once. It's horrible.
So, still on the economy, this CBN's redesign of the Naira note, is he supportive of it? Does he think that Nigeria needs to redesign the Naira at this particular time?
I can't remember having a discussion with him on the redesign of the Naira, but I don't think it matters to him. It doesn't matter to me either. I don't think there's any...
When you say it doesn't matter to you, I mean, there have been arguments pro and con on that.
Let me explain.
Yes.
What I mean by that is that there's really no... It doesn't have any effects on the end of the economic indices. However, we have bigger problem than currency design today. We have huge challenges. The mandate of the Central Bank of Nigeria is price stability. Inflation is off the hook. Interest rate is high.
And inflation is in double digits now?
It's double digits, increasing by the day. So is it Naira design or price stability?
Okay, my business sense is not very good, but the argument put forth is that this inflation, one of the causes of it is because so much money is not within the system. The CBN has printed so much money, but the actual monies in the banks is less than half. So I've been told that if people were hoarding monies under, the ground and in cemeteries and so on, if they bring that money back into the banking system, it will drive inflation down.
Look, I can't tell you that I believe this story. But once again, I will ask you a straight question. When last did you hail the Naira? When last? I'm sure you do transfer.
Yes.
Significant of the population. CBN has done well in promoting electronic payments. I can't remember last time I have any Naira bill. I can't remember.
But aren't you seeing those videos and pictures of monies with 2003 dates on them, disintegrating? Surely that must be a good...
Angela, you know better than I mean, there's so much going on the internet nowadays. It's not all the videos and all the stories on the internet that you want to believe. I think, in my opinion, we have bigger issue with the design of the Naira. People are poor. Inflation is high. The kids don't have a job. These are real issues. Do you know how many people get into the workforce yearly in Nigeria? 5 million people. And only 10% of them that we can absorb. So what happens to the 4.5 million people? This redesign is only going to affect the poor, the unbanked. So we are even putting more pain on the poor. So when you redesign the Naira, it's them that are affected, not the rich ones. Because the rich they bought all the houses in highbrow areas.
And they have
converted
foreign
into dollars.
currency as well.
So really, is that the issue we should be discussing? Or should we, I think we should be discussing the poverty issue. We should be discussing job creation. We should be discussing stabilizing the economy. We should be discussing creating jobs for the youth.
Now, as far as this economy is concerned, the APC had promised in their change mantra, one of the things that they pushed forward was diversification of the economy. We've seen the Buhari administration, I hope you will agree with me, they've done a lot as far as agriculture is concerned. Is Atiku Abubakar going to continue along that trajectory? If not, what are his plans to diversify the economy?
First of all, Atiku, I'm not even going to bother to address APC because we all know the result is very clear today. After 7 years, we are poorer, no jobs, no growth. Right? What's Atiku going to do differently? And that is what, again, is 5-point agenda, and they are interrelated. What is 5-point agenda?
Yes.
Unity, because we're disunited today. Security, stimulating the economy, education, and restructuring. All these are related, dynamically related. If you don't have security, food stock can't come from the north.
Yes.
A lot of people are being displaced. Prices goes up. If we're not united, we cannot work together. And the economy we cannot stimulate the economy. You need the education to be able to stimulate. We need that human capital. It's very important. And all this 5 agenda of Atiku,
yes,
very thought out. Those 5-point agenda are based on 3 basic principles.
Which are?
Atiku said 1, I'm going to get away from government monopoly. So anything, rail, refinery, wherever government owns a monopoly, I'm going to get away from it.
Transmission Company of Nigeria?
I'm going to it's a monopoly. Let every state have their own transmit their power. I'm going to get private sector. I'm going to partner with the private sector to help me stimulate this economy. Because government can't do it alone. Government can't create the jobs. Atiku is looking to lift 10 million Nigerians out of poverty yearly and create 3 million jobs. And last thing, Atiku said he will have price stability. Having one single window on the monetary side. Right now we have multiple windows. One single window. Private sector involvement and government moving away from monopoly.
I'm wondering, if Atiku is saying I'm going to have one, this is my problem with economists.
Yeah.
When you sit with one,
yes,
he tells you that, oh no, go this way. And you sit with another one, he says go this way.
Yeah.
This is the thing. You are saying now you do with one exchange rate.
Yes. You converge everything to one. And you float it. You managed it. Why should you have multiple exchange rates? Some well-connected Nigerians who buy it at the low price and sell it at isn't that what they call it, round tripping? Why should we have that? Why should we have all these rent seekers in the economy at the expense of 133 million poor Nigerians? Let's focus on those poor Nigerians. And that is why I find Mr. Atiku Abubakar
Atiku is not poor.
No. You're not listening to me.
I'm
No,
listening.
you're not listening to me.
I'm listening.
No, you're not listening to me.
Let me tell you why I'm saying that.
I'm talking about his policy.
Yes, no. And I'm telling you that being not a poor man,
No.
when he gets there, they always say these things.
No.
I've covered elections 2011, 2015, 2019. They always have lofty ideals.
But you and I started this discussion today, and I took you back to 1997, 98, 99, when Obasanjo took over the government, where Nigeria was until they left the government. They didn't speak. His record is clear. It was right there. So what is the ambiguity there? The man has done it before. He has negotiated Nigeria debt, paid off. He has improved Nigerian GDP. He created more jobs, more sectors were more active. So what are we talking about? The man has done it before. So it's not your typical politician that comes and gives you a story. What we're going through now, it's nothing new. We've been here before.
The state of the economy you're talking about.
Yes, state of the economy. That's what matters. What else? That's what matters. And that is what is going to take the 133 million Nigerians off poverty. Nowadays, we have kids graduating from university and they're still living at their parents' house. Yeah. The last time I slept at my father's house was after when I left secondary school of my O levels.
That's a long time.
That was a long time ago. By the time I finished uni, I had n number of companies. They've given me an offer letter. Some even gave me offer letter with a sign-on bonus in those days. Or they used the sign-on bonus for down payment to buy my first car. My first brand new car in those days.
Okay, so how would you convince someone who's an obedient to move from following Peter Obi? And because you know Peter Obi and Atiku were together. Many people who supported them together, who are dissatisfied with the PDP for giving the ticket to a northerner again, have moved with Peter Obi.
Look, this is very simple. This is very straightforward. And I always encourage the obedience. I said, look, I know thinking hurts, but try and think a little bit. You know, I've explained Atiku's presidency to you and where Nigeria was in 1997, 98, 99 until Obasanjo Atiku completed their term. Now I'm going to go to Obi. Yes. Obi was governor of Anambra. I remember Obi was governor. I have a couple of friends that were from the East. I couldn't go to the East with them to celebrate Christmas. That's number one. Number two, unemployment was high. Poverty was in Anambra. But Obi took government's money and invested in his own company.
Yes, but government
Let me finish.
Government made the profit.
Let me finish. Anywhere else in the world is unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. And everybody accepted it, and we're all moving on. Took the government's money. That's the height of corruption. Took the government's money and invested in your own private business. Meanwhile, you have high unemployment, challenges with schools, health, road network. I could not remember when Obi was governor, people leaving Lagos to move back to Anambra. And you now use their money in your own private business.
You saved money.
You saved money.
Yes.
While your people are hungry, you saved money in your own private business. It's the height of corruption. Meanwhile, he did not create the jobs. He did not create the opportunities. And come on, let's think about this. Let's be very careful about this. Let's be very, yes, you know, he's a great salesman. He can talk the talk. And I get it with the young people. They are frustrated. They are hopeless. So anyone that can
give a little bit of hope.
Hope and stories. I gotta give it to him. He's doing a good job at it.
Does he threaten Atiku's campaign at all?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
Join us again after the break. Right, welcome back. And now that we're talking about threats to the ambition of Atiku Abubakar, is the PDP worried about the threat of incumbency that the APC holds?
Angela, seriously?
Yes.
How? Let me explain. All the macro indices are against APC today. Poverty has increased. So why would I vote a political party that has increased poverty? How? Why should I do that? Poverty has increased. No jobs. We have, on the average of 5 million people to the workforce, we can only absorb 10%.
The party is fighting hard.
Of course. But I think Nigerians know better. I think Nigerians know better. Yeah, I expect them to fight hard. But look, when they took the government, took over the government,
yes.
How what was the exchange rate? What is it today? What was rents? What was it today? You can look at all the macro indices. You know.
Where does Atiku stand on subsidy? He said at the Lagos Business School alumni conference that he would phase out subsidy in batches and he would channel those funds back into the economy. We've been there before. We've heard all these explanations. But when they get in, this subsidy, they can't remove it because the option is fuel shortage.
Subsidy is gone. APC has removed it. The new NNPC, what they are doing right now is illegal. Subsidy is illegal. It's illegal. You should go and read the Petroleum
PIB, Petroleum Industry Bill Act. It's now an act now. Yes.
It's illegal. Subsidy is gone. There's no point discussing it. Subsidy is gone.
So we're paying more now because there's...
No, the government should not be, should have removed it. What the government is doing right now is illegal. There's no longer subsidy. It's illegal.
When you say it's illegal, the transforming NNPC into a private company.
Correct.
Is illegal.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Okay. The subsidy itself is illegal today because it's because the Petroleum
Industry Act has vitiated it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's illegal. So don't even what Mr. Atiku Abubakar is saying is a lie. In fact, the federal government said they will operationalize it next year.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not up for discussion anymore. Yeah.
So the NNPC, in any case, it was Atiku's idea back then to privatize. So
absolutely.
We're there now, but you still say there's still a little bit more to do.
Oh, a lot more to do. I think what they should have done, they should have just knocked on his door and asking for Mr. Atiku Abubakar to tutor them on what to do.
I want to tell you what the Director General of Voice of Nigeria, Osita Okechukwu, whom I interviewed previously, he says that as plausible as the idea of private sector partnership is, Atiku Abubakar's proposition is more or less preparing the grounds for rent seekers and scanty industrialists. He goes on to say, what Atiku is proposing is by no means different from the structural adjustment policy thrust. Neither is his proposal on the NNPC Limited better than the giant steps that President Muhammad Buhari has taken towards commercializing of NNPC.
He clearly doesn't know what he's talking about. We are moving, getting private sector involved. Private sector is going out to the market to raise money and run the enterprise. There's the rent seeking there. Of course, if you keep everything at status quo, that's rent seeking.
Yes.
So he doesn't clearly doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, so it's been 6 years since you posited that Nigeria's Northeast had the potential to become the tech hub of Nigeria. This was at the 8th commencement.
Oh, you read it?
Yes, ceremony of class of 2016 at the American University in Yola. You proposed, you were talking about the kind of Silicon Valley with the university at the center of it.
Correct.
Now that you're living here, you still think it's feasible?
Absolutely. Look, let me tell you something. You know, Mr. Atiku Abubakar founded American University. And some people think he should have put the university in Abuja, Lagos. He would have made money. So they look at it in terms of the monetary side.
Yes.
But Mr. Atiku Abubakar looked at it differently. He wanted the school in the States, and I'm sure he could see the economic growth. So when I went to Yola, which has absolutely nothing to do with him, because American University in Washington hired me.
Yes.
The main road in Yola was a dual road.
2 lanes.
2 lanes. It was like a little village. Fast forward today, it's 4 lanes. There's been growth. More, if you go to Yola now, the plane is full. In and out of Yola, there's a lot of activities.
Yes.
Fast forward while I was there, by the way, the entire campus is wired. So
when you say wired, Wi-Fi?
Wi-Fi. And we conduct our teaching electronically in classroom. All the students have the computers, and even we, the academic community as well.
Yes.
So we do use the internet significantly. And Google in particular was looking for some wisdom was best to them. They were looking for the highest hits out of Africa. They pointed at Nigeria and down to the place called Yola.
Yeah.
They came to Yola. They were shocked that there was so much, Google search out of Yola. As a result, we gave some scholarship and grants to the American University.
Wow.
So American University in the last decade have produced very fine engineers, computer scientists. And I believe, there's been a bit of delay as a result of the economic condition of the country. But I still believe that a lot of our students will graduate from Yola, and some are doing that right now, and they will stay in Yola. They will be entrepreneur, technology entrepreneur in Yola, and develop Yola. More important in the Northeast.
Yes.
And I still believe that. I think that's still coming. And we can see what some of this, a lot of young Nigerians have done in terms of technology. We've done a lot in technology, we've done a lot in arts and culture. music. So there's a lot of room to grow.
Yeah.
We just need that strong leadership that would allow free thinking, private entrepreneur to survive. I mean, the condition today, makes it very difficult, and I believe it's just a temporary delay.
Yes.
You just have to storm through the weather, and things will get back on track.
You've talked about how hard times are right now in Nigeria. I can't help thinking that, isn't it global? Is every country not experiencing some kind of downturn? And isn't this an exponential result of events that have happened since COVID hit in 2019?
It doesn't apply to us in Nigeria. Look, we did not benefit from the oil price, increasing oil price, which we should have, and we didn't benefit from that because of our lack of investment in the oil and gas sector.
Yes.
And more importantly today, with the Russian-Ukraine war, if we were forward thinking, we would be the
one of the main beneficiaries
of the gas exports.
Yes.
The unrest in the northeast and in the north affected food prices and food security. If we have tackled Boko Haram and displacement of people from their farms, we will not be facing price increase. So the global issue has absolutely nothing to do with us. However, the climate change, we have no control over of that. In some parts of the south and some parts of the north, in the climate change, whereby some of the lands are becoming more desert, and in the southern parts there are the flooding issues. So, and of course of the gas flaring and the oil and gas challenges in the south side of the country.
Yes.
So we have our own issue, but we should have benefited from the global economic challenges. It has absolutely, it's a good excuse for our economic managers. They should have done the job. That's what they lash on. But it has nothing to do with us.
One of my crew members doesn't want to vote for Atiku because he says Atiku is a northerner and that voting for Atiku would mean 16 unbroken years of a northern presidency.
Look, I'm a Yoruba man, I'm a Yoruba Muslim. And I've never seen that northerners in Atiku. I think, in fact, Atiku is more of a Lagos boy
than a northerner.
His wife, Auntie Titi, she's a Yoruba woman of Osun State. It's true that there are some of my friends, they have Yoruba. So I think, and beyond that, the Atiku's doctor of how many years? Dr. Ndukwe, great man. He's an Igbo man.
His personal physician.
Personal physician. He's been with him for over 20 years. You cannot see this Atiku Abubakar, you don't see this Ndukwe. So Atiku is a nationalist. So, in terms of when we are now talking about ethnicity, it does not apply to him at all. It does not apply to him at all.
It's the same way the APC candidates will say, my wife is a Christian. In my house, everybody's free.
Atiku Abubakar is even more Yoruba than some of us. His wife, Auntie Titi, is Yoruba. So what are we talking about? In fact, why are we even dealing with ethnicity when we have poverty? Does poverty ask? Poverty has cultural or religious bias. Let's deal with issues. Let's create jobs. Let's reduce poverty.
And I can't help thinking, listening to you with, all these lofty ideas that the Atiku economic team has put together. For you to implement these policies, you need to win the election.
Yes.
And I don't see how he will win that election.
He will win the election.
Without the G5 and without the River State governor involved. That's the thing. You see, so we talk all this economy, but you need to win first before you can do all these things you want to do. How is Atiku going to handle this Wike G5? Because as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Akin, I always thought that this election was Atiku's to win or lose. But he seems to be losing momentum, or he has lost momentum because of this imbroglio in the PDP.
Look, the issue, I'm not qualified to talk about the issue of Wike and the policies of it, but I know it's a family affair. They will sort themselves out.
Are you confident?
Oh yeah, who's the next president?
You say that without equivocation.
I've moved beyond that. He's the next president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. I've moved beyond that. He's the next president. The issue with Wike and all the G5 is a family affair. They'll sort it out. I don't subscribe to all the videos, the abusive words, and it's
all that violence is
totally unnecessary.
Yeah.
Gentlemen should be able to such. I think they will resolve it.
Right. So we now know that the candidate of the NNPP, Rabiu Kwankwaso, I think is Atiku's friend. I'm not sure, but there were rumors that he was going to be stepping down. He's come out now in the last 24 hours to say no. I'm not stepping down. So all those rumors have come to naught. Does that upset the plans of the PDP? People say that the PDP was relying on Kwankwaso stepping down, subsuming his campaign organization into that of the PDP for the benefit of Atiku.
Angela, I'm not privileged to this political discussion, negotiation.
Yes.
I'm not privileged to all that. What I'm passionate about is poverty reduction, job creation. Let's get the economic moving. Let's get people back to work. Let's create 3 million jobs per year. Let's take 10 million poor people out of poverty.
Yes.
So by 2030, we will have reduced poverty in this country to less than 20%.
Yes.
That is my interest. All the political intrigues is, I think, they will. I'm not a politician; they will sort themselves out.
Yes.
But the key thing is to improve lives. Let's get Nigerians working. Let's get Nigerians happy. Let's stabilize prices. Let's get CBN working. Let Nigerians be happy. Let our youth be happy. That's my interest.
I hope I'll be back as the campaigns hot up a bit more.
I'm here.
Thank you very much for spending an hour with me today, Mr. Akin. And thank you for watching. I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
politicizing our humanity. You see, Nigeria today has become a den of unknown gunmen. And I say that because for every new report you see now, any news, anything, you see unknown gunmen kills 20, unknown gunmen kidnaps 50. So any small thing is unknown gunmen. And the level of insecurity in the country today has risen. You know, so today we no longer ask whether our lives are, and properties are secured. We only ask who is next to be killed or kidnapped. You know, we check and we see, okay, whose family is next? Which family is going to be thrown into mourning? So right now, Nigerians are only waiting, and we're waiting and saying, whose turn is it going to be? The level of insecurity in the country has become extremely worrisome. The lapses created by government, by the inaction of government. You know, government had the opportunity to nip this insecurity in the bud. You know, when it started, you know, it started like play. It wasn't this bad. It wasn't this bad. But now, because of government's inaction, we are caught up, and it seems as if there's nothing that we can do about it again. So now it is even worse. It is worse that we as citizens are not making enough noise about the right things. We are concerned about some other things. So despite the worrisome state of our dear nation, the plague of politicizing any little thing, you know, we are quick to say, now this party they run amo, now this party they do amo, is because of this party. And so right now, we are trivializing the problems and the challenges that we are facing as a nation. You know, so there are talks all over social media claiming that the violence and actions leading to the high level of insecurity, which now threatens our very existence, are sponsored. Members of the ruling and opposition parties have thrown all caution to the wind, and they exchange blames. It is this party, it is that party, rather than just actually recognizing terrorism for what terrorism is and taking actions to stop the incessant killings and kidnappings, which is threatening the very existence of Nigerians. We must stand united or fall divided. We must stand united. Then Nigeria is at the very brink. We are at the very brink of war. You know, and I don't think we are saying this enough. I think everyone is just looking at, okay, maybe because the thing never touched me, make we just look at, and everyone is just playing with the situation. The situation has become so dire and would worsen if we do not join voices and actions and implore the government to take decisive actions to protect the lives and properties of the people. We must educate and reorientate ourselves. We must advocate for peace and tolerance. Negative and irresponsible tribal comments, you know, it has no other thing to do than to incite violence. So it breeds this intolerance that we have for ourselves, and this tribe will say, now these people, if these people come out, we go get peace and all of those things. And then we wonder why some people are killing another tribe, and why another tribe is killing another tribe. So I feel we must be able to preach peace and preach unity, you know, if at all we want to see the end of this insurrection. I have always said this, and I think this is time to say it again. In terms of, if we're talking about security, I think the time for decentralization is now. The power that the federal government wields as far as security is concerned is too much. And it would seem that even that power now is overwhelming, such that they don't even know what to do with the power again. Assign state governments with the task of security responsibilities. Yes, at federal government level, there are some powers that you cannot just take away. But let the security apparatus in the police, security operatives that you have, let them be responsible to state governments. Let state governments take charge. Let them take charge. A governor of a particular state will not be looking at while his state is burning, and the governor is crying to federal government to come and help. So what then is the duty and what then is the work of the state government? You know, we had mentioned earlier, but I'm just going to chip in again, that religious leaders have a role to play. You find religious leaders being totally irresponsible and reckless with the comments that they make, knowing fully well the power that you wield as a religious leader, knowing fully well the hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of people that listen to you and take your word as law. You need to be very careful. You need to be cautious of how you urge people on, because comments that you make in ways incite violence against perhaps other religions, and then you have this religion attacking this religion. Oh, they attacked us first. Oh, they attacked us first. So I think now is the time for our religious leaders to come together and preach peace, and tolerance is very important. So once again, I would say conclusively that I think we need there's never been a time to call for peace and to call for tolerance and to call for unity as now, using our voices, using our platforms to advocate for peace. Because at the end of the day, like I said, it's just turning and turning and turning, and Nigerians are just looking at who is the next person to fall victim.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Update. The People's Democratic Party, PDP, on Tuesday said the 64th Independence Day speech of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu further confirmed the insensitivity of his administration towards the plight of and demands by Nigerians. In a statement, PDP spokesman Debo Ologunagba said the president's speech showed no hope in sight under what he termed as the clueless, insensitive and unresponsive APC-led government. He said the failure by Mr. President to listen to Nigeria to reduce the price of fuel, create employment and lift the value of Naira by ending the profligacy in his government and direct resources to jumpstart the ailing productive sector shows that the APC administration is completely disconnected with Nigerians, especially the youths. Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, represented by his SSG, has said that the state is resolved to build a better state where every citizen has access to quality education, infrastructural development, healthcare, and economic opportunities. The governor stressed the importance of having a greater hope for the nation, urging all and sundry to be active participants in rebuilding the common project called Nigeria. Adeleke added that the progress of the nation is inextricably linked to the success and well-being of the citizens. This was the message during an event organized at the Osogbo Stadium in celebration of Nigeria's 64th independence anniversary.
To announce that Osun State, under our administration, will continue to be a shining example of what can be achieved, and my government is highly committed to the welfare and development of its people. My administration has made remarkable strides in short period of almost 2 years. We took over power from the governance of the past. Our state has grown in leaps and bounds, and we have every reason to be proud of our achievements. from the development of our infrastructure to the empowerment of our youth, from the preservation of our rich cultural heritage to the promotion of peace and security. Osun State has continued to evolve, becoming a model for other states of the Federation. We have seen progress in education sector with renovation of schools across the states, healthcare with complete renovation of 332 primary health centers and full stocking of drugs.
Ekiti State Governor Biodun Oyebanji has expressed satisfaction with giant strides made by the state since it was created as a political entity 28 years ago. Addressing the people of the state in a broadcast to mark the 28th anniversary of the creation of Ekiti State and 64th anniversary of the nation's independence, Governor Oyebanji hailed President Bola Tinubu for his unflinching support for Ekiti development since coming to power on the 29th of May 2023. Governor Oyebanji said Ekiti is grateful for President Tinubu's numerous interventions and approval of critical federal infrastructure in the state. Some Nigerians also spoke on the Independence Day celebration. Meanwhile, some residents of Ekiti State commend the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the youth confab, while others said Nigeria policies need to be adjusted.
We are very proud to say Ekiti is a frontliner in education, life expectancy, access to quality healthcare services, physical infrastructure development, access to water, peaceful coexistence, ease of doing business, gender equality, social inclusion, among others. Gradually and assuredly, it is building a formidable profile of a progressive and development-oriented state that is poised for prosperity for all.
This is a speech of the president where he said they will assemble youths across the country for a confab to come and see, dialogue, and discuss the way forward in this country. It's better than protest, better than agitating for something that is not even worthy of doing so. A lot of people will lose their life, will go into protest, but whatever you have in mind, you want him to do. All of us should come together. Let us put our brains together and address issue. I know he's a listening president.
They were begging our people to travel then. When you have your ID card, you have your ID card, what are you saying in your working place? It's enough for you as a passport to travel out of this country. Because our money as at then was okay. But today, thousands of our youths are dying on the desert because this place is no more okay for them. They were looking for green pasture. Our democracy has led to what you call neo-colonialism.
In honor of independence, Nigerians are encouraged to play their part in the nation's development by supporting one another. This call to action was made by Agumeze Saint Chukwuemeka, the convener of the Saint Agumeze Empowerment Foundation, during a visit to the country's correctional facilities where he provided assistance to inmates. Agumeze emphasized that demonstrating compassion towards the inmates instills hope within them.
1st of October signifies independence, you understand, which means freedom. But we all know what a prison or a correctional center is actually meant for. It's not an independent year. So being the independence of Nigeria, not everybody is actually truly free. And the real truth is that we actually have more bad people outside than actually inside here. So this people see people in the inmates as people that are forgotten, people that are menace to society. But I just want to bring this spirit of hope, love, unity, and just to let them know that they're not actually alone, because we all go through different stuffs in life and nobody would actually want to be left abandoned. So it's always a journey of love yearly, that every 1st of October that represents freedom, we always come down here to show love to the inmates.
He also conveyed optimism for the future of the nation. Similarly, his associate Ayomide Adetoro, the convener for Jesus Must Be Seen, reinforced this message.
We just hope Nigeria gets better, because the real truth is things are actually getting very difficult. The economy is getting quite hard, and just imagine what people that are going, like people here, what they're actually going through. So most of these facilities, because we've actually touched down on Kirikiri, the juvenile prison, and other correctional facilities like that, and we know how they are being kept. You understand? Not because of the bodies don't want to do better, but there's not actually adequate budget and money being pumped into this area. So if Nigeria is this difficult at this point, imagine what they are going through.
The main purpose for my coming here today is to partner with Saints. Today is his birthday, and we also want to bring the good news to the people in the prison, because Jesus is also in prison too. You know, so they need to see and they need to know that the fact that they are here does not mean they are in bondage. I mean, a life without Jesus is actually the life with bondage. We are growing, God is helping us, and we'll keep praying for our country. But then prayer is not everything there is to do, all right? So we need to, our leaders need to do better, all right? So I believe by God's grace, when they do better and we do our best, you know, the country will be good.
Niger State Emergency Management Agency, NSEMA, has confirmed a report that a boat conveying no fewer than 300 passengers capsized on River Niger upstream Jebba Dam at Bajibo community in Mokwa local government area. It stated that so far about 150 travelers have been rescued, while efforts are on to rescue the remaining persons. The agency, in a statement signed by its Director General Abdullahi Baba Ara, said the boat was sailing from Mundi community with a population of almost 300 passengers. He explained that the travelers were mostly women and children for the Maulid celebration at Bajibo. The DG disclosed that currently NSEMA is directing and monitoring search and rescue operations in collaboration with the State Ministry of Transport, Mokwa Local Government Emergency Committee, brave local divers and other community volunteers. Suspected herdsmen on Tuesday killed 2 soldiers and 7 villagers, including the village head of Eguma village in the Agatu local government area of Benue State. A former lawmaker who represented the local government at the Benue State House of Assembly between 2011 and 2019, Audu Sule, in a telephone call with our correspondent in Benue, said the suspected herdsmen came into Eguma village at 3 p.m. and started killing people. According to Sule, military personnel who are stationed at his village in Ogwole, a few meters away, responded to the distress call from Eguma village, but 2 of the soldiers were killed by suspected herdsmen, along with Eguma village head and 6 others, bringing the casualty figures to 9. Sule noted that the attack was the 4th in Eguma and Ogwole villages in Agatu local government area in the last month, lamenting the security threats his people faced daily. He notes that the military intervention led to a gun battle with the suspected herdsmen who fled after 9 persons, including 2 soldiers, were killed. When contacted, a police spokesperson in the state, Sewese Anene, said the command was yet to receive any information on the killing or any shared intelligence with the military on the Agatu attacks. Amidst unresolved insecurity challenges in the country, a new report has examined the intricate complexities of the crisis based on its root causes and called for a problem-specific or region-specific approach beyond the current military approach. Titled Unraveling Nigeria's Insecurity Crisis, the Urgent Need for a Lasting Solution, the report Initiative for Economic Development Communication, INSDEC, Lagos, and the International Organization for Peacebuilding and Justice and Social Justice, PSG UK, proposed other strategies to build a more secure and lasting society. In the report's introduction, signed by Executive Vice President of INSDEC, Ogie Oboigbe, and Chief Executive Officer of PSG UK, Ayo Adedoyin, noted that while the security crisis may be perceived as a general and pervasive issue in the country, its underlying essence, nature, character, and identity differ significantly from one region to the other. While noting that the militaristic approach is insufficient and counterproductive, the report revealed that the strategies have stretched the military's capabilities, forcing them to engage insurgents of varying types in 30 of Nigeria's 36 states. Recommendations of the report included government acknowledgement and ownership, comprehensive and integrated approach, advanced technological solutions, strengthening security and governance, and community state policing initiatives, among others. From other parts of Africa, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his Moroccan counterpart Nasser Bourita met in Washington on Tuesday amid rising tensions in the Middle East. The two leaders exchanged views on development in North Africa and the Middle East. Blinken told reporters that the U.S. would keep working on de-escalating the conflict in the region. Ties between Washington and Rabat have improved significantly since the United States supported Morocco's claim over Western Sahara in December of 2020. The recognition was slammed by Western Sahara's Polisario Front in Algeria. In exchange, Morocco agreed to normalize relations with Israel. Meanwhile, outside Africa, the United Nations UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres has been declared a persona non grata and banned from entering Israel following the latest attacks from Iran. Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Israel Katz, made the declaration over Guterres' silence on Iran's latest attack on Israel. On Tuesday, Iran launched over 180 ballistic missiles into Israel. The Israeli military said it received no reports of injuries from the Iranian missile attack. However, posting on X, Katz wrote he declared UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres persona non grata in Israel and banned him from entering the country. Also, Iran's Armed Forces Chief of Staff on Tuesday said his country was prepared to repeat its attack if Israel is not contained by the US and Europe. Iran launched at least 180 missiles into Israel, the latest in a series of escalating attacks in a year-long conflict between Israel and Iran and its Arab allies. In Lebanon, explosions were heard and fire and smoke visible along the Beirut skyline Wednesday morning in what the Israeli military claimed was a strike on Hezbollah targets. Earlier, residents in some areas of the southern suburbs of Lebanese capital were warned to evacuate their homes. In business news, the flag carrier of the United Arab Emirates, UAE, resumed flight operations to Nigeria on Tuesday, October 1, 2024. The airline's flight landed at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, MMIA, in Lagos on Tuesday after its afternoon as Nigerians celebrate 64 years of independence from British colonial rule. The over 8-hour flight touched down at the airport at 3:32 p.m. according to air traffic controllers. Emirates Airlines suspended its Dubai-Lagos flights in November 2022 over its inability to repatriate trapped funds in Nigeria in the heat of the diplomatic fireworks between the two countries. However, in September 2023, President Bola Tinubu met with UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in Abu Dhabi to smoothen the rough edges in the diplomatic relations between the two countries. Subsequently, in May 2024, Emirates Airlines said its daily Lagos-Dubai flights would resume from October 1, 2024. 2 months later, the federal government of Nigeria reached an agreement with the UAE to allow Nigerian passport holders obtain visas to travel to the Arab nation. In entertainment news, legendary American actor John Amos has died at the age of 84. According to his son, Casey Amos, he died of natural causes in Los Angeles. Best known for his role as James Evans Sr. on the hit 1970s sitcom Good Times, Amos also appeared in numerous other television shows and films, including The Mary Tyler Moore Show, Roots, where he played as Kunta Kinte, and The West Wing. His legacy will live on in his outstanding works. Finally, in sports news, to demonstrate his loyalty to Nigeria and commitment to the nation's ideals, Ayagwa Success Fatah, a final-year student at the Air Force Institute of Technology, AFIT, recently completed a 64-kilometer run. The run commemorated Nigeria's 64 years of independence, with each kilometer representing a year. According to Ayagwa, the run was intended to celebrate Nigeria's anniversary. He decided to undertake the long-distance challenge, believing that completing it within the 5-hour event time frame would prove that all things are possible if we put our minds to actualizing them. Ayagwa expressed gratitude to the AFIT commandant, AVM S.L. Rabe, for his outstanding leadership and support, which he credited for the continuous success of AFIT students in national competitions. Ayagwa noted that AFIT's mix of military and civilian students provides an opportunity for students to cultivate military discipline and commitment while maintaining their civilian identities. Ayagwa urged citizens to focus on what they can contribute to their country rather than always expecting the reverse. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us on Limex TV and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
When I heard him, I didn't know he was a sickler until last year. Though at birth, from birth till like age 2, he was always getting sick, always leg pain, my hand and everything. We did a genotype test, then they told us it was AA. So we didn't even think it was sickle cell anemia. So once he clocked 2, he stopped having crisis. So we continued like that until last year. It was a mistake. It was during the exam, he now started serious, couldn't breathe properly again. Though naturally, he's always been on no matter what he eats, he doesn't add weight. But for him, I knew from birth that he was a sickler.
Some of my own experience are the hand pain. The hand pain, I've never experienced the hand pain. I only experienced it once after all the pains were gone. But the chest thing was the first I started experiencing.
When there is a deformity in this oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, that is, there is a deformity in the red blood cells. This oxygen capacity, carrying capacity, it becomes abnormal. It can no longer hold. Now, what we call sickling, that word sickle cell comes from sickling of the red blood cells. The red blood cell is biconcave. And when it is now sickled, its corpse is sickled. You know, like a sickle. That means the capacity, the ability to carry oxygen is reduced.
There are a lot of challenges, but I will go with, growing up having sickle cell is one of the most difficult things ever. And I believe also that surviving sickle cell is dependent on how the warrior has been treated.
Living with it in your school days, you have to know how to survive. Sometimes you miss classes, you miss exams because you're having a crisis. Sometimes you have to, the relationship between your family and friends becomes, there's this strain, especially if you don't have a patient family, that really understand what sickle cell is.
I was exposed to a lot of medications, a lot of treatments, a lot of prayer houses, a lot of deliverance sessions. So, being a child, you have no option. You just have to go with whatever your parents say.
Whenever any person has had sickle cell and there is manifestation, then what we can do is to now treat or prevent them from having crisis. So there is one thing to have sickle cell, another thing is to have crisis from the sickle cell. This crisis is derived oxygen to the blood cells.
Malaria is something that actually brings my own crisis and blood infection, the usual typhoid that they call. If it starts with my limbs, I know malaria is around the corner. but if it starts with my vertebral column, I know that this could be blood infection.
What makes me know that, okay, probably I'm going into crisis is that I start feeling a bit tired, a bit weak. Then I start feeling these pinches, on my body. I started having crisis even before we knew it was sickle cell. So I've been living with I'm 35 now. So let me say for 35 years.
There are times I don't go to work for like a month, sometimes 2 months, as long as the crisis lasts. But thank God for the kind of people I work with. They tend to understand with me. It's financially burdensome. Your work, if you don't have good people working with you, it affects that too. And there are some instances where you lose a job.
I won't say it has been easy with the siblings and him as well. Most times when we are on break and we get to witness him during the crisis, it is always heartbreaking and a tough one to see, to be honest.
There are many complementary remedies. So many people have tried different things. But we know, scientists, that the major cure for sickle cell is red cell transplant, bone marrow transplant. Go down and transplant the progenitor cells, and transplant it so that they will now start producing the new cells, the newborn cells that carries oxygen better than the adult cells. So that's the major achievement. The other complementary measures are just palliative people have tried. Well, for scientifically, we have also used hydroxyurea, one of these medications.
And the stigma starts from home sometimes, right? That's from the family. And of course, they will think you're different. And this brings about conflicts between, sometimes they even say it's the woman's fault, right, for bringing forth a child with sickle cell. So there's this conflict between a household.
The stigma is still there. Now, what did you do now? Why didn't you do blood tests before at the point you're telling somebody this is what's going on, it's not as if you've not actually blamed yourself for what happened enough, but they're still telling you you should have known better.
Someone has told me that if you die, you are not in the child. Okay, I don't know if you get the message that was being passed, like you cry so much. Every time it's all about you, every time you're always sick and all that kind. I didn't cause this for myself.
The first time that I told them that I was a sickle cell, but they didn't believe me until my mommy told them that I was actually a sickle cell. That's when they not believed me. They apologized for laughing, then they not started treating me nicely.
I've been in a relationship where the parent told the person I was going out with that they don't live longer. There's no hope in getting married to this person, and they wouldn't want their child to go into a short marriage.
Some of it are, let's start with our cultural and religious beliefs that this is not a genetic problem. They don't see it as a medical problem. They see it as spiritual in Africa. So these are the kind of things we want people to know, that this is a medical condition and can be managed. When you give birth to a child and the child is always falling sick, high fever, always crying and all that, automatically people will think that, okay, the child is possessed. Some people believe that it is contagious. Before all the medical interventions, children die before the age of 5, not because it's spiritual, but because there's lack of hospital care and proper drugs. But with hospital care and proper drugs now coming into play, there's a bit of improvement, and warriors can live to 90 years.
So the parents need to be educated that if their genotype does not match for use at least AS or AA, they should not go ahead and marry.
I am still blessed. There's a lot of pain associated with it, but I'm still thankful. You know what I'm saying? I'm still grateful. I mean, regardless of everything, I still have someone who was able to kind of, damn the consequences and say, okay, Forget about what other girls have said. I'm going to marry you, regardless of what they've said. I'm going to take a risk on you. And she did. And I got married, and I have 2 kids.
For me, it has helped me to build a lot of positivity. Because I've been surrounded by so many negativity. I just had to develop it. But then, you can be stronger than anything that is thrown at you by life. If you choose to be strong. If you let situation, you don't have to be a victim all the time.
For children with sickle cell, your life is still ahead of you. You can be anything in life. There is no limit to how far you can get to.
Today, on the Justice Court, the plaintiff is asking the court to evict its tenant.
All right. Court in session. Honorable Judge Bumi Assault presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Kayode Udubanjo and Eunice Osondu, parties.
Thank you, Akin.
You're welcome.
Kayode Udubanjo.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant you claimed that is your tenant, right?
Yes.
And you said the house rent expired in October
Yes.
31st, 2023. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right then. And that you've been given 6 months notice to quit. Were you served?
They did not give me quit notice. We are not.
How about 7 days notice?
Give me 7 days notice.
By law, all they need to give you is just 7 days. They don't even have to give you 6 months. That's what the law says. Once your rent has expired and you are still in the house, it's only 7 days that the law. Where is the property?
At Akeson,
Akeson, okay. Well, there is allegation that you destroy the apartment by making it unclean. She does her cooking outside of the kitchen on the balcony with firewood. I'm telling you what he wrote there.
Yeah.
She refuses to always spread her clothes on the spread wire. Rather, she spreads them on the rail, which caused damage to the railing. She wrote us through her lawyer that she needed 1 year to move out of the apartment. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
You requested for 1 year.
Yes.
Okay. Then there isn't much to be. I hope your lawyer told you that the law requires that you must pay for every day you spend in that house.
Everything.
When he was asking you for that 1 year, he told you will pay that 1 year rent. Did he tell you that? That's the law. For every day a tenant spends in a landlord's premises, you must pay until you move out. Even if you are already in court, you must pay. The law will even grant it. So when you are asking for time extension of time, that the landlord should give you, I mean, like, if you ask the landlord to give you like maybe 3 months, 6 months, the bottom line is you pay for that period, but you'll be paying the old rate unless there is an agreement that you pay the new rent. Do you understand me? So right now, as of today, you are owing rent from November 2023 till the day you move out of the premises. The old rent, it cannot increase the rent. That's the only thing. Do you understand me? Now, you granted that 1 year at that time, did you?
No.
Even if you did not grant the 1 year, it's almost 1 year. October, it will be a year.
Yes, ma'am.
This is September.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're talking about a month's time.
Yes, ma'am.
So automatically, she has taken that 1 year. And I'll tell you one thing. When you lease out your premises, all these things that you complained about, at times you see some lease agreement. The landlord will put it there that you can't keep a pet. You can't keep a dog or cat or something. At times it's due to the kind of experience they've had with a particular tenant. Now you know what you don't want. You know things that are likely to happen. Put them in the covenants of subsequent tenants that you get in the premises.
Yes.
You state everything there specifically. What you want and you don't want. Make sure they agree before you take rent.
Yes, Your Honor.
Not that you take the rent, you not bring the agreement that will not be acceptable to them. Do you understand me? Please, I'm listening to you.
So, ma, I don't want to go further. When all these things happen, fiscal challenge, I'm sick. And somebody that is helping me have an issue is no more working or doing anything. So since instead of know that I'm not feeling fine since that time, even till now, I'm supposed to go hospital now. Because of the honor here, I don't like to disobey. So please, ma, I still begging. Give me time.
There's no time that will
I
be
beg.
given. I'll tell you why.
Give
You
me.
asked for 1 year.
That
What I
was-
ought to be asking is when you want to pay. Let me tell you, you see, it's part of mistake we make in life. And you're not a young woman. You understand this better. If staying in Lagos is so expensive that it's pulling you down, change, leave Lagos. When you bounce back, you come in. For as long as you are struggling you keep on getting deeper. Do you have the 1 year rent now that you want more time? Do you have it?
I don't have it.
If you have it and you know you are going to pay, you are ready to pay that 1 year rent, I'll ask him to extend. But before you move out, you pay for that period again. But that is unfair. You are depriving him of income. You have children too. You want somebody to play that out with your kids? Will you be happy? It's not so. You are not feeling fine. Quite all right. You have relatives, don't you? You have children, don't you? You can move in with any one of them. Temporarily, let them nurse you back to health. Then you get another apartment. Maybe get something smaller if you can't afford where you are right now. Look for something that you can conveniently and easily afford. Why are you stressing yourself? You don't have the rent now. You still want the rent to keep on piling up, the money to keep on increasing. I don't understand. What's the basis for that?
Mommy, by June, let me go out. I beg.
June next year.
You can help me. I don't start today.
You are very unreasonable. I'm sorry.
Your Honor.
You are very, very unreasonable.
Your Honor.
I'm telling you, you don't have rent to pay. You have spent how many months in the house?
Don't start today. If
So,
not
okay,
that body
how do
that-
you want to be paying the one that is outstanding? You want more time, but the one you are owing now, how do you want to pay it?
By the time, maybe.
Maybe.
I
You're
don't
not
know,
sure.
I don't know what to say.
You're not sure.
Yes, mommy. What else?
I'm not mommy.
Okay. Honorable. Honorable, please.
Order.
I'm begging. I don't have any help.
Talk to him.
I don't have any help. I'm
Talk
a
to
widow.
him.
I just manage myself.
You want to stay in his house without
Please.
paying rent, free, until any day that you feel like packing out, you feel you have enough money. It doesn't work. That it doesn't work. Think
God
about it.
help me now.
Turn the table round. If you are the one in his shoes, how will you
If God
feel?
help me now, I come out to here and I see the money. Tomorrow I will leave.
If you don't see it, then what happens?
Huh?
If you don't see it, what happens?
I'm struggling. I'm planning.
You've been
I've
struggling
started
for how
to
many
plan
months
for
now?
it.
From October last year
I've started
till now.
Since that time, I'm not
Talk to discuss.
I'm not
Let me have your opinion on this.
Your Honor, there is really nothing I want to hear from her because her son was actually the one who took the apartment for her.
Oh, she's not even the one.
She wasn't the one who came direct. Okay. She came through her son. And what her son told us was, because my late dad actually owns the property, and my late dad wanted to evict her before we lost him. So the son never told us that there are so many grandkids that will be staying with her. She has more than 12 grandchildren staying with her in just a room and parlor self-contained. It's as bad as one of the grandkids actually threw a stone from upstairs and damaged my car glass. We nearly painted the house. When we went to inspect the paint, we noticed she put a mop that was dripping water on the railings of the apartment. So it's really nothing that we can't condole her anymore. So what we actually want her to do is to leave the apartment.
Okay, nice. You just want eviction. You're not even asking.
We are not even asking her for that.
Oh.
The plaintiff, Kayode Odubanjo, claims that his father rented an apartment to the son of the defendant. Now his father has passed, the son is nowhere to be found, and unpaid rent has been accumulating. The defendant, Eunice Osondo, admitted that her son rented the apartment for her, but due to her health and family challenges, it has been impossible to renew the rent or vacate the apartment. She had earlier pleaded to be allowed a year's stay in the apartment after her rent expired. Now in court, she is asking for additional 8 months. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Very lucky. Very lucky. So what you do? How long do you want to give her to move out?
We can give her till the end of next month.
October.
To make it 1 year.
Now we'll find money to come out.
Madam.
Now I will see money. Even if I want beg somebody to stay with them, is it one within
the son no longer picks our call?
How much are you paying for?
Not.
How much are you paying for?
300.
No, it's not even 300, my honor. We have the cheapest house at Igondo. She pays 250.
How many bedroom apartment?
It's a 1-room and parlor self-contained.
1 room and parlor self. So you have grandchildren staying with you?
I have grandchildren.
How many of them?
Huh?
How many?
The one that stays with me, will come with me. They are 8.
Okay.
All of both my children. Because it's when I am not okay, when I'm sick, I say let them go there because small thing why they do, now when I take the feed. So their mother carry them come. They go there, I take and they eat, they go hospital. Because the one where they help me, and the one where into the house for me.
Where is that one now?
And since that I never hear him, even though me I'm afraid, I don't know it's because
Is he abroad?
in job.
Is he outside Nigeria?
No, you see, we have challenges. You see, that is the problem. Not that
So
he
all
never
of,
default.
all of them, the other children too, they can't assist you.
There's no work. They don't have anything doing. It's only this one that is helping me.
Is he your relative? Are you related?
With this? No, it's my landlord's son.
It's your landlord.
It's my
So you
landlord's
are not
son.
related. So you can't carry your own family problem
I know.
and put it on his head.
Even when the father...
You understand me? And you see, I think they've tried for him to even waive all the money you are owing. Because you see, you have to be able to live up to your words. Last year, you went there, you even got a lawyer to write a letter to him. And you said that is true because I asked you. You said yes. The lawyer wrote them to request for 1 year for you to stay for 1 more year in the house.
Mommy, honorable, you know what happened?
What happened?
When I go out, when I come back, people are telling me that I carry people to come and throw away my load. That is waiting bring life. I've been begging them. So maybe they have patience, even though if for 2 years or 3 years I stay. I
You know
will pay
what?
them.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you one thing.
Like now,
I'm going to do one thing. Listen to me, right? By October, you requested for. Please give her till November. You know why I said November? Now she knows she must leave. All this while, she has not been looking for any alternative accommodation.
Why?
So let's give her the room. Do you understand? Time to look for somewhere else. So give her till November ending. You have up to November ending, last day of November. That's what the law says. You have to go.
Honorable.
What is it?
Can I find any money now to go from now till November? That is 2 months.
You can't keep on staying in his house forever. He has to.
I cannot stay there, and I no wish to stay there.
So you will move.
I no wish to stay there.
You know
If
what?
not that
Start
I'm
looking for where to go now, madam.
If
You
not
understand?
my
Let me
physical
tell you
challenge.
something, Eunice. Let me tell you, right? 2 things ought to be happening now. Ordinarily, you should be looking for the money to pay for the time you spent in that house without paying. Secondly, you should be looking for money to get somewhere else that you will move into. Even though I know it's not compulsory, you obtain another apartment, you can look for somewhere or somebody to live with temporarily.
I don't have anybody.
So anybody, where are you from?
From Imo State. I don't have anybody.
All of us, we all have family houses. We are
I don't have.
Nigerians. You don't have a family house.
I don't have. I mean, I cannot lie to you.
But you can't live in his house forever.
I know.
Okay.
Just
And he wants you to go in October. I've told him to let you leave by November. What else do you want?
The plaintiff decided not to collect the overdue rent, but demanded that the tenant vacate the apartment. After the break, Judge Fumi rules.
No, you asked for 1 year. Ordinarily, you should not be taking a day after that 1 year you requested for. You got a lawyer, and I'm sure that lawyer would have told you the implication that time. There is no lawyer that will help you to write a landlord to ask for an extension of time that will not explain to you that period of time you will pay for it. But now they are waiving it. My judgment for the plaintiff, the landlord has waived the rent that the tenant is owing, but the tenant is to vacate the premises by the last day of November 2020.
Mommy, please.
All right.
On the Justice Court, the partners are back in court to establish the paternity of their child.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Helen Okome and Abraham Okonkwo. That is
Thank you, Epi.
One day, I got back from work and she called me and said she was pregnant. So, and I was like, okay, what do you want? So we agreed that she was going to give birth to the child. I said, okay. So 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. You know, then I was kind of busy. I was going to work every day, so the pregnancy was not showing. I had to take her to hospital for a scan. So when I got there, the doctor was like, she's just 1 month, and she was 1 month pregnant. I was like, it's impossible.
The plaintiff, Okonkwo Abraham, claims that he doubts if he is responsible for Helen's pregnancy because the duration of the pregnancy stated by Helen is inconsistent with laboratory scan results. Judge Fumi recommends a DNA test after Helen puts to bed and helps both parties to reach amicable settlement on upkeep.
Helen. Abraham brought it to court.
Your Honor, actually, you know, we've had so many issues that I could not say the first day we were here. So, and I'm not saying them now. So it gave me so much doubt that I had to, request for a DNA test. Because we all know what's happening these days. Okay? I don't want to take chances. That's just it. So that I will know what I'm fighting for and what I'm struggling for, what I'm hustling for also. You understand? So that's just it, Your Honor.
Do you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. Can we have the result? I believe the result is ready. Yes, can we have it?
Your Honor, here's the result.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks, Aki. We have the result here. Links DNA Laboratories. The above summary shows that Abraham Chinemerem Okoronkwo is the biological father of the tested male child, Nelson Chinecherem Abraham, as plainly expressed on the DCC test result sheet overlay. DNA analysis positive. Probability of paternity 99.999995%. How do you feel?
Relieved.
Pardon?
I feel relieved.
Don't you think she deserves an apology?
She actually deserves an apology.
So let's give the apology before we go ahead.
Helen, I'm very, very sorry for taking this to this extent. I think we both know why it got to this stage, but I'm really sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
You accepted this apology. You see why it's always good to be cautious. It's good to address your doubts as well, because at that point you'll be at peace.
Yes.
Moving forward.
So,
Arise.
Your Honor, I want to say something, please. Yeah, I believe I went too far Okay? I've always thought of what if Nelson is my son. So how would she feel that I brought her out this far, you know? But at the same time, Your Honor, you're a mother. I know. And there are things I think you know more than Helen. There are things you can, you know, chip into her, you know, teach her. Right here and right now. And those things are things that maybe if I had told her, she wouldn't have believed me. She would want to argue it.
You know what I want to do? I love this call for an external interference in your relationship. You know what it means? You've realized and accepted that you have challenges on ground, which you want resolved, and you need the assistance. You know what I'm going to do? I'll refer the two of you to the professionals, where the two of you are able to air off camera.
Okay.
That way, you feel relaxed to say everything out.
Okay.
And they will guide you on how to move forward.
The DNA test confirms Abraham is the biological father of the child. Judge Funmi advises both parties to use the service of a counselor to address other personal concerns in their relationship. After the break, Judge Funmi wraps this matter.
So, when you leave here now, the courtroom, go to the legal team.
Okay.
Let them arrange that for you.
Okay.
Go for minimum of 4. You can have maximum of 8 sessions.
Okay.
After that, if you still have any issue, report back. They will know how to take it up from that angle as well. I wish you all the best. Ellen, you see, in life, challenges come. Do you understand? Things are not always the way we want it to be. But the two of you have to work hand in hand. He's been humble about everything. And that takes a man. When you know you have done something wrong, you accept that. And you are looking for a way forward. I'm not saying you are a saint. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you are without fault. So I want you to, the two of you to cooperate with each other. Do you understand? So go to the legal team. That's my ruling. Arise.
All rise.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland.
Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day. Minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually have to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in beers and blood.
It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. It's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Great panelists with topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. My name is Inikwi Victoria Amodu, and I am joined by Elijah Felix and Bola Yaya. Permit me to lead the way right after this short break. Ministry partners with NDPC to empower youth amid road safety concerns and celebratory act of youth-led change. The Federal Ministry of Youth has signed a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Nigeria Data Protection Commission, NDPC, to train 5,000 Nigerian youth in data protection and privacy. Minister of State for Youth Development, Ayodele Olawande, highlighted that this partnership will not only provide technical skills, but also generate job opportunities and contribute to national development. Meanwhile, concerns about law enforcement in Lagos have resurfaced after several arrests, some attempted, were made for alleged traffic violations. Citizens have called for clearer road signs and better communication, pointing out that improper placement of traffic lights and signposts creates confusion for road users. In more positive news, Nigerian youth celebrity Ashakain has built a borehole in Plateau State community that had previously only relied on 3 wells and put children to school. This act of goodwill has provided access to clean water and education, which will greatly impact the community's health and education.
This is great.
I mean, this is great. But before we go into Ashokai's, goodwill or Change Act, I really want us to talk about the NDPC and the ministry's collaboration to train 5,000 Nigerian youth, in data protection.
Okay, so data protection, training 5,000 youths for data protection is not really the solution to these problems. Giving youth technical skills you get, it's more like putting the cart before the horse. Why not teach them on data science first? Teach them on data science, you understand? So at least we know that skill is employable. You understand? Make them employable in the job market. So I'd like to know your thoughts.
Anyway, the thing is, I agree with you on one hand, but let me just see how to buttress on what you are saying. It's a good will from the ministry to say, okay, let's train your youths in data. But the issue I have is that, like, it's not just, if they are talking about employability skill, we should expose youth beyond just giving them information about the importance of data protection online and the rest.
I think everybody should actually have.
Everybody should just have as a basic knowledge. But it does not directly connote skills development in that area. What they'll be talking about is skills of the future, tech skills, data science, data analysis, artificial intelligence, AI. These are skills where young persons can tap into. Learn to integrate these skills to their existing profession. Those that have existing professions. If you don't have an existing, let's say you're a student or undergraduate in the university or just a young person, you can actually learn these things and then build up your skills and then get exposed to the right kind of technical trainings and then exams, qualifying exams if there need be, and then look for job opportunities.
Yes, true.
Probably they are trying to teach them on better usage of data privacy.
Data privacy.
But it does not necessarily translate into.
Let's first of all applaud them on one hand. At least that consciousness that okay, we have to do more for the youth. But beyond that, if they really want to do this, they should do it thoroughly. If you are talking about 5,000 young persons, you want to train them, let it be that you are training them on relevant tech skills.
Precisely.
So
that would be able to, that would be sustainable.
That would be sustainable.
So I really want us to talk about the impact of this training, right, on the Nigerian economy. But before we actually go into that, I want to suggest that there are actually multiple ways to go about this. Yes, there's training, which is very commendable. But I think that, if we're going to talk about unemployment, right, what about job placement for people who already have these skills? I don't know if you understand me. In Nigeria, we have
they could buttress with cybersecurity, something like that.
Okay. Now, here's the thing: if you look at the finance sector,
or even internship,
if you look at the finance sector, the emergence of a lot of fintechs, these things thrive on analytics. There are opportunities there. Then you are talking about other opportunities beyond just the provision of job opportunity within the country. Do you know that these skills can be exported from the confine of your homes? You can actually solve data-dependent problem abroad and then in foreign currency. They pay you and you are working in Nigeria. So you can actually, these are ways where Nigerian youths can gain from this.
And that's why, because data science cuts across sectors, you can use it.
And that's why your points are actually valid on the fact that beyond data protection, the skills that they
can you protect data that you don't understand the data science behind the data?
That's why I said they were putting the cart before the horse. You understand? You need to understand what you're trying to protect.
I think the ministry is trying to promote data, the consciousness of the importance of protecting data, because data and your own data, your personal data and your privacy is important. It could be used against you. So it ought to be protected. It's a good awareness. But beyond that, I think what they need more is, for instance, now you can't learn traffic. I was saying it earlier that you can't learn how to drive without learning your traffic light skill. When you learn traffic light skill, it doesn't end there. Beyond that, do you learn how driving is a survival skill? That's what most people say, which is true. So if you are informed about your data privacy in the cyber world, cyberspace, beyond that, can you navigate the cyberspace using the new technology, AIs, analytics, and then the science behind it and incorporate it into your profession.
So very quickly, right? What are your thoughts on the impact of this, in on the Nigerian economy?
That's what now, as earlier said, the issue of foreign exchange, foreign inflow of So imagine a young person is given this job. Let's say you are working for one company in China or in the US, and then you are earning in foreign currency. The money is coming to Nigeria.
Precisely.
So many other things. And when money, they say no, people are happy, they're employed, people will be willing to pay government tax, do the right things, money will go around, be able to afford things. It's actually going to go around.
It's going to go around. Okay, so
and then we also be a knowledge-based economy. This is another one because there are a lot of there's this mark. I remember this quote that says, "Earth's great treasure lies in the human personality," or that the greatest wealth in the earth lies in between the ears of the humans, means your brain. So just imagine that we're talking about exporting oil. How many young persons will have access to crude oil? Literally none. Almost none. Let's just except those that are close to the
let's just say
the corridors of power.
Not everyone.
Not everyone. In fact, the vast 99% or more than 99%. Now, but what you can export or what you can gain access to, that human raw material, human natural resources, is your intellect. Now, if the youth can develop their skills in tandem with global standards and new technology, we can be able to tap into global economy.
That's why I believe
and
we
then
as
export
humans,
our skill
we are
and then develop our country.
You understand? We are evolving. So if everyone can key into that mentality of continuous knowledge, learning and development and all that, so it's going to translate more into more employability instead of just being stagnant or static in one place and start thinking or waiting for someone to spoon feed you.
All right, thank you very much. So in recent times, we've actually seen the whole harassment, from the police force. And their major reason is that, okay, the road users, use one way, or they go against or have gone against the traffic rules. Do you get? But then when you actually look deeper into this, you get to realize and understand that, first of all, there is no proper communication, as to these rules or traffic signs that they are trying to enforce. You are passing a way and then you say it's one way. Please, where is the signpost?
Okay, let me get down to a point. Okay. Most of these people who learn how to drive, normally you are learning how to drive, you're supposed, the norm is that you should learn rules, traffic rules and everything about the ways, dual roads and how to navigate them.
Yeah, precisely.
But let me ask you a question. How many of these persons navigating or using the roads learn that way? Is a question you should ask.
Okay.
You get, what are the authorities you get governing these things? Are they accountable enough? Are they doing their job? Sometimes some people just learn somewhere and obtain their driver's license without knowing these rules. So that is where, like, we're starting from the from the down level, from the person learning. You understand? Before we go to the top.
Okay, so Elijah, what's your take?
Recently, this Nollywood actress, celebrity, Kate Henshaw, she actually narrated her own ordeal with the police while she was driving. They were actually fixing the way. So, when they are fixing the road, especially dual carriage route, they will block one of the lane that is being constructed, and then every other one will serve as both directions of the traffic. Now, when they finish it, you need to duly inform the public that this road is completed, and you won't see anything, or maybe you put something that is vague, and then they keep doing it as before. Then the police will just harass them.
Come from nowhere.
Now the issue is that I think the problem, if you watch several times, I've seen how these guys react. I mean, not just the police, even the LASMA. Let me use LASMA for example. LASMA themselves. I've seen some. I'm not saying entirely the whole of LASMA.
Some of them.
Some LASMA official. We have, of course, LASMA is doing a very excellent job. We've seen how they handle traffic. They do very well. But some of their officials, unfortunately, when you watch them at different junctions or bus stops along the road, they are actually waiting for you to just commit an offense, and they will come in with their own zest and zeal
and you know
just to do that and punish you.
Offenses that are not even properly communicated. That's the major issue.
Some of these things could have been avoided. Maybe they see you want to park somewhere you're not supposed to. They can actually inform you, please don't park there. It's not waiting
until
I
just feel they do it intentionally.
They do it. That's what I feel. So they just want so that they can exploit people, extort money from people and the rest.
So I actually want to orient. Is it orient or orient now? You know, if you're watching this, if you're a police force or if you're a member of the force, yes, or last man or whoever, and also for citizens as well. So number one.
And for context, LASMA is Lagos State Traffic Management Authority.
Yeah.
The traffic officials. So that's just for context.
Thank you for that. Okay, so now there's a law that actually governs and that binds this act, right? So first of all, the whole issue of harassment, when, just like you talked about the celebrity that had an encounter with this person, we have a right to dignity of human person. So I think that it's very essential that when these armed forces, or when these forces are coming out to, in quotes, enforce whatever laws that they are trying to enforce, they should understand that you should do that respectfully. Every human or every Nigerian citizen has the right to dignity of human person. Now, the Police Force Act actually, not even recommends, mandates that every policeman should carry out their task professionally and respectfully. So it's very unprofessional for you to come and just arrest someone. You don't have a valid reason for arresting the person and harass the person. So it's very essential that we do that. Now, for the signpost, I think it's also very essential that we properly communicate these traffic signs, whatever improvements that we have on our roads. Not the Constitution now. One of the acts, right, also mandates that there is proper communication, a bold and visible signage of all of these traffic
clearly
signs.
Stated,
yeah,
right?
Clearly stated. So please, if you're not doing that, ensure you go back to your drawing book.
But another thing again, just to extend your conversation, beyond those, can we automate the system? Like a thriving city like Lagos. Lagos is, Lagos is always used as a model state in Nigeria and some part of West Africa. Can we upgrade that? Most of these things can be automated. You don't have to have policemen and traffic officers running around. Do you know they can actually endanger themselves? Just imagine a police officer trying to stop a vehicle, and then another vehicle could just knock him down, or there could be chaos accident. Can we automate the process and have capture cameras that can capture plate numbers?
This is just beyond law enforcement as well. Take for instance, apart from governance, even the people, zebra crossing, you don't try it. You don't try it here.
People don't understand these things.
You can't even do it here.
You can't try it,
you cannot.
Because I want to cross the road and I go and stand on the zebra crossing and you get people walking with me say don't try it.
You'll be smashed. Because most people don't even understand what the zebra crossing stands
even some of the road users, you see a pedestrian standing there, something should signal to you that
what about traffic lights? How many of them obey traffic lights?
The issue is that they can actually drive massive orientation. At the same time, we can always be where we are always be. If we claim to be a thriving city, Lagos is what they call it, cosmopolitan and what? And what's this word? I'm trying to remember. But it's a developing city. A city that will be like a model city to other parts of the country and West Africa, even the region. In terms of West Africa now, we need to always do better. So if you go to countries like, let's say if you go to cities like London, go to cities like Dubai, go to cities like New York, mention those cities. You don't see, of course, they have human factor. Police officers will be there to, at times, control. But they also, they are the minimal human intervention. They have the structure. So can we grow beyond this level? While we are trying to orientate the police to do the right thing,
you orient the people.
We also orientate the people. We also try to encourage technology in managing these things, and then let us have a thriving, well-developed city.
So we saw Ashakain, right? Ashakain built a borehole.
There's something, yes, I saw it too. There's something they said about Kain, that Kain is doing more for the people than I won't mention.
Yeah,
so he has done that project, I think he collaborated with another celebrity, so I've forgotten her name.
I think with an organization, I don't know.
It's a person, an individual.
Okay. You mean Ashakain with the other another individual?
Yes, it's actually a state. So they did it, and you see the joy joy, like you saw the joy on their faces. They had like 2 or 3, you get channels of water. And
it was just 3 wells.
3 wells, you can imagine.
This day and time.
Just imagine, just 3
for a whole community
to you get.
Wow.
So that came as a relief for them. You understand? So I just see it as people, we have values. Yes, we do have values. We do have empathy, and we see what the day-to-day person struggles. So you cannot tell me that people in the government cannot see that.
True.
You are a person before you are a leader, right? You are a person first before you're a leader or before you attain any position of prominence. So I must commend him. Like, that's commendable.
Well,
not just that, a lot of other things he has done. So we name him the Mr. Beast of Nigeria.
Yes.
So yeah, it's commendable.
Okay, well, it's a good one what he has done, but I still beg to differ, in the sense that after he constructs the ball, what next? Who will maintain it?
Yeah, they place solar systems.
I'm trying to say, forget all those ones. Let
me
tell you what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
It's a good thing, don't get me wrong. It's a good thing. The reason why I say forget all those ones is that we have seen, this is more like a recurring decimal. We have seen a lot of well-meaning Nigerians
recurring decimal
done good stuff for Nigerians.
Citizen, an ordinary person doing
at the ending,
things.
These things are not being maintained. So who is supposed to do that? It still falls, the buck falls, lies at the text of the government. Do your job. You don't have to wait. It's not the job of the citizens to provide basic infrastructure for all the citizens.
They are not doing
what we are saying.
Because this is a government that wants to come and tax the citizens. They are always talking about raising funds, tax, and everything. The government should work for you. But how about you putting those things, providing basic infrastructures and addressing the needs? That's what we call needs. I think if you listen to United Nations, how they solve problems,
the basic needs for a society
that's what we call
function.
they do needs assessment. They go to a particular community and they do needs assessment. What does these people, what do they really want? Can we, and why are they having this problem? They will keep asking why until they go from the effect to the cause, and then they will solve the problem. Kudos to the Ashakan, he did well. But the question is, there are many other Nigerians that have done similar things before him, but the problem still persists. So that means it all boils down to the government. Do what you want to do. You don't have to allow people suffer before other people come to help for something that could be done.
When
provide the basic infrastructure.
Post, what came to mind was you can just see the humanity in Nigerian or in citizens. So why can't we have this in our
I'm not a prophet of Zoom. I'm not a prophet of doom. But let me tell you, go back there in 10 years, most of those boreholes will not be properly managed.
At least that's more like
you are looking at a temporary relief. I know, but we are not. I'm not saying
it's not going to be there forever.
Yes, but that's why I'm saying that it's not the solution. The solution is a good thing. What he has done, we want more Nigerians to help.
Step up.
But can the government step up, provide sustainable development?
This is for the government to step up.
That's what we're saying.
So
provide sustainable development for your citizens. Don't rely on the goodwill alone of the citizens.
Very true.
That's
all right. So far, we've discussed about the traffic issues. We've discussed about the 5,000 Nigerian youth training on data protection, and also the goodwill of the Nigerian celebrity Ashakan. Please do stay tuned after the break. Elijah would be next. Thank you.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
World Politics, a tale of political tensions in the US and Nigeria's 2024 off-cycle election. The ballot is stronger than the bullets, and that's from Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. The chaotic political landscape in the United States, especially following recent assassination attempts on former President Trump, has placed a global spotlight on the country's struggle to maintain a peaceful political atmosphere. This turbulence raises serious questions about the integrity of democratic values. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, all eyes are on Edo State as it gears up for the 2024 gubernatorial elections. The principle of credibility, integrity, accountability, and fairness will play a vital role in determining the outcome. These democratic pillars should guide the electoral processes, ensuring a result that reflects the true will of the people and solidifies trust in the nation's political system. Okay, so you know, before we delve into the U.S. election and the Edo State election, you know, we still have other countries that are having elections this year. But let's talk about our neighbor here, Ghana, for instance. You know, the president of Ghana has just completed his tenure. That is in the person of Akufo-Addo, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo. I think this year will be handing over. But you know, as they prepare to have an election this year, his vice president is one of the persons contesting for president. Yeah, and then there are a lot of concern in Ghana. I just want to get so the vice president, his name, you know, is from their party. We have New Patriotic Party in Ghana. Okay. So the vice president of Ghana, Mahmoud Bawumia, I think that's the pronunciation. We're correct. Dr. Mahamoud Bawumia. So now there are concerns. He talked about issues on tax, you know, encouraging technological development in Ghana, enhancing tech skills, just like what we said in Ghana. He wanted young persons to be involved in technology, and also their processes to be automated. He wants to introduce technological processes in their system of managing governmental processes. He also wants to see how to encourage this issue of taxing. You know, there is this issue of maybe too much multiple taxation, high cost of living in Ghana. So these are the concerns. You can see that it's kind of similar to what we have in Nigeria. Precisely. So this problem is not just related to Nigeria. So we'll be watching Ghana from now till when they have the election, even post-election. So we are going to be monitoring Ghana. We'll talk more about it subsequently. So back to the US election. You know, about, let's say, last week, a middle of, or let's say at the beginning of last week, there was a second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump at his Trump International Golf Course. You know, luckily for him again, this time around the suspect was apprehended. He was arrested. You know, the first attempt, the suspect was actually killed at sight. Or killed, he was shot at sight. So now the issue is this. The system is so chaotic right now in the US.
You know,
and the rest.
What I have to say is that now there is more like the US elections is more like the center of attention to the world, because United States stands as a bastion of democracy. Precisely. The world is more like, you say you are a leader in something, you're actually the head of something, and you are not living up to expectations. You understand the violence, just imagine assassins coming so close to a political figure and a person who is running for presidency. It goes to show that it's questionable. You get, it's many things you get, and coming from their campaign lines, the words, the system, like just imagine the
smear politics.
Yes, imagine the last campaign they had. The debates they had with Trump and Kamala. It just goes to show that the world is watching, and people are like, oh, is this not the bastion of democracy? This is what they do. How much more?
Soldiers actually died and fight for democracy.
Restoring
democracy
but
in other,
just see how,
regions.
See the direction it's going. Like the trajectory is not so good. At all. Like it's not very good, and it's not more like something a leader should do. You understand? Standing as, okay, you are always putting the spotlight on people's democracy, that you are not doing this right, but see the country, see everything going on. 3 assassination attempts. Come on, the first one could be a mistake. It's actually the first one.
It's 2 assassinations.
The second one. The first one could be a mistake. What about the second one?
The first one was not actually a mistake.
No, let's just say first attempts could be a mistake or something you get. could get up. But
If
what
you
about
excuse
the
the first
second
one, you won't
What
excuse the
about
second one.
second one? You won't excuse it. You get. So I guess
Hopefully
it's a
there's no
problem.
third
The
one.
world is watching them. The systems, the so-called democracy they stand for, is watching. All majority of these countries that are kind of practicing democracy and all that, this same country kind of like question them that you guys are practicing quasi-democracy. What about you now?
Although the sitting president Biden has committed to beef up personal security for Donald Trump, but beyond that, they should go beyond words. Can we have a rancor?
No, I feel the atmosphere, the political atmosphere in the US now is quite
tense.
Violent and
Very
tense.
tense.
It's just too
and
violent.
It's disturbing.
Yes, it's very
Really
disturbing. You get shootings, you see word attack, even the running candidates, you see the words they use on each other. The last debate was not focused on what you are doing for the people or what you are going to do or the strategies you put in place. This one is more like a personal vendetta.
Settling personal scores.
You get, it's just a problem.
So we are appealing to President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris, please work with yourselves
so
to ensure
beyond
peace.
vote candidates, right? It might also be that their followers or people who are supporting them also, I don't know.
It all boils down to both of them now. They should try to take charge. Donald Trump should talk to his base. Kamala, talk to your base. Everybody, calm down.
There's more like social unrest.
Exactly.
There's a divide in
so
interest.
What's that thing we always say in Nigeria? Let's tell them, election no be war.
Election no be war.
Election no be war.
Well, indeed. So I think that it's very essential that caution is being taken, and everybody, we're all stakeholders in this. So please, be responsible and accountable as well.
Yes.
They're moving down to
Edo State elections.
State.
Recently the chief of defense staff in the person of General Christopher Musa had to travel all the way from Abuja to meet the governor of Edo State and speak with security stakeholders to discuss and ensure the participation of the military enhancing or promoting free and fair election and security and safety. So the issue is that I have with this is that before you delve into the matter, there have been some concern about police being compromised. The governor was making some allegation that he feels that the police will do more harm than good, and there are some means of calculated ways to maybe favor a certain party over another party. But then the question is, should soldiers be involved in enhancing law and order, especially during elections? Don't they have, although in this part of the world it's so normal that when there's a little unrest, you see soldiers roaming around doing the work of police. It's not this is an abnormal situation. It's not becoming a very normal situation. To the extent that the chief of defense staff had to leave his office to come and there are other important things he could have done in Abuja there.
So what is really happening to the police force or to our police force? So it now feels like people would only listen when they see the military or the militants, which is not
military.
The military rather. We need to really revisit this situation. It's something we need to talk about. I'm saying
that's another thing.
Government.
We ought to, because this will now open other issues like police funding, police retraining, police redeployment, police orientation, public orientation, police civil relationship, all these things. But that's like topic for another day. But let's focus on the election. Can we tell the political situations too in the Edo State, although has not really become, it's a little bit chaotic.
There's about a peace accord.
Yes, but there's an issue now. They are accusing some members of a certain political party as complicit in the death of a police officer. That's how serious it is now. Wow. So it's like there is violence already. So can we tone down the tense
and focus on residents of Edo State are already scared of the upcoming election, and there's an atmosphere of fear. Right.
Apprehension, fear.
An atmosphere of fear.
Yes. So, and the governor seems to have lost confidence in the police force, which is not supposed to be. There's supposed to be a cordial relationship between the governor and then the chief, what do you call them, the commissioner of police. So they are for the enhance. The military does not necessarily have to get involved.
So does it even mean that the police force don't understand their place of ensuring safety?
I think it's a matter of this is a systematic problem, or should I say, I would call it a systemic failure or problem. It's not because we have a lot of, some of these police officers are well trained. Have you seen some of our high ranking police officers, the badges they wear? Like there was a police officer, I saw his badge. I think the current Inspector General of Police, if you look at his badge, he's carrying an FBI badge. He was trained in FBI Academy in the US. So many of them are well trained. They know these things. The problem is a systemic failure, and it happened over the years. So, like I said, we will not talk about that now. Police case is another case, but we are focused on the election now. Maybe another time we will revisit this issue of police case. But the question now is that how would we boost voters' confidence in Edo State and ensure a rancor-free, less tense atmosphere in Edo State? That is the issue on ground now, whether the military gets involved or not. So that's the question now. So what do you think about this? What do you think?
Well, I still believe in fairness. I still believe in sensibility when treating political topics, because first of all, you are trying to govern. I won't use the word rule. You are trying to govern people like yourself. You understand? You are trying to govern people. You are trying to create policies and strategies to help these people grow, to help your state grow. And you also, you are helping yourself and posterity to come. So why not build on the principle of fairness, credibility, and accountability? So I think the problem we have is the issue of accountability and credibility as a nation. If we are able to fix our problem with credibility, then to an extent, we'll fix many things as a nation and as leaders.
Yes, so I'll take it up from where Bola talked about accountability, which is very essential. If you remember the debates, there was a call for debates where all the candidates, right, from the three political parties were to come and, debate, and only one, actually honored it. So now, and this raises the issue of accountability. If you cannot come and actually express or debate, to the people that you intend to govern, how are we sure that you would be accountable when you get to office? Do you understand? So before you get to office, you're already not accountable.
Okay.
So when you now get to office, what's the possibility of your accountability?
Okay. So you
so it's more of a thing that what you did before office, you are going to continue.
You're going to continue
after.
doing it. And another thing I want to say is that we should let the people of Edo State freely, and fairly vote who they want in office without fear of violence and tension.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So what we're going to just emphasize is that the various candidates should, especially the three musketeers, they have many candidates, but the three musketeers, the major the three choices, which is the PDP, APC, and the Labour Party, we should focus more on addressing the concerns of Edo State, not just smear politics or personal attacks. That is one. And then let me emphasize Abraham Lincoln again. He said, ballots is greater than the bullets, right? So we don't have to kill ourselves because of the ballot is stronger and greater than the bullets. I'm paraphrasing him, Abraham Lincoln, so that you can actually cause change and positive revolution through the ballots, not the bullets.
True.
And then election, no be war. To those in Ghana, Nigeria, and US, we see election, no be war. Right, thank you very much for your contribution. Bola Yaya is next after the break.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Climate change. Urgent flood warning for 11 Nigerian states amid Lagdo Dam releases. Nigerian authorities have raised alarm for 11 states, warning of imminent flooding as Cameroon initiates controlled releases from its Lagdo Dam. Following heavy rainfall across West and Central Africa, with water levels expected to rise, residents affected in regions must take swift precautionary measures, secure property, stay updated on alerts, and evacuate if necessary. Immediate action is vital to safeguarding lives, minimizing damage, and preventing potential disaster in vulnerable communities. Wow. You can see that this is more like, because it has been forecasted that it's going to rise, water level is going to rise, you get, in coming days. And also, you know, there are so many measures to be taken before this whole thing happened. So if we are going back in time in history, Cameroon and Nigeria had a pact to create dams, 2 dams, Nigeria on the end and Cameroon. Cameroon created theirs, but I don't know what happened. You get, from our own sector, you understand? So I think that is more like we're paying the price for what was supposed to be prevented years ago.
And now they are not still managing it well. The next generation too will still suffer it.
Now this is not just the issue of climate change. This is more like an issue of what measures, what preemptive measures can you take? Have you taken? You get, how are you going to evacuate people? Like recently, money, billions of naira has been donated, you get, to these flood victims as flood relief. So how can they channel these funds, you understand, to properly tackle the issue on ground? So what are your thoughts?
Okay. All right. So first of all, you mentioned evacuation. I mean, my thoughts on this, right, is that this situation there's a need for urgency, right, in this situation, and there's a need to approach it in multiple, you know, ways. First of all, there's need for immediate action, which number one you've mentioned is evacuation. You know, moving from where those people were affected, and moving from where they are to probably a higher place or a higher ground, somewhere that, you know, the water or the flood would not affect. Now, to also pay attention to the evacuation plans, right? What's the plan? What's the government planning? What is their plan, or what are the plans of the community leaders to evacuate citizens or residents of that place from there to a better location? Another thing is, we are so used to, number one, blaming climate change. Number two, you know, reactive measures, which is not good for us. So lack of inaction, you know, when it is needed, is actually more costly. You know, it costs life, livelihood, and also our stock as well, you know, and the environment. So it's very essential that the governments, because we shouldn't blame climate change for this at this point in time. What needs to be done should be done. There should be proper infrastructure, you know, the drainage system, building of more drainage systems to be able to, you know, pass drains, and also infrastructure. I don't know, I mentioned this, you know, before we came on air, that there's need for us to build proper infrastructure, you know, in order to help with the channel.
You know, this is going to be an issue, because, you know, hydrological experts are of the opinion that the Garua River is more like a tributary to the River Benue, meaning it empties into the River Benue. You get, and there are people living within this belt, the belt of the River Benue. How do you think, like, I'll push this question, what do you think can be done? Because this is going to lead to death, loss of properties.
From people that are, let's say, people that conducted various survey on these areas years before, I'm sure they may have, one way or the other, written reports or notified the government that there are some areas that are prone to flooding by virtue of their position, height, or, you know, geographical position in these areas. There are areas that are more prone to flooding and erosion than some other areas. So the question is, they saw this thing, some of them saw this in 30 years ago. You know, most times they will tell you this thing will happen in the next so number of years. They used to forecast. Right now, because of, that time, the climate and atmospheric condition of the world at that time is different from now. So we are having climate change, those people in astronomical physics and geography, they will tell you what is happening. That we're actually having climate change. Polar ice is melting. You know, the world is 70%
plates are
water.
moving over
Yeah,
time.
according to geography, the world is constituent. It's 70% water, 30% land, terrestrial. So, and the vast amount of this water is stored as ice. They have polar ice region. But due to global warming, effect of global warming and climate change, these ice are already melting, some of them, and then increasing the level of water level globally. Sea levels are rising. When you see those that measure, so those things and these things. So now, they are going to be more. Don't you watch what is happening in other countries? In fact, our country, Nigeria, is even milder compared to what is happening in many other countries. That's destroying communities, livelihood, changing people's ancestral heritage.
Yes,
that's
like
the word.
Like
you see that these people are used to living this particular way in this particular area, for the past maybe 100 years or more. All of a sudden, water just came, change it, and then it's not
below water.
Bury the total. So
because there are so many civilizations that has gone below water over time. So and it's happening. It's a continuous.
So now the issue now is that you know the problem where, let me tell you something. This is on the lighter note though. When you have problem in Nigeria, when there is a little outcry or unrest, what does the government do? It's either they're sharing bag of rice in Nigeria or giving you 500 million naira. Like the governor of Borno State, well, he was magnanimous enough to give each head of households that he saw that were distressed 10,000 naira each. But guess what? It will not solve the problem. In fact, they are exploited. Boats were collecting, charging so much to move them. And kudos to the army. The army actually came to the rescue, used their special military vehicles to transport people from
one place to the other. Yes. So I saw a clip where they were throwing bread. What is bread like?
Those are temporary relief.
I know it's temporary relief, but it's more like they are seeing it more as a solution. Okay, the funds that has been released, how do they channel these funds?
There's a statement that Remi Tinubu, the first lady, or the wife of the president. Some people call her wife of the president. Wife of the president, first lady, the same person. She was magnanimous enough through her, by virtue of her being the first lady or wife of the president, donated 500 million naira for relief. Other many Nigerians like Atiku raised 100 million. Peter Obi 50 million. Other people. It's a good
like
one.
Climbing over
I like the fact that they are raising this money, but the question is, the question they should ask now is emergency relief to help them.
Precisely.
This thing has happened is a recurring decimal. Other communities, they should not wait for these things to happen. There are many other communities that are prone to flood. What have they done to the money that was raised before? How have they used them judiciously to
now that boils down to accountability.
How are they managing it?
Now it's not across sectors.
It is being used to address this
train money to the
problem. That's part of accountability. Where accountability comes in.
Can they monitor them? I think the federal government, this is the time that this is where we call state of emergency, you know.
Yes.
State of emergency is not only for insecurity, like the one that has to do with kinetic insecurity, where exchange of gunfire. This one now is natural insecurity. Should I say natural state of emergency? The president should use his power as president, the authority as president, to hold or partner with the governor, the governor of Borno State, and they should work together to call every hands on decks, and they should work towards this thing. Declare that state of emergency so that these people will not be displaced and their daily life. Do you know how many persons lost their goods?
So many, like it's going to like 9 billion naira. Lots of properties.
So these things will not. I hope there is insurance for them. That's
another problem.
But let's save their life first. So the government have to channel this for. It's not by giving. I appreciate those people that were able to bring that money for this.
And the resultant.
Can the money do the work?
You know the resultant effect of these things, that it's affecting crops, it's affecting food supplies, as food security is being affected. Farmlands are being washed away.
Not to talk of diseases. Do you know that graves are zoomed? Let me even tell you what is happening now. Graves where they bury people, skeletons are actually, graves are opening. Corpses that are ready to decompose are coming outside. You know, these things are bacteria.
So you're putting the health of the residents at risk as well.
Not
Very
you are
risky.
putting health
Plus
at risk.
animals.
It's not just
They said they were
the
shooting.
health.
Are you
Okay,
aware
let's-
that they were shooting animals? It was trending online that some snakes, animals,
reptiles,
dangerous animals from maybe
coming
zoo
out
or
from the
the
zoo
forest
and
or the
forest.
hideout.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they are, when they
they are being
when they
driven
feel
out
threatened,
of their natural habitat.
when they feel threatened, they tend to attack humans.
attack
So they
humans.
said,
They
from
had
what
to
I
start-
gathered, they said the police or the soldiers when
had
they
to
see they
start
shoot.
shooting.
So that this is already causing ecological imbalance because you are
Yes.
disputing. Imagine when there's extinction, what will
Not
happen
like
to the ecological
disrupting,
balance? So it's a very
natural-
bad something.
So I think really your suggestion about state of emergency really needs to be called, yeah.
And then for other states that are yet to experience this,
They should start working on it
Yes,
now.
we have Calabar,
Edo State too is prone
Edo
to-
State, yes.
to- you have
Akwa
a lot of
Ibom.
gully valleys in Edo State, It's common where water will wash down. You see a deep valley. These things happen, and then even Lagos. We know we are
Lagos,
close
yeah,
to
the coastal
areas. So
coastal
all these places.
areas.
So let's see as
In
much as
fact,
possible to work.
like almost, let's just say half of Nigeria is just close to coastal. Nigeria is a coastal state, a coastal country.
Don't underestimate where we have both landlocked and coastal.
I know we have landlocked, but
Don't
we are
underestimate the
coastal
power
in
of water,
general.
flood.
Yeah.
If it happens, do you know a very vast? You don't know the extent to which the water can flow. It flows very fast. Just imagine what happened in Lekki.
Now it has been
some couple of years
forecasted
back.
that they are going to be like high levels in coming days,
Yes.
and we have more rains
So
before
what
we
are
come
the
into dry season.
institutions,
They
what
said
are
the
the
rains
government
that are
now
falling
doing
are
about
rains that are
this
supposed to
thing?
fall for 1 year will fall for
Will
1
fall.
day
One day.
because of climate change.
So what are they
Melting of
doing
the
now
atmospheric
to
condition.
address this before it happens?
You see, that's the problem because as at now, we really do not know
We've not
the
heard
measures.
anything.
We've
And
not heard.
please,
The only thing we've been hearing is just the donations that are happening.
The
So
question
what's
is, let them show us step by step how
our
to
yes,
use it.
exactly. Being
What are they
accountable
doing to
for
do?
these
Being
funds,
accountable,
you
being
get
transparent,
channeling it right. You
and
get
also-
you
yes.
understand to curb this situation.
And also putting us in the know, carry all the citizens and residents
should be a
along
daily
with your
report,
plans.
yeah,
It's
report,
very
documentation
essential.
of the
We're talking
process.
about lives here, please.
Exactly. So we discussed about flood and the resultant effect in humanity. It's called on food security, health, and many other things. So we urge the government to put in committees, set up committees that are accountable enough to channel these funds to proper use for these victims, because I mean, this is going to be a very big problem if not properly tackled.
We try to tell it like it is, regardless of whose axe is God. As Nipi stated, do keep your comments coming in on Facebook Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. Until next week, we continue working together to accomplish what we do best. Let's continue to push for social change. Bye.
Bye.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then, in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So I started skating, and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this recycling thing. So I was like, what's this stupid thing, this one-tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of a thing. When I was doing it alone then, you know, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn in cycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this in cycle, so our coach used to feed us.
Starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they're like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what's it used for? What's this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. And like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid. Like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know till the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, you should not break leg, you should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, you go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this team money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. so far I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell that we only have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
For a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue. Like, we need a proper academy. We need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition, but there is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like for example in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Hello from Berlin, Germany. Nigeria is currently going through a recession. But what is the actual state of our economy? Is this as a result of the pandemic? Or there's more? Should religious organizations in the country be made to pay taxes? These are the conversations and the answers that you get to hear when you listen to these debaters. Hello, I welcome you to today's episode of Matasada Imani. We're going to be talking about religion, youth, and money as it concerns the Nigerian people. My name is Mercy Aband. Nigeria has the 5th largest Christian population and the 6th largest Muslim population in the world. Pretty impressive figures. So what are the economic aspects of this fact? Let's talk about this in today's episode. I am not physically present with the guests at the studio because I was in close proximity with someone who tested positive to COVID. Even though I tested negative, I had to stay away for the safety of everyone in the studio. But I'd like to introduce our guest. I'll start with Timothy Imogere, who is a proud Nigerian student living in Germany. Hello, Timothy, welcome.
Hi, Messi. Thank you for having me here.
My next guest is Kumbi Oshinoiki. She runs a business in Germany. Hello, Kumbi, welcome.
Hello, nice to see you.
And Ada Anene is involved with data management, also living in Berlin. Hello, Ada, pleased to see you again.
Hello, Mercy, nice to meet you.
And we have Ebuka Valentine Okeke. He's a Nigerian student in Potsdam, also living in Germany. Hello, Ebuka.
Hello, Mercy. Nice to meet you.
And finally, and not, as part of the guest in the studio, Tolulope Adefunke Omadara, another Nigerian student. Welcome.
Hi, Mercy. Thanks for having me here.
Pleasure is mine. We have two call-ins from Nigeria, and our guest is Ose Anene. Mr. Ose Anene is a businessman, is a hotelier as well, and is a politician. Hello, Ndi Kato. Ndi is an active member of civil society in Nigeria, and she's a frontline activist in the country. I would like to talk with you about a very impressive, or actually I'll say important factor in Nigeria's reality, and that is religion and money. There is a lot that can be said or that has been said about this topic, but let's start somewhere. Nigeria is going through a historical recession at the moment. Poverty rates are on the rise. Should and could religious institutions contribute more to the economic relief of Nigerians? And this question I would like Kumbi to respond to. I would like to start with Kumbi.
Okay, I'm aware that there are lots of churches and mosques who have all sorts of programs that are aimed not just at providing relief to people in the communities, but also look to empower them through skills acquisition programs, trainings, and that kind of thing. So I think as part of their social mandate, a lot of religious bodies of all persuasions do this. Whether it's going to be enough to have enough impact on society in general, on the economy, is debatable. And also, not all religious organizations are necessarily big enough to be able to provide the manpower needed to run a very comprehensive program that's going to make impact in their communities. But I do know that a lot of the big well-known churches and mosques do also a range of programs. Yes.
Thank you, Kumbi. Ada, from what Kumbi has said, we should not be seen to outsource the role of the state to religious institutions. Do you disagree?
I think that there should be a balance. I think the money of the people goes to both the government and the religious institutions. And the way that the religious institution can, put back into society more like a corporate, social responsibility, is to, create initiatives to help the people that they take care of. So I think it's not a bad idea. Like she said, there are actually churches that have these initiatives already running, like the mobile clinic run by some churches that I know. And so I think it's good that the church institution or the religious institution have these initiatives running, in support of the government.
Thank you so much, Ada. Ebuka,
yeah.
Do you agree, or would you subscribe to religious organizations, especially the ones that, we've seen, not just the church now and the mosque, to pay tax to the state for development?
I beg to disagree with such assumption, because as far as I'm concerned, is a kind of suggestion that is geared towards probably helping Nigeria escape the net of recession. But the truth remains that churches originally are agents of socialization, and as far as I'm concerned, they should continue to play that role as agent of socialization. Their participation into economic activity of any kind should be a kind of mandatory, should be optional and not mandatory. Taxes should not be imposed on churches, because doing that have a lot to do in the area of churches carrying out their social responsibility of educating the people, inculcating the required national values in the people. Now, imposing taxes on them, I don't think it will have much to do with, or can in any way have a serious contribution to saving Nigeria from economic recession. So churches or religion should be detached totally from the economic mess that we find ourselves in.
Thank you, Ebuka. Tolu, I would like to ask you this. In the UK and other countries of the world, churches are known, these same churches that are in Nigeria are known to pay taxes. But when they get to Nigeria, they do not pay tax. And there's a conversation right now, and there's lobbying before the National Assembly, where people are saying, if these churches are making billions and millions of dollars, why should the state not take part in that? What would you say?
I think religion should remain separated from politics. If you compare maybe European countries to Nigeria, you will notice that there is a decline in the number of people that go to churches, because once religion is connected to politics, what we have is compulsion, whereby forcing people to do some particular things, and that is not good for religion. There should be competition, there should be freedom of religion and all that. If you look at countries where religion is not separated from politics, it's either religion is used for conflict reasons, or you see people not going to church anymore because they have to pay taxes. And it would discourage people from going to church, and they would before you know what, people won't learn the religious virtues that are very important for the society. Because let's take tithe, for example. If the government says everybody should pay tithes, if it's a matter of compulsion, then it's also against the religion, because when you are doing something, you should do it out of joy, you should do it out of willingness and all that. So I think religion and politics should not be connected. Meanwhile, there might be religious bodies to check what the church is doing with the money. How are they helping how are they helping the people, the church members and all that, but not the religion.
Thank you. I would like to call in, at this point, I'd like to call in Ose to come into this conversation. Hello, Ose, can you hear me?
Hi, Mercy.
Yes, pleased to have you join.
Glad to be here again.
You're a businessman, so I'd like to hear your take from this. Do you think churches should be responsive and responsible in societies like Nigeria?
I'll also try to answer as a politician. And so in the first instance, I heard the previous speaker talk about a separation between the state and the church or the mosque. And what you do find is that in developed countries, that separation does exist and they pay taxes. But in Nigeria, for instance, there is an unholy marriage between religion and politics. So when campaign season comes around, for instance, if you're a serious politician, you will talk to the church and you will talk to Muslim clerics. When the state needs to speak to society, maybe to tackle security or whatever issues, we find that religious leaders are co-opted very deeply into these discussions to try to intervene in resolving these issues. So, that separation, I just want to make that clear that in Nigeria, that separation between the church the mosque and the state doesn't really exist. Moving on to the conversation about whether religious bodies should pay tax, I also want to make it clear that the discussion isn't that members of churches should be compelled to pay tax. It's that if you have a church, for instance, where the senior pastor has 1 or 2 private jets, where he has private schools, where he sells merchandise, and he's making money as a business enterprise outside of, regular church activities, right? Away from ministering and healing and preaching, then I think it only makes sense that the religious bodies should be made to pay tax. That's my personal opinion. I don't see the reason why.
I like that you talked about education, because it's also part of the conversation that we're supposed to have today. We've seen churches, big churches, I wouldn't want to call the names, and we're saying churches more because they're the ones that are involved with most of the projects when it comes to churches, when it comes to schools, hospitals, etc., in the country. We've seen huge churches where school fees in some of these churches are not within the reach of even the middle class. And I'm sure you can correct me on this. How then would you support the argument that these churches or these organizations owned by religious bodies, be it the mosque or the church, makes huge sums from school fees, and the state should not be seen to earn from it?
Well, so I'll speak. So for instance, Christians are supposed to pay 10% tithe. If you tithe as a Christian, it's 10%. In Nigeria, the VAT rate is 7.5%. So even if you were to tax a church, they would still be left with a 2.5% untaxed amount. Again, so I don't see the reason why an entity that's set up as a profit-making entity, and not just, it's not charity. My kids probably are unable to attend some of the more elite church school establishments. So it doesn't make sense to me that churches make money.
You fall under the Nigerian elite. I'm going to fact check you. You fall under the Nigerian elite. So to say that your children are unable to afford some of the schools by churches is,
I mean, you started this conversation by talking about a recession. So maybe 4 or 5 years ago, this statement would have been true. But Nigeria is currently the poverty capital of the world. So most Nigerians who were previous elites, we find ourselves on the pension line these days.
But also, just a final thought on that. Again, I'll go back to what Kumbi had said earlier on. The church is not supposed to be seen as, or the mosque as, agencies that replace the state. So in places where, they're already performing the functions of the state, like building schools, hospitals, and ensuring, in some communities, they literally cater for the basic amenities for these communities. So if you are insisting that because they make so, and that, they have to pay tax, where do we call in the government? Will that be fair to churches who, over the years are literally standing in for the state?
So your question is an interesting one, and it sort of has 2 threads. So the first thing is the assumption that the church is stepping in or filling the gap for a state that is falling, that is failing. And that is sort of correct. There are pockets in the country where government and governance is absent, and churches, and not just churches, I'm happy Indy's on the call, civil society actually also stepping into the gap. But civil society is accountable. Civil society is accountable to donors. Civil society is accountable to government. Civil society is accountable to the people. And churches to this point are not. So I just want to make that distinction that even if they were to step into the gap, they need to be held accountable.
So would you support your political party to push for a bill that ensures that churches and mosques are made to pay taxes? I want to hear you on record.
I am an opposition party politician. it will be difficult to sort. Maybe when we win, we'll visit that conversation.
We had power for 15 years.
It would be a very unpopular policy plan to try to push through. Nigeria is a deeply religious country.
You have members in the National Assembly.
Nigeria is a deeply religious country, and any attempt, I think, ahead of an election to push through taxation of religious institutions would be seen as an attack on these institutions. So I don't think it will be very difficult to push it through just because we are a religious nation.
But you are convinced that this is something that should be pushed?
Personally, I am, yes, but I'm also a pragmatic politician, so I don't see it happening in the near future.
That's an interesting thing. Thank you so much, Ose Anini, for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to go back now to the studio so I can get the feel of, everyone who is in the studio about what Ose just said. Can you perhaps react to some of the points raised by Mr. Anini?
Yeah, I mean, what he said was something that is very, it's a little bit controversial. At the same time, it's emotional. It's a topic that's very emotional because of...
Why is it emotional?
There are two things involved here. When we are talking, we focused on just one religion. We did not talk about the other. And that is why this law cannot be actually implemented in Nigeria, because it's going to be seen as just the victimization of just one religion and not the other. For example, it's not, Muslims are not obliged to pay 10% of their income, for example, or their wages or whatever the case might be to the mosque. Christians are, by whatever belief system they actually go for, so tithing or seed sowing or whatever the case might be. And you cannot say, okay, you are going to tax churches, and then churches contribute a huge amount to governance of whatever the case might be, and then mosques contribute nothing. This is going to be a little bit discriminatory. So that's why it's not going to work in Nigeria. There are politicians who have been talking about this. For example, El-Rufai was the champion of this, the present Kaduna State governor, but it wasn't going so well because it's a little bit sentimental when you actually talk about this whole thing, because it's one-sided. So this is what I have to say about that. So I don't see it happening in the nearest future because of the one-sidedness of the whole thing. But maybe if there's a way they can actually create a level playing field. However, I think our emphasis should not be on churches contributing financially to the government. We know there's a huge corruption problem when it comes to Africa and governance in Africa. So it's good to actually separate what the government does and what private sector does, whether it's churches or religious sectors like churches or mosques. I think what the church can do, we have a big problem here, like Ose said, with school fees and how maybe some churches have mega institutions, they have businesses. If a founder of a church registers a business like a university, that can be taxed, but not the church. We can separate that business, and that business can be taxed, but not the church. However, if we want to actually make religious institutions contribute to cases of recession, what I feel that can happen, because recession is not actually just the lack of money, but it actually has to do with internal policies and the external politics of the world, and maybe, for example, the pandemic, for example. If the church is to contribute or the mosque is to contribute, they should contribute with skill acquisition. Skill acquisition. Let me just give an example. I don't know if I have much time. If you can give me just 2 minutes to just say something, or 1 minute, sorry, Messi. If you can give me 1 minute to say something. For example, the reason why I believe the Goodluck Jonathan Almajiri school system failed was the focus. This is actually a pseudo-religious system in northern Nigeria. And what could have happened that could have maybe led to the success of that system, or what Jonathan was trying to do then, was that he could have converted the schools not to Western education acquiring centers, but skill acquisition centers. If this was the main focus, I'm very sure that it could have worked perfectly. Because you have 9 million out of school children, in Nigeria, for example, in northern Nigeria. If 9 million out of school children can be trained in skills in the next 10 years when they are teenagers or maybe when they are adults, then these children can actually contribute basically to the economy of the country.
Thank you for that intervention. Just a bit of a fact check. It's actually 13.5 million now out of school.
Okay.
So
yeah,
it's done 9.
more than that.
Hi, Kumbi. When you spoke earlier, I noticed you made an argument for the religious institutions. I'm trying as much as possible so we don't focus on the church, religious institutions. But when an institution seems to make a whole lot of money from other businesses like schools, because we've seen primary, secondary, university, these are all schools at different level owned by churches. And if you go and find out the school fees, it's neck breaking, as it were. When you hear that number, do you still argue that with all of the interest that comes in by virtue of students who pay school fees, the state should not at some point reach out and say, you know what, we actually do deserve our taxes?
I have a very big problem with a blanket statement to say, oh, the state should collect the taxes, because we know that corruption is endemic in Nigeria. And I also have a big problem with the assumption that because an organization is making money, that is in itself wrong. We have, in the West, we have examples of lots of organizations that are philanthropic organizations whose purpose is to be social enterprises. So they have to make money in order to fund the causes that they support. And so I have no problem with any well-run organization making money for the purposes of contributing that money back into society. So not-for-profit is a valid business model, especially in a continent like Africa, where you do not have a recourse to public funds. We have no social security. And so if an organization is able to take the money that it receives from its congregation and multiply and grow that in order to contribute, to put that back into society, then that should be supported and applauded. What is missing, both in the tax system, the state-run taxation, and also in these organizations, the lack of scrutiny. That is what is missing. And so whether you're collecting the money from the churches because you feel that the operations are opaque, or you're giving it to the states whose operations are even more opaque, you're losing. It's a lose-lose situation. What we need is transparency. We need anybody who's collecting money under any guise to be able to account for how that money has come in and where that money has gone. And I think that we ought to be, the state should be supporting and putting in processes and laws that support organizations, especially in developing countries, to use whatever resources that they have to multiply that and to put that back into society. And for those organizations to have properly scrutinized, reporting structures. They have people that can be held accountable. They produce reports. They have a commission that oversees all of that. I support, provided it's done in an open and transparent way. But to collect money from organizations that are doing good and give it to politicians who are going to put it in their villages and build mansions with 7 swimming pools and all sorts of nonsense, I don't see how that is good for anybody. So I think everybody's issue is around transparency. I have no problem with anybody making money and multiplying that money in order to benefit the masses.
Ebuka, Kumbi just touched on something that I find very important to this conversation, and that is accountability. If you recall, perhaps in the 90s, if you are not too young to know that, in the 90s or in the 80s, we had schools owned by the Catholic Church. Let's use the Catholic Church as a case study now, right? And government took over these schools. Government took over these schools. And today, most of these schools, even the King's College in Lagos, they're mostly in dilapidated conditions as I speak. Do you then think that most of the Pentecostal churches now and some religious organizations stepping in to set up schools and stand in the gap and increasing school fees and, like we are rightly pointed out, do you think the point made by Kumbi that, accountability is an issue that we should not dismiss? Hence, the churches should not be seen to send the monies they're literally trying to raise to help the communities back to the state, especially knowing that these same states are yet to account for even the schools that were handed over to them by the missionaries.
Okay, I think one of the basic problems facing Nigeria's socio-economic development is some lack of accountability Now, coming to schools, before now, when schools was under the church, there has been a good record of efficiency, seriousness, because it seems privatized enterprise in Nigeria function more than the ones that are under government. So based on the situation of Nigerian schools, I think I will subscribe to the suggestion or idea that the schools should go back to the mission, so that there will be objectivity, so that there will be responsiveness and accountability. Because ever since the school was handed over to the government, the accountability was eroded. It became totally unachievable, and I think that has been the issue facing Nigeria till date. Now, coming to taxing churches or religious institutions, I think he made a point. He said something about that Nigeria is deeply religious, and topics or issues like that, when it comes to whether the churches should be taxed or not, are things that we need to be very, very careful in handling. If not...
Thank you, Ebuka. I would like to call in Ndi Kato to join us. Hello, Ndi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Mercy.
Good evening. Pleased to have you join.
Thank you for having me.
I think this is an important conversation for you because you're a member of the civil society organizations in Nigeria. Yes, and when Ose was speaking, he clearly did mention that the accountability mechanisms put in place for civil society. I just want you to react a bit to some of the conversations you've heard and you've listened to, and what you think about what the debate going on in the studio at the moment.
Well, for me, I remember today seeing something. I think I want to start on that note. A pastor, and you do know that with Nigeria, you can't put, a limit on how many or what people preach or how many religious organizations or bodies, preachers, Muslims or Christians, you can't really put anything on that. They keep going. So this pastor says, in this harsh economy, giving 10 naira as an offering is wickedness before God. And I remember my reaction to that was, I find it amusing that the Nigerian God cannot stabilize his own personal naira. I mean, if you cannot help us, can you at least not, equal your own personal naira to the dollar? One of the things I find back and forth with religion is that, the Nigerian gods outsource things to the Nigerians and the Nigerians outsource back to their gods, and we don't have any responsibility in between. And it's very upsetting. So for me, taxing the church is not so much about, will the government take care of the money or keep the money? What would happen to it? What is happening to my own tax? But it is a responsibility that we have to do. And some of these freedoms that we give religious organizations, we give to mosques, we give to, traditional worshippers at this point are nearly non-existent, but let's put them in there. And churches, some of these freedoms make them untouchable. And for me, I need institutions that would hold more Nigerians. I need processes that would hold more Nigerians accountable. And when we talk about how well they have functioned, still that sense of accountability is not there. When we talk about how good these schools were and all of that, if you look back at the process and everything that happened at the time when these schools held sway, even until today, there is no accountability. If students get rusticated, you can ask questions. If a child drowns in a bucket or in a drum from a religious school, you can't ask questions. You can ask questions in a school owned by non-religious organizations. If a child gets raped and get justice, you can really get that on this hand. These are untouchables. And for me, again, the process, this conversation about taxation for me is about responsibility, is about reducing the number of untouchables in Nigeria. And, with Ose's conversation, Mercy, you brought something about the government. I can't really remember it word for word, but I feel like, these things are not mutually exclusive. That you can hold the government accountable. You can accept that they are failing, they have failed, they are stealing, this is not right. And we can do this with religious houses too. And all of these steps actually come together to make a better Nigerian society. I just don't live for any society where anybody is untouchable or we think
Ndi, I am happy you're reacting. I am happy you're reacting to this because you have an academic background, your mother is a professor, you literally had to grow up in an entire academic environment when you were growing up as a child. At least I know that history. But I want you to respond honestly to this. Would you say that government has been responsive and responsible when it comes to education in Nigeria?
Of course not. Totally not. The Nigerian government has not been responsible with anything. I mean, I would try to wrap my head here and we'll be here the entire time. The Nigerian government is completely irresponsible. There's not a single sector.
So why then should the church, you know, pay taxes to an institution that has not shown accountability?
Well, Mercy, this is the point with the untouchables. Why aren't you asking that question for me? Because I pay taxes and the government still steals. But we've not had the conversation about why not Nigerians, why are Nigerians still paying tax? Why are we still wasting our time seeing as the government steals it? We don't give exceptions for the average Nigerian. So that conversation for me doesn't really come up, because if it is because the government steals, then nobody should pay tax. If it is because the government steals, we should keep advocating for further, destruction of the Nigerian state, or further, what would I call this thing now? Further breakdown of everything. Like, okay, let's all rule ourselves, let's do everything, scatter it all to the ground. We should continue to advocate for that and say nobody should obey laws because the government is irresponsible. Wake up and do as you feel because the government is irresponsible. Now, if we don't make that excuse for the average Nigerian or for the average Nigerian institution, knowing very well that these processes are also put in place for a state to function, and that we are hoping and we're working actively towards the government getting better. We're fighting for human rights. We're fighting for electoral reforms. We're fighting for processes that would strengthen institutions within Nigeria. And now in the process of this fight, we can't wait. We can't say, oh, because this hasn't happened, then this shouldn't happen. These things are not mutually exclusive. The government is irresponsible. We're making steps to ensure that we get strong institutions, that whether or not a Buhari happens, a Trump happens in Nigeria, whatever happens in Nigeria, the person cannot trump these institutions, cannot trump the strength of these institutions. That is what we're pushing for. And in that process, also pushing for people or organizations that are not untouchable. This is very important because these kinds of things make it very possible for Nigerians to breed demagogues. This is a country where extremism is rife, demagoguery is rife, like there are always untouchable. Once we have made heroes out of people, okay, this person cannot be questioned. And for me, being able to question religious institutions in Nigeria, to put them through the test of conforming, for me, that is a very important step. And it's less about whether, oh, they are using their money to feed the poor. I'm using my money to feed the poor, Messi. Check my local government, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. Many Nigerians are paying black tax, or as we'll call it, the Nigerian tax. Also, we'll be feeding people in the village. Messi, you are doing the same. Almost everybody does this. I have my own borehole. I pay for my own water. I pay for most of my electricity in Nigeria. I pay for my security in Nigeria, and I still pay tax. I still pay tax. So it's just not excusable for me. It's not excusable. And let's be clear. Okay, carry on.
Thanks for that point. I will definitely go back to that. I will have to ask the people in the studio, but I will not let you go without asking you this question. Nigeria currently has 13.5 million out-of-school children. Perhaps with COVID, that number is likely to go up. And this is, and of this number, about 10 million is in northern Nigeria. You are a northerner.
Yeah.
Do you think Almajiri should be abolished?
Of course it should be. It's modern day slavery. These children go through a lot. I would like to paint, back when my mom was still alive, the University of Abuja Staff Quarters has this clinic, and they usually bring the boys. And I remember they brought one time I went there for treatment, and they brought one boy. He was close to death. And the malam was like, they should just give him the drug. And the nurse was like, you can't give this child this drug. He's going to die. He hasn't eaten. Has he eaten? Just give it to him. Just give it to him. And we learned that that boy died. We learned a couple of days later he died. There's no accountability for that, nothing. I've also seen the sister of that same malam, sexually exploiting those boys, asking them to fan her, everything. The process for the Almajiri around University of Abuja, the children around there, was that they had to go beg for money and bring a certain amount daily. And if they failed to bring that amount daily, they had to go and fetch firewood and bring to the malam's place. Now, the original thing behind Almajirinchi is that, oh, these children are supposed to learn the Quran under this person and be itinerant preachers. But that is not the case. Even the initial case is wrong. There's no way that underage children should leave home and then go to a place to learn to be itinerant teachers under a system that is not properly regulated. And now, even that particular abuse that we're saying the initial idea is wrong, it has gone way beyond that. This is parents, absconding from responsibility, a region actually committed to bearing kids, a culture that permits bearing kids with no intention of being responsible for them, putting these children into the streets and ensuring they just keep going. I do liken what the Northerner has become to Lord of the Rings. There are these creatures called Urukai that were created by Saruman. And that is what the Northerner has become. There is no value to life, nothing. You're just brought in, you're created in that factory. Okay, just come out.
Can you also see that these are the points you just raised is perhaps a fallout of the lack of accountability within the religious system that the state has not properly managed.
Of course. But carry on, please, Mercy.
Would you then say that regulation of activities by some of the imams needs to be put in check? Because beyond the fact that I bet a child and just send a child to a malam, is because there's a system that allows it to perpetuate. Yeah. So how can we then have a country that controls and manages that process in a way where we do not wake up one morning and we have 13 million out of school children doing nothing?
So first of all, we need to criminalize the act of sending your child to Almajiri schools. We really need to criminalize it. The first step for me is the parents. The parents have to bear responsibility. But also, first of all, Northern Nigeria needs to accept that it has a problem and that some of the cultural practices within Northern Nigeria are very harmful to the nation, harmful to the North. Whether we think or there was a thought initially that this was going to be beneficial, we're no longer at that point. When people say we're sitting on a keg of gunpowder, no, the keg has exploded. Northern Nigeria is thinking and, of course, carrying Nigeria down with it. So at this point, after accepting that point, the first thing is to criminalize this and criminalize it on the side of the parents and on the side of the malams. We're seeing that, this is not being done. And yes, you are right. It is part of that thing of not holding religious groups responsible. Even for that, you saw how it was difficult for us to make a definite statement about taxing the church. It's the same way it's kind of difficult to make a definite statement about these malams. But the more you allow it, the more it continues to fester. And any group of people can actually carry any group of boys, indoctrinate them, and release them onto the streets. We are seeing the results of that in Northern Nigeria. Nobody asks that when the Almajiri goes, where does he go? Nobody asks those questions. So the Northern example is enough for Nigeria to know that at this point, everything must be questioned. And it's not just the religious organizations themselves, it is the religious idea. Nigerians must learn to question and hold accountable everything, from ideas to the bodies that perpetuate these ideas. And I do hope that I'm quoted anywhere. I will run for office. I have run for office. I'm also a politician, but somebody has to say these things.
Thank you so much, Ndi, for your time.
Thank you for having me, Mercy.
Ndi said, if you listen to what Ndi's argument is clearly the fact that there's been no, at best, actual accountability from the state does not mean the role of the state should not, the state should not be strengthened, from what I got from what Ndi said. Do you think she has a point?
I think Ndi said something that was very important, and she said these things are not competing, and we need reform, full stop. Okay, we need reform in the way the state is being run. We need reform in the way religious organizations are overseen and supervised. We just need root and branch reform to get rid of the rot. The rot is deep, okay, and it's pervasive. All right. So I don't think, again, I'll come back to my point. The issue is not accountability. I don't think anybody who's responsible is not going to have any problem with being accountable. Okay, I have a problem where one party is demanding accountability of another, where they themselves are not, they're not following the rules that they have written. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So I think you can do more harm than good if you don't find a balance. And the problem in Nigeria is that there's so many chicken and egg situations. It's difficult to work out where to break that cycle. Do you understand? But I think asking questions is important, and that's something else Ndidi was saying, and I totally agree with her. You have to ask questions. Ask questions of your religious leaders, ask questions of your politicians, ask questions of, the guys in power. Anybody that wields power should not be inscrutable. you have to be able to ask questions. They have to be able to give account for their actions. And I think when the whole Sorosoke movement started, I think it was an awakening of the fact that we have a civic responsibility as Nigerians to ask questions of those in authority and to hold them to account. And people are only beginning to wake up to the powers that they have to recall their senators and, to petition their parliaments and all this stuff that we haven't been doing. We're very good at sitting at home, wringing our hands and complaining. And we're very good at going on Twitter and shouting. But, to use the powers that we already have to hold our politicians and our religious leaders to account. We're not doing it. And I think we need to start doing so. And in the process of doing that, we need to have, the reforms we're looking for. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I noticed Ose raised his hand. Ose, are you with us?
I am.
Yes.
I just wanted to, throw the fox into the hen coop. In northern Nigeria or in Nigerian politics, and in democracies everywhere, it's supposed to be, a game of numbers. The majority has their way. And, one benefit the North, enjoys over the rest of the country is that as a voting bloc, they are the largest, almost homogeneous voting bloc, almost to the point where the North decides who becomes the president of Nigeria, and any other section can only, or the impression is that you can only get it if the North cedes it to you. So there appears to be a strategic, argument behind, the population, drive that we see happening in the North, because those little kids you see are voters. So whilst, the South might be more prosperous, the North is more powerful politically at this point in time. And, asking them to give up that power is something I don't see them doing.
Perhaps can I just get a reaction from Tolulope before we get back to Ndi? Because I noticed Ndi is raising her hands as well. Tolu?
Okay, what I have to say about this is we should ask ourselves who is normally responsible for economic development in the country. It's the government. And another question is, have they really done their role in this as well? The problem is the corruption rate in Nigeria is too much, and we see that the religious organization is developed more, they are more active than the government. They provide for their people and all that. I think that is why they are so active in matters that concerns the state. I know that they have indirectly a role to play, but at the same time, we need a state that is able to develop the country, and there should be uniform. There should be uniform laws that govern the north and the south.
Contradictions with what you said.
Okay.
At some point, I find you, agreeing within yourself about the same issue.
Okay, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I'll go to Ndi.
Okay.
Ndi wanted to say something. Thank you, Tolulope.
Okay.
Okay. I'll get to Tolulope's point, but I don't want to lose the point which I'm trying to make. Just throwing in another fox with Ose's fox in the fire at this point is that, these complaints or this conversation we're having is that one part of the nation actually operates that decentralized system that we're talking about, but does not come out to say it. So, for example, Northern Nigeria has the penal code. As gender activists, when we're pushing for women's rights, you do know that in Northern Nigeria, the penal code permits that women can be beaten. Your husband can be, and that law is different from what obtains in the South. So the North has laws that are for it. The North has the police. We talked about the Hisba police, and it's just now like Yoruba land, for example, is trying to catch on with Amotekun. The North has specific things that they put to ensure that this region runs differently. We're looking at the Zamfara issue with the gold. You know, they have the rules. What we are aiming for as a nation is happening there. You know, the restructuring we're talking about, we have a part of the nation that has restructured to benefit the monolith it wants to exist as, you know, which is primarily 2 tribes and 1 religion, right? They have created that system, and then we're all living like that system does not exist. We're all living like, oh, anybody who suggests that such a system should happen in Nigeria is strange, but it's not. I want us to accept that some of these strange things that you're feeling like, oh, I can't seem to find the answer to this. Oh, this is like this. Oh, it looks like, wait, what? It looks odd. No, it is happening. It is happening that a part of Nigeria is doing its own, you know, it has restructured, but it's functioning with the illusion of no restructuring, benefiting from no restructuring at the federal level while acting as a restructured body at this level. Oh, this side does not tolerate alcohol, but this side will benefit. So some of these things, we have to look at them closely. Perhaps there is another time for conversation for that. But that is a really, really important conversation we need to have with respect to Nigeria, because every time you're talking and you see that something is missing, perhaps these links should come and we should discuss those. And with respect to the church does not get the scrutiny the government gets. The church is not in the news every day. None of your big churches get this scrutiny that, you know, Buhari's government, for example, or let's say the mosque. None of your big mosques get the scrutiny that Buhari's government gets daily. You know, every day we're like, oh, this is what the economy looks like today. They are fetching from pension funds. And yes, they are fetching from pension funds, almost all of it. So you guys should check into that. But we're doing all of that. But nobody's really looking at it and saying, well, today the pastor withdrew another big chunk of money. These are the number of people. This is the theft going on in here. None of those checks are going on in there. So we tend to just let them run free. If it was on the same level, you would see that, no, this rot is the same and they help you think is coming does not really balance with how much is going into those institutions. Yes, we do not think that mosques give tithes, but they actually do give a lot of offerings and money goes into these things, people fund these things. Perhaps some of the taxation should include looking into the accounts of these organizations.
So what is the solution, Ndi? What then is the solution to the Nigerian problem as identified by everybody?
Well, Nigeria needs to have a conversation about restructuring. Abuja needs to be a weak center, if it needs to be a center at all. Nigeria needs to be restructured. We are too heterogeneous to run the way we're running. Every Nigerian state or region has to be competitive and provide for itself. What we have right now is a rent-seeking state. So with a rent-seeking state, there is no responsibility. You know, if, for example, Zamfara needs to cater for itself without collecting money from Port Harcourt's coffers or from the oil from that place, people will have a proper conversation about dropping a lot of children. They won't be dropping children and thinking of them as numbers for elections. If you had to provide for yourself, you would have to start having the conversation. Okay, we want to have these numbers up. We're thinking of Almajiri and not saying anything about it, but we need to provide the funds and figure it out on how to balance this out. If that is the situation Nigeria finds itself, most of these things will not be happening. And so when the restructuring conversation comes up, we tend to make it look like, oh, these people don't like the North, these people don't like the South. No, it's actually going to enable a Nigeria that is more responsible. Because as a state, if you know that your state is not functional and no Port Harcourt oil, no Bielsa oil is coming to save you, you will behave yourself. Right now, we have governors who don't have to have any ideas. They have run out of money. They have gone to the pension fund to fetch 6-point-something trillion naira. Where is that money coming from? We know how the whole circle of the oil rent state or the oil state we are dealing with here is. So we have governors who are not going to have to think up any great ideas for their state. What are these governors going to do? They are just managers. Money comes in, they do. Money comes in, they do. And that is why we're having no ideas, nothing. You have our president. Our presidents, what did they commissioned 104 buses the other day. And I laughed. I said, I come from Jamaa local government. What is 104 buses? Even for Jamaa local government in Kaduna State, that is not enough. And so this oil state, this petrol state has made everyone lazy. It is a business arrangement. Everybody feels like they can just come in and benefit from this state and go. Nobody has any ideas and it's not working. Nigeria must restructure.
Thank you, Ndikatu. Let's get a closing statement from Timothy, Kumbi, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulope, so we can wrap this up. Thank you so much, Ndi. Hello, Timothy. Can we get a closing remark?
I think what Indy said is very, very, very true. I mean, it's very, very crazy. I'm from the southern part of Nigeria, but I was born and bred in the north. I lived in Kaduna State. I know quite a lot about Jama'a local government in Kaduna State. I live in Zamfara State also, so I was there when the whole Sharia thing started in year 2000, 2001, etc. And it's quite crazy to actually see that a state benefits so much from taxes from Guinness and etc., Heineken and the rest of them, and then you destroy beers that are coming into your state. This thing it's not happening right now. It has been happening in year 2000. Lorries were burnt. A lot of stuff were destroyed. So this is actually quite crazy. And like what she said, the northern part of Nigeria is actually running a different system from the southern part of Nigeria. The southern part of Nigeria is secular. The whole thing that pertains to the governance of that section of the country is different from, for example, the north that runs a kind of pseudo-fiscal federalism, whereby each region controls their resources. Each region has control over their police, the Hizbah police. They have their own kind of laws, etc. So this has to change, and restructuring is actually the only answer. And finally, as regards the whole thing about, she talked about taxing the church and the rest of them. I still don't agree with what she says completely, because I would say you can tax the church when it starts doing business. So you can target the business of a church, for example, when they begin to collect school fees, for example, when they have universities. That should be taxed. But the tithes that people pay to the church should not be taxed. This is a religious obligation that people have to fulfill. It's not a business.
Thank you, Timothy.
And it should not be taxed.
Okay, so I just want to say that Indy is absolutely right. We have to restructure. And I think actually that decision is going to be made for us. Because the one thing that we have been relying on and all these years, oil, the demand for it all over the world is rapidly declining. In 10 years' time, nobody's going to be manufacturing cars that are driven by petrol. So we have to restructure. When the money dries up and nobody can rely on the money from Bayelsa or whatever state, everybody should be living off their IGRs. Okay? Those state governors should find a way of generating revenues internally and living off that. And when we start to do that, I think we'll see that some of the changes we're looking for.
At the end of the day, it falls down to making that separation. What the government should handle and what the religious institutions can do. It's not mandatory, but it's their responsibility. It's a responsibility they need to give back to the society. And we need to come to that point where we need to understand this, that at the end of the day, it is the government fulfilling their duties to its citizens. The state, as in we have relied so long on us, we have self-governed ourselves for so long. We have fixed up the things that have gone wrong all by ourselves. And right now, it's about time that the government takes charge of its responsibilities and begins to do it, not looking at the religious bodies, but fixing it first for themselves and by themselves.
For themselves and by themselves. Ebuka.
Nigerian governmental system always have a way of suppressing a cause that would have been of immense advantage to the nation. Now, there has been clamor for restructuring across the geopolitical regions of Nigeria. And you see the system and the people that run the system, especially the politicians, they do all they could to suppress that national urgent need. And as far as Nigeria is concerned, restructuring remains the basic solution to Nigerian problem. Because when we restructure, we need to come to the drawing board. We need to have serious renegotiation. We need to have a lot of national discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Tolulokwe.
Okay.
Finally.
I think I also support restructuring because this will ensure competitiveness as well among the states. Each state government will be able to think and meet the needs of their people. So I really support restructuring instead of a government just being elected and just performing ceremonial role without, they don't even understand what it is to do strategic planning. So when there is decentralization, each state will be able to, think of a very good strategic plan that will favor their states and implementation and evaluation, because then each state would be getting resources according to their productivity. So I think decentralization is very important. Then as regards churches paying tax, I think the question is, what has the government also done to support churches? It should be vice versa. Okay, so I don't think we are there yet where churches have to pay tax, because presently they are doing actually more for their people than the government, I will say. Who do the people run to when they have problem? Most times it's churches that help people get through their emotional needs and some of the needs that they have.
Thank you, Tolu, for your input. I want to say thank you again to our guests, Ose Anene, Ndikato, your inputs, brilliant inputs, Kumbi, Timothy, Ada, Ebuka, and Tolulokwe. Thank you to everyone watching and those that are going to watch much later. I want to say goodbye to our viewers from Berlin, Germany. See you next time. My name is Mercy Aban.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
What we see and envy in other countries, we don't pay enough attention to how it is done. So for example, people are always talking about, oh, we should tell African stories. I smile.
I'm one of those who says that.
I think that we should talk to ourselves first before we're even worried about what people are thinking about us. We overvalue the opinion of other people. We don't value ourselves. We don't value our people.
But isn't that why we should tell our own story?
To ourselves.
Yes, first.
Do you understand?
Yes.
So we won't be talking about telling African story because we didn't wake up this morning and think first and foremost I'm African. I think I'm Nigerian.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
understand? So in Nigeria,
yes,
first and foremost, we need to talk to ourselves. How do we talk to ourselves? What do we say to ourselves?
What's our reality?
So what does reality mean?
Reality.
And what lens are we looking at reality from?
Welcome to our lounge. This is TW Conversations. In the lounge today, we're going to be talking about birth control. I'm particularly interested in birth control because I want to know, I already have 2 kids. Do I have more? Can I stop? Can I hold up for a bit? We'll be talking about all this in the lounge today. And we're not alone. We're 2 co-hosts in the house, but then we have 3 guests. We'll introduce you to them after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. We're still in the lounge. We're talking birth control. Who am I to be talking birth control when I have so many children? I have no control. But anyway, that's topic for conversation in the house today. And I find it interesting because we still have in the house Dr. Aliyu, my gynecologist, who is a guest on the show. For that reason and many more, for his expertise. Dr. Bali, say hello to my audience. Hello. I also have, still in the house, Dr. Williams, who everybody, no, I think it's Anda is most excited to find that you are actually a FEC and you're here. Thank you for staying back to talk about this with us. And then, of course, our beautiful, they call them MUA. Yes. That's it. I used to wonder what it was, Moi, makeup artist, who's been responsible for all our faces on the show. And we brought her on camera today because she's a concerned young mother.
So happy to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. And then Anne is in the house. You are fast becoming a mini Mew. No. You are you for who you are. So what are those concerns? Welcome, everybody, right? Mm-hmm. Welcome. Let's get to it. And I'm glad that you allowed me to wear my salubata so I can be at the same level.
Comfort is very important.
Comfort is key.
So as young mothers, when we've had 1, 2, am I speaking for us? When we've had 1, 2, we start to wonder.
No, let's start by how many do you have?
2.
How many do you have?
3. Do you want more? You're not sure?
Yes, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
no, be sincere.
what are the options? What are the immediate options that we can take that can hold us for a bit?
Well, I do not believe
Why are you starting
in contraception because I am an expert in natural family planning. And this is what I recommend to couples, even just before they are getting married, to make use of all the natural methods of family planning. I specialize in the Creighton model system and NAPRO technology, but there are other methods of natural family planning. And although I'm a gynecologist, I didn't arrive at that until after my 4th child, when I had so many complications from each of the methods that I actually was forced. I was, because there was nothing else for me, because I'd had 4 cesarean sections, and I was a practicing doctor, gynecologist, and my gynecologist told me that, well, you can't actually use any of these methods. And my husband was not, he didn't want to hear about vasectomy. And I had to learn the natural methods by myself.
Wow.
And since then, I have not had any
more kids. Wow. No, but your kids are grown now. Hey.
No, I haven't. Since the 4th one,
yes.
I have totally, in fact, that was how I came into the system in the first place.
No, but I think the question here, the question here was birth control. Now you're talking about contraception. You're saying birth
what methods? If I don't want to have a child in the next 5 years, what do I do?
The question is, why don't you even want to have a child? But let's ask for Dr. Aliyu first of all. Because I've heard about all kinds of things about, she's talking about she's not for contraception. Definitely, I'm sure you prescribe contraception.
Very well.
100%.
Very well.
So the fears that people have about those contraceptions, which one works the best?
Let me state a general principle that there is nothing that man has made that does not have one comma or the other.
Okay.
Take, for example, you want to fly abroad, you are at the airport. And they say, oh, the plane that flew just now has crashed, everybody died. When your flight is called, you don't say, no, I'm going to carry my luggage and trek to London. You will still enter. And plane flight is the safest. But occasionally, you have that. So whenever we talk about, well, let me call it artificial contraception, because even the natural one, which is what my colleague... Yes, it's still a form of contraception. When you avoid intercourse at your dangerous period, you are still practicing contraception. It's just a question of which one are you using. Is it natural? I classify it that way, or artificial. So each one has its drawbacks. And that's why there are many methods when you consider the artificial one so as to determine which one suits a lady. But definitely, I am for contraception.
What worries you the most?
Is the bad experiences I've had.
Yes.
No, not me. I mean, friends.
You've heard of?
Yes, I've heard of. I've heard of, I should have said. I was with a friend, we were sharing a hotel one time, and she went out and ran in quickly. Oh, I'm bleeding. I'm like, what happened? Her, whatever that was placed in her JJ, she was seriously bleeding.
And she had Okay, let the doctors explain. I don't know what that could be.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I panicked for her because she had to lie down and call her doctor, you know. I just said to myself, I'm never going to try. I'm never going to, because I think I just got married at the time. I hadn't had any baby yet. So I'm just like, you know, this is not for me.
Let me
What
just
could have happened?
let me just come in a little. I want to believe that what she had just described is what on a general basis maybe the common person would call coil. For us, that's the intrauterine contraceptive device, IUCD.
Okay.
Right? And it's a known side effect. For that singular patient that had heavy menses, I can tell you that there may be a million people that don't have any problem. The only thing is, when somebody has a complaint, that's the one you hear. That's the one you hear. You don't hear of the millions that are using it. But from statistics, we know that millions are... Like I tell my patients, many market women use it because it's very convenient.
Market women?
Yes. When it's there and it's not causing trouble, they travel a lot. They even forget it is there. I've had patients, the one of 10 years is there before they suddenly remember, oh, I had one 10 years ago. She didn't even obey the rules.
Though? I mean, I wonder, aren't there some side effects?
Okay, there's this one I heard about that stops your period. So you do not have a period. It's inserted in you and you never have a period. But so a friend of mine has it. So when she's supposed to have a period, she feels the cramps, but then there's no bleeding. Then I'm thinking, where's the blood going? Is it diverting in some? What's going on there?
Is this healthy though? I just wonder about this.
Dr. Williams, you want me to you want to talk about it?
Well,
you don't.
No, but
yes.
you would know.
No,
It doesn't
I'll
matter
gladly.
what you believe. I'm talking about the practice now. Forget about the belief.
I'll gladly take it on board so that I can let people know that it's a very convincing thing. First of all, like I said, that's why you have various types. Selection matters a lot. For somebody, let me give you an example. For somebody who has been having irregular menses, because there are some of us, we have menses every 21 days, but there are some every 3 months, some 2 months, some 4 months. The same patient, 2 months now, then 4 months. If you give the injectable, any form of injection for contraception to such a person, it's likely that she won't see her menses. So it's a question of selection.
Doctor, do me a favor. Tell me how these things work. Because I do know, for example, I've read about how there's a direct correlation between breast cancer and the pills. Because you're messing with people's hormones.
Especially the hormones. They say some
you
are
know?
hormonal, some are
So
not
how do these
hormonal.
things work?
Even when you take the pills, you feel very different.
How do you know that?
I know, because I do pills now and then. I don't feel too good.
First of all, the pills that we give, they are the combined pills.
Yeah, I know.
Estrogen, progesterone. It is meant to simulate the body.
Simple word, copy.
Yes, copy, mimic the body. We ask ourselves, why does a woman not ovulate when she's pregnant? It's because the hormonal level has risen because of that pregnancy. So again, and therefore, it suppresses the ovary and say all eggs continue sleeping. Nobody should wake up until I've disappeared. So if the woman is on it for months, the eggs will not wake up. And those hormones you have given are what the eggs would have produced, so the woman sees her menses even most regularly. Even for those who don't have regular menses, they see their menses regularly.
I see that doctors
because
prescribe
you,
it for
you
other
regulate it. But coming specifically to your question, haven't mimicked it. There is no direct evidence till today, as far as I know, that it causes cancer, any form of cancer. There are a few people that we say, okay, because there is even this controversy, do not go there. That's all. It's not that it's been well established that it causes cancer.
Even tried.
And again, when some people have breast cancer, there are those that we normally say the cancer depends on estrogen because of the cells that are inside. If they are checked, we tell them, stop it. So it's not a general principle that because of that, it causes cancer.
What do you think? Why are you against control?
Well,
It can be a debate, so no problem.
It's not a debate.
What is it?
I would like to differ from my learned colleague because we know for a fact in the medical world that most definitely the combined oral contraceptive pill is definitely associated with a higher rate of breast cancer.
Why?
There's no doubt about because it has hormones. Even when you're doing hormone replacement therapy for women who are postmenopausal, we know that those women have a higher rate of cancer because of the estrogen, because of the hormonal content.
So we have hormones normally now.
Very good.
We have hormones normally. So why would
Yes, because first of all, the hormones in your body are what we call bioidentical. They have a particular structure.
Okay.
The hormones that are in contraceptives are not of the same structure as the hormones in your body. They are not what we call bioidentical. That is the first thing. So all of them, they have different bits added. I don't want to go into technical language. So that it is not actually the same estrogen as your body produces, and it is not the same progesterone as your body produces.
Okay, but the point is...
And then the doses are different also.
Young women are there, they're thinking of what are the options that are available. We've only talked about the pill and the coil. But there are other things, aren't there, doctor?
What's the one that they put in your hand? Because I know someone that has the... I can see it's black and it's a line, like a vein, and it's...
Yeah, it's under the skin, like she said.
Oh, it's visible.
It's not visible if it's well inserted. But when
so that's the point.
when
It's
you put
visible.
your hand, you will feel the line. It's as thick as and as long as toothpick.
Oh,
Hers is a bit longer. It's about this, by this place, and then I
So
can
she's gonna
see
check
it.
her
It's
doctor.
black. I can see it.
No.
Maybe it wasn't
if
properly
it's
done.
this, do you have an idea what
Well,
she's talking?
I know they do insertion, but I hate those insertions. But in my own clinic, 2 people collapsed in my clinic who came for something else, and we just found that they had the inserts. On those, I'm not saying it's for everybody. On those particular 2 people, when one, the blood pressure went out of control, the other one, her thyroid hormones went out of control. She's hypothyroid. She's normally has a low thyroid. When we now try to remove those inserts, we send them back to the clinic, and the nurses told us that they are only trained to insert them. They are not trained to remove them. And this is a very important issue in Nigeria, where you're looking at the level of delivery of your health services to the average woman in the streets.
Well, I think now the point is, doctor, I will take a break, and I want you to respond to, at least to help people who are looking for options. We'll take a break and we'll return to what are we talking about? Birth control? What are the options? Which ones work and which ones don't? We'll be back. We're in the house, we're talking birth control. And I mean, I think it's at this point I will, do you need to control your birth or not? I remember that sometime last year, President Macron said something about those who have many children are not educated. You should come and see me. I even have friends who have 12 and 13. I went to school, it was a choice, so people have their choices. But I know, doctor says, choices are available to people who want to control their birth artificially. Please, doctor, share some of them with us.
Yeah.
We've talked about 3, haven't we?
Yes, we've talked about the intrauterine contraceptive devices. We've briefly touched on oral contraceptive pills. And now we were discussing the dermal implant.
Are there 2 types?
No, when you talk of implant, there are various mix.
Okay.
Implanon and all the other, those ones are trade names. But we have the general name that is put under the skin. Usually under the skin, usually at the arm. As thick as and as long as toothpick.
So, doctor, sorry, I'm sorry to call you. Her friend, who she was seeing her own, must be in danger then?
Well, not really in danger. I'm not too sure what has happened. Occasionally, like I said, some people react to certain things. Like my colleague said, yes, a few people can react to any hormonal implant. Even when you are giving medication to treat somebody, somebody can react to the medication. Some people can even take paracetamol and collapse. It's possible. So it's not as if, because of that, everything is thrown overboard. The majority still has something to benefit from it. But definitely, we must know that there are side effects. And so when you have that, which is very possible, and I agree with her, but it's there, and it controls...
What about the regular other forms of birth control, like...
When I was about to have my second child, the doctor asked me, because I was doing a cesarean, the doctor asked me if I wanted to...
Tie your tubes.
tie my tubes, and I was like,
correct.
I'm 29 years old. How will I tie my tubes?
Well, you don't want to have children now.
But he wasn't
So why are you afraid to tie
It
your
just seemed
shoes?
so prim because I asked them, is it reversible? I think they said it wasn't reversible or something.
Is that true, doctor?
Is that reversible? I don't remember what they
Unquote, not reversible.
Ah.
Yeah, but you can still just take
You can't guarantee that you can.
No, it can be reversed. But we are not doing that in Nigeria. That's what I mean. Okay. We are not doing that. You need a special microscope to widen it because you are talking of technical details. If you are going to cut off that area that you have already blocked, you have to cut it off, then join the open ends. We call it end-to-end joining.
I think we should first let's address the issue of why do we want to control birth? And I'll ask.
Good.
Economy.
Yes. Why are you talking together? Talk one after the other now.
Sorry. Economy. Do you know what school fees is? Ha.
Yes, and then a lot of mothers want to look hot. So after they had 2 kids, you'll be like, I beg, I'm not doing again. Let me, look nice for my husband for different reasons.
To be honest, another thing
So
that
are you
concerned
telling me
me
that having children destroys your body?
to be one of the things.
Is my body destroyed after 16?
You're lucky to have a good.
Excuse me. Well, you're one of
Another
the
thing,
lucky
another thing that someone said to me that was very, very key. I think it was my husband that said it. He said, how much of myself can I really give? How much of impact can I really make on these children? Because the more you have, the less, you're working how many hours, you're coming back. Sometimes you're exhausted, and that's why grandparents are not the best to raise their grandkids, because at that point, they're really tired, and whatever you want to do. How much of myself can I really give this child? If I had 10, how much of it? So
But let me
food for
tell you
thought.
something, though. That's because I said I'm here like a grandmother, technically. Those are the concerns I personally had. My husband actually told me that can you love them? But I can tell you very categorically, whether they are 2 or 12, there's enough love for it. The only concern you will have is managing the costs
of taking care
and
of
the truth is, let me tell you the truth. After first one, my children were tired of hand-me-downs. When they finish, you pass it on. They finish. So I had a girl, 3 boys, so they were already, so show you, go to the next. And there's fun. They share Coke in my house. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a matter of choice. So it's not, at the end of the day, it's a personal thing. And you think about it, so don't ever give the excuse of, whether we look good or whether I will be able to afford it. How do you know that your child will even have the brain to go to the Harvard?
But you see the thing, another thing is that in Nigeria today, the economy is very...
I agree.
So in the sense that, for instance, I have a help. Sometimes I have for instance, I have a help. There are many things that I'm going to have to do for her. So I see her children as she lost her husband last year. Her children are not my children. So in other words, you don't have to necessarily have how many, I have 2 biological children, but those 2 children are also mine. So if I was having 4, when would I have time to help other people? When would my husband be able to think of other people?
But if you permit me just to make a statement, I keep saying that even if you have all the money in the world, your children need time. How do you have, like, I thought you said you had 10 children or something? No, I'm trying to remember.
7.
Oh, 7. Oh.
But then after number 4, they take care of themselves, though. My kids are very responsible. They take care of themselves. I didn't come to this world for a child.
But you brought them to this world.
Exactly.
My mother had 9. None of us was less loved than the other.
But
so
I'm
you have to ready, but the
your
time.
mother did not have a career as you have.
Exactly. Oh, she did. My mother did. So don't use me as an example. I'm not a good example, though. My mother was a working mother. When she's coming home, all of us will scatter and do what we have to do. So I'm not a good example. The truth is, we can make excuses from here till tomorrow. Once you decide, I have friends who have 12 children. Come on. And none of them, in this Lagos, and none of them is the worse than the other. The kids have all gone to school. The only 2 that are not graduated yet, they look just like me. So let's all stop giving excuses and do what you hold
your sanity.
No.
It's not insanity.
Say hello. Can I just say something here?
Sorry.
As a grandmother. It's about being responsible parents. It is not, a responsible parent is not a matter of the number of children you have.
Okay. Thank you.
So whether you have 2 children or 15 children, if you have 2 children and one of them is a yahoo person and the other one is into gangs, you are not, yes. So it's not about, the numbers. It's about the quality of children that you bring up who become responsible members of the society.
Dr. Williams, you're talking now because your children have grown. These ones are the ones that are living the matter now. Oluchi, what are your greatest concerns and what are your experience been? Are you want to control birth, obviously?
Yeah, but I think I would like to do the natural method because, I don't like how I feel, like I said before, when I think since I got married, I've taken pills maybe like 4 times. and I feel nauseous, constipated.
Wait,
The
how
other
about weight?
options
How about your
now?
weight?
No,
Did it affect your weight?
No, it didn't affect my weight. Just one night to just take,
Oh, is it the
some
one
people
night?
just one night
They are
thing.
one
Just
nighters,
one,
doctor,
yeah,
right?
just one night.
The ones that you take it, not the hormonal one.
That's the
Morning
you
after
mean
pill. Morning after pill. Morning after,
That's
yes.
the one
That's a lot of
I
trouble.
particularly don't even encourage.
Wow. Why?
Because it is called emergency
Yes,
contraceptive.
yes.
You see, when you are using it on a regular basis, that's no longer emergency. Emergency means maybe somebody's been raped, you know, something like that. You have no option. Maybe you are not on any protection. Then you use it just once.
So what does the thing do? Why
It's hormone and it's on high doses.
Wow.
So when you take it, the tendency is that you can feel like vomiting. Some people
Immediately
actually
your body
vomit.
changes.
Yes, it is. It's meant to change the environment so that even if sperm was there, it will not be able to interact with the egg. That's all. That's the basic
Why is it
principle.
detrimental to take on a regular basis?
High dose of
It's
hormone.
detrimental because you don't want to be taking such high doses. It's not meant for your body on a regular basis.
So why isn't it regulated in Nigeria? Anybody can buy Postinor 2 everywhere now. Why
Yeah,
is
but
it-
they
But we're
do, but
educating
it's
people
not
now.
meant to be so.
Yeah.
It's meant under prescription.
It's written there.
Yes.
It's written
I
there.
made the point earlier that in Nigeria, the level of healthcare delivery to the average person whom we classify as the man at Oshodi bus stop at 5 o'clock, for me, is not enough for us women to use contraception.
Okay, why are they not talking about condoms? Those are easy. Because this contraception, we keep talking about as if it's a women's problem.
We were actually going to that. We're going in series, and like you rightly raised it, we have condoms for the men. I think that's simple enough.
some men don't like
There are also condoms for
some men
women.
don't like it.
There are also condoms for women. But the popular one is condoms for men. Yeah.
Some men say that.
Just like some men don't like it, some women don't like it.
Yeah.
I know some couples.
Why
yes,
don't
some
you
women,
just, I mean, all this is garbage, is English to me. Why are you going through all this trouble just because you want to control birth? When you can easily just abstain. Come on.
Please, I want to ask about
You
this.
want-
then the last one, just before you ask your question, the last one, which is vasectomy.
Yes, I was going to ask you about vasectomy.
Yes, vasectomy. The equivalent in women are the tubal ligation. But honestly, we are into an era where we encourage men. Why don't you do it? And it's so nice, it's so
No, but
easy,
you
it's
see,
so
doctor,
simple.
There was a friend of yours who had, what was it?
After he had 2 kids, he decided that he wanted to do it. He didn't want his wife to go through
As
the
a nice
process
guy.
of going through all that drama. And then he went to do it. I mean, at some point, I'm sure the wife was very worried, like, oh my God, you know, but then he did it and it's fine. But the only fear I had with that was, is it reversible? Just in case you decide, you know, at some point you want to have another child. Some people say it's not reversible, so I don't know. Is it reversible?
Just like tubal ligation, vasectomy is reversible. It is reversible. But
Safest and most effective option.
very good.
Good.
It's
Very
a,
quickly,
it's
I
a
don't have to watch
function, it's customized to every patient.
What?
For example, if I'm hypertensive, oral contraceptive, the ones through the mouth, oral, they are out of the question for me. You know? I can use other forms that are not hormonal. If I have fibroids and the fibroids are in the inner lining, because it has a tendency to cause heavy bleeding,
You can't use them.
the IUCD is not even encouraged because we already know that IUCD, which is the coil, has the potential to cause heavy bleeding. But doesn't mean that it will, but it has that potential.
And most Nigerian women have fibroids. Believe me, I'm telling
Yes,
you.
if it's in the inner lining, because it can be on the outer lining, it has no effect.
Okay, but you see, excuse me, you guys have talked about this vasectomy thing. Yes. They say that vasectomy reduces a man's performance. Doctor, answer now.
Oh, okay, I thought Dr. Williams wanted to.
I'm not into contraception.
No problem. Well,
I do not like that.
Yeah, it is possible to some degree, but it doesn't always happen, but it's a known side effect.
So it affects his ego.
So you probably need Viagra to add to
can.
You probably need Viagra. You see the trouble. That's why for me, it's easier.
Not that it will.
Follow
it
your
can.
natural
This is why men won't do it now. This
But
is why
please,
a lot
can
of
I
men
just
won't
say
do it.
something to the
Yeah.
younger generation?
Very quickly.
I want us to look at the future of birth control and the fact that those countries that enforce birth control are now the countries that have to take in immigrants to manage their economies.
Anyway,
you heard about Japan.
Yeah.
So this is a long-term effect. Nobody thinks about it. In 50 years' time, When all the women are doing birth control, you want to reverse it like China, they refuse to go back. So that country has an economic problem in the next 50 years.
These are repercussions.
That's for you. I will not be here in 50 years' time.
No, but it's like I tell my kids, which of you shouldn't I have had? And everybody says, which of you, if I had to take out one? Because you all love each other. So the question is, personally, your body, God has given you a body, because we must round up now. God has given you a body. He's giving you the means to try to manage it. I don't see why you want to enjoy yourself and cut God out of the picture. But if you trust God, however you do it, please inform yourself. That's my own final word. Get informed and do what is right by you. Just don't go out in the dark. Final words, doctor.
Final words, please invest in natural family planning methods. There are very many methods available. And Billings method is there. Literature, treatment model system, no side effects.
Okay,
affordable.
she preaches no side effects. Doctor?
Contraception is good. Have the number of children you can cater for.
Good. True. For me, have the number of children you feel capable of investing or impacting enough. We don't want more nuisances. It's perception. If you feel, what if God gave you twins or triplets? You know, sometimes you don't know what you can handle. But if you feel that you can't, please, by all means.
I think that couples, husband and wife, should sit down and agree.
Yeah.
This is what we are going to do, and they should visit the clinic if they want to do the natural, method or the artificial method. Decide this is, how we are going to go about this.
And for married
family
sex
plan.
is not entertainment. Sex is serious business. For married
It's
people.
entertainment too now. It
It's for-
kills two birds with
For
one stone.
recreation and procreation.
It's for two purposes. It has to be for two purposes. Let's not look at it like, but the point, my own is you can't take one and leave the other. That's my own. You want to enjoy it, but you don't want the repercussions of enjoying it. You have to take the two. But whatever the case is, as we lay our beds, that's how we shall lie on it, right? So I must thank you all. Anne and I were alone here. Our other sisters were not here, but we still had fun. I joined you, so I will support you on the birth control. Thank you very much for being with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you again. Oluchi, thank you. We'll see you again next week. Bye.
Who has the right of way? Nigerian roads come with a lot of chaos. The chaos is caused by a combination of drivers, motorcycle and tricycle riders, pedestrians, and sellers who all claim the right of way. The chain of right of way holders in Nigeria is hierarchical, and car and motor drivers are at the top of the chain with pedestrians at the bottom. Car or motor drivers believe that they always have the right of way regardless, and motorcycle and tricycle riders don't even have any regard for who has the right of way. For fear of accidents and their lives, pedestrians have learned to cower. When a collision occurs, the question of who has the right of way is on the lip of all concerned as they try to figure out who is guilty. The law doesn't grant anyone the right of way, but you yield it to other road users under these circumstances. At a yield sign, to pedestrians in a crosswalk, to persons using a seeing eye guide dog, to persons using a white cane with or without a red tape, at T intersections where you must yield to vehicles on the through road, at uncontrolled intersections where vehicles are already in the intersection, when driving on an unpaved road that intersects with a paved road, when returning to the roadway after a car is parked. Pedestrians must always be yielded the right of way at intersections and crosswalks. Treat bicycles as motor vehicles. Yield to bicyclists in all situations where you would yield to a car. For example, wait for an oncoming bicycle to pass before turning left. Turn right at a red light if it's permitted and no vehicles are approaching. If you see a sign that says no right turn on red, then you must wait for the light to turn green again. Otherwise, you must turn right at a red light after yielding to oncoming traffic. Stop.
On Plus TV News now, President Bola Tinubu leaves Nigeria for United Kingdom on working vacation. Niger State Emergency Management Agency says 300 passengers involved in boat accident, 150 rescued. And United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres banned from entering Israel. Good evening and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is News Now. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has departed Abuja today for the United Kingdom to begin a 2-week vacation as part of his annual leave. A statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, on Wednesday said he would use the 2 weeks as a working vacation and a retreat to reflect on his administration's economic reforms. Tinubu celebrated Nigeria's 64th Independence Day anniversary with a speech in which he said the federal government would introduce a 30-day confab aimed at including the youths in his administration. The president said the modalities of the confab and selection of delegates would be designed as soon as possible. Tinubu further said his administration decided to reform Nigeria's political economy and defense architecture for the nation to survive. The president also saluted the doggedness of the Nigerian people, saying the country has survived crisis and disintegrated other nations. Tinubu said his administration is determined to win the war against bandits and terrorists so that displaced farmers can return to their farmlands and boost production to reduce soaring food prices. Niger State Emergency Management Agency in SEMA has confirmed a report that a boat conveying no fewer than 300 passengers capsized on River Niger upstream Jebba Dam at Bajibo community in Mokwa local government area. It stated that so far about 150 travelers have been rescued, while efforts are on to rescue the remaining persons. The agency, in a statement signed by its Director General Abdullahi Baba Ara, said the boat was sailing from Mundi community with a population of almost 300 passengers. He explained that the travelers were mostly women and children for the Maulud celebration at Bajibo. The DG disclosed that currently NSEMA is directing and monitoring search and rescue operations in collaboration with the State Ministry of Transport, Mokwa Local Government Emergency Committee, brave local divers and other community volunteers. The federal government has constituted a working group on the review of the laws of the Federation. The essential mandate of this group is simply to review the country's laws and propose laws that will support the development of all aspects of national life. The Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi disclosed this at a ceremony which was part of activities marking the commencement of the 2024-2025 legal year. The working group is to be chaired by former Attorney General of Ekiti State, Olawale Fopohunda. The last review of the laws of the Federation was done in 2004, and the AGF, while thanking the chairman, Olawale Fopohunda, and members of the working group for accepting to serve, said the federal government is determined to deliver a revised laws of the Federation by the commencement of the 2025 legal year. The House of Representatives has rejected the planned conferment of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, on the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, and the Commander of the Order of the Niger, CON, on the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Benjamin Kalu. The rejection was made during Wednesday's plenary session as federal lawmakers from the House of Representatives expressed dissatisfaction with the President's double standards in awarding the national honors. The President had announced that the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and the Chief Justice of the Federation, Kudirat Kekereekun, would be awarded with the titles of the Grand Commander of the Order of the Niger, GCON, while the Deputy Senate President Barau Jibrin will be awarded the title of CFR, just as the Speaker, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin. Honorable Philip Agbeshe brought up the observation through a motion of urgent public importance at plenary following the President's October 1 Independence Day address to the nation, stating that it neglects all aspects of Constitution that stated clearly the principle of equality for both chambers, unless the President is trying to rewrite the nation's 1999 Constitution as amended.
This is not about Tajuddin Abbas. This is about the fourth person in the protocol of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is about the equal chamber as enshrined in the according to Section 47 of the Federal Republic Constitution of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, the two chambers, House of Representatives and the Senate, as clearly provided in the Constitution, work to create laws for the good governance of Nigeria. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the protocol of this country, the Speaker is the fourth in protocol. The CGN comes after. Today, the CGN is given the award, the honor of GCON. I think there is some mismatch, some mix-up. Constitutional point of view, House of Representatives have more powers in terms of dispensing our own duties, because the power of appropriation is vested in us. And two, there's nothing, we are not subservient to any other legislative arm. We are supposed to be a par in terms of functions. And I think where we are getting it wrong and where Nigerians are getting it wrong, each time there are matters, they say President or Chairman of the National Assembly.
It's not done to the Constitution. It's not in place in any place. And this has given rise and occasion to some of the things that are happening now. And I want to mention specifically what Honorable Sada mentioned. Last time when this thing happened, in leadership then of the Ninth Assembly, the news of the Senate President giving JCOL, which is a good thing, we also expect that the same way in the Federal House of Representatives. A reason being that we are operating a bicameral legislature. When it comes to budget, the role of the House of Representatives, everybody knows that this House plays a more crucial role than the Senate. We are not making comparison because this is a bicameral legislature. It's not about you, it's about all of us, the 360.
The president has, however, not specified a date for the conferment, but in another development, the House of Representatives has urged the federal government through the Federal Ministry of Water Resources to begin desilting the country's major dams and rivers to prevent excessive flooding that threatens lives and properties of citizens. Honorable Mohammed Shehu raised this motion at plenary, stating that proper desilting of major dams and rivers, if urgently addressed, will promote irrigation farming and lead to an increase in food production for domestic consumption and export, which will in turn contribute to economic prosperity of the country. Honorable Shehu expressed concern that 80% of Nigerian farmers have experienced significant crop losses, resulting in debt and forcing many to exit the farming business.
Also note that government negligence in supporting farmers' effort to address the flooding has hindered the implementation of an adequate action plan which will enhance drainage system mechanism to control flood in the country. Worries that negligence has led to inadequate drainage system, insufficient flood control measures, lack of support for farmers to adapt to climate change, inadequate compensation for farmers' losses, and the inefficient water resources management. Aware that developed countries like the United States of America, the United States Kingdom, and South Africa have made a flood control through proper drainage sustainability a key object of the administration in order to safeguard the environment, improve food security, and ensure food sustainability.
A bill seeking to license the operation and practices of private investigators in Nigeria has been shot down on the floor of the Senate. The sponsor of the bill, Senator Ositangu, was advised to step down the bill after some senators described the proposed bill as a recipe for disaster. The decision to suspend consideration of the bill was sequel to deliberation which lasted for over an hour during Wednesday's plenary. Senator Ongu, while highlighting some provisions of the bill, said that legislation seeks to provide a framework for the licensing and practice of private investigators in Nigeria. The bill also seeks to provide for a system of regulation, control, and conduct of the practice so as to ensure professional standards.
Regulated access, use and brokerage of confidential information may result in serious socio-economic and even political consequences. A legislative framework will provide a much-needed clarity and consistency in regulation of the information gathering practices of private investigators. This will help to enhance capacity to access information relevant to investigation and also help protect privacy of citizens. The objective of this bill includes fraud prevention, detection, assessment, and resolution.
While Senators Victor Ome, Lere Oyewumi, and Senator Mohammed Mungunu spoke in support of the bill, Senators Adams Oshimole, Aminu Abbas, and Saliu Mustafa said the idea of spying into the private lives of Nigerians is something that is in bad state.
That this bill, for all intents and purposes, is desirable. We should be able to support it and pass it. The licensing of these people should be able to regulate the conduct of people so licensed. It's not for witch hunting or somebody going to investigate anybody at his whims and caprices. The court can make use of the evidence produced by a private investigator, particularly when the authorities that are vested with these powers are not able to assist the court with diligent investigation reports.
The effort of this private investigation is very complementary in many dimensions, and this will assist our businessmen in the area mentioned by the mover, in terms of fraud prevention, insurance fraud, affiliation, and many more, even in bank charges. We have employed so many of them, but since the bill is just trying to regulate the activities of these private investigators, I think it's a right step in the right direction. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill for the second reading. Mr. President, I so support.
I'm against the bill because if you are asking people to go and be licensed, I presently practice private investigation in this country. I investigated a lot of people in this country as a forensic accountant. I cannot go for under another agency for me to be licensed to practice. I give evidence in court, and lawyers can investigate and give evidence in court. So we don't need to put people to go into another round of requirement to go and be licensed before they practice. This is so unique in Nigeria. Most of the institutions, most of the professional bodies do investigate and do report and do even go to court and give forensic evidence in court, Mr. President.
After a heated deliberation, President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, advised the sponsor of the bill to step down the bill and consult further with the senators who have raised concerns about the bill.
So the Senator Osisangu has applied that he be allowed to step down the bill for further consultation. Those in support of his position say aye. Those against say nay. Only one voice. The ayes have it. The bill is hereby stepped down for further consultations. Working on this bill, the issue you raised now was one of my major concerns. Somebody said that several men will not be very comfortable with it because it will impinge on their freedom of going to the other way. So, Mr. President, well, let me go back and rework it and also consult more of my colleagues. I will do further consultations and
A bill seeking to establish a Federal University of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Irabiji, Osun State, has passed second reading on the floor of the Senate. The bill, which was introduced for the first time on Wednesday, equally passed second reading without much debate. Sponsored by the leader of the Senate, Opeyemi Bamidele, the bill was given accelerated passage and sent to the Senate Committee on Tertiary Education and TED Fund to report back in 3 weeks.
A noticeable feature in the development of universities in Nigeria is the emergence of specialized universities. Most of these focus on science and technology, hence the need to establish the Federal University of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Irabiji, Osun State, to increase the number of agricultural universities. This will help the back-to-land policy of the federal government to ensure the diversification of our national economy. Agriculture is key, and the drivers of this, to me, are products from the universities of agriculture. I therefore advocate for the establishment of more universities of agriculture and tropical studies across the country.
Distinguished colleagues, a bill for an act to establish the Federal University of Agriculture and Tropical Studies, Irabiji, Osun State, and make comprehensive provisions for its due management and administration and for related matters 2024 SB 569. Second reading taken. This bill is now referred to the Committee on Tertiary Education and TEFON.
The bill, if passed into law and assented to by Mr. President, will make Osun State have 3 federal universities. The 9th Senate passed a bill that established Federal University of Health Science, Ila-Iragun, and assented to by former President Muhammadu Buhari to add to the long-existing Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Osun State. The national president of Amalgamated Commercial Motorcycles, Tricycles Owners, Riders, Repairers Association of Nigeria, Samsudeen Akpelogun, has called on Nigerian youths to work towards contributing meaningfully to the growth and development of the nation. Akpelogun made this known while speaking with newsmen on the sidelines of Nigeria's 64th Independence Anniversary celebration held in Abeokuta, the Ogun State capital. He stressed that youths should emulate the legacies of heroes past and do well to protect or project the image of the nation towards the economic prosperity for all.
We should not waste our time. We should make sure that we contribute immensely to socio-economic development of Nigeria. The government, they cannot do it alone. You should take out of your box what can you contribute on socio-economic development of Nigeria. All of us, we are blaming government. You yourself, you should know how you can establish your own skill, your mentality. What can you offer to your community? My own advice, we should not relent in effort. Government cannot do it alone. All hands must be on deck to make sure that we put Nigeria to best shape.
The Benue State government has been called to reopen mining activities in parts of the state with a charge on mining companies with appropriate licenses and approvals to mine in line with global standards and regulations. This was the position of some stakeholders after a visit of assessment to one of the mining communities in Benue State, where illegal miners have done more damage to the environment since a ban was placed on mining more than a year ago. Officials of Federal Ministry of Environment, Civil Defense Corps, EFCC, the Police, Miners Association had visited Anyin and Ayalemo communities of Logo local government area of Benue State to monitor the compliance of the ban on mining activities in the state. According to them, reopening the mining site will enable legal miners to take responsibility and follow statutory regulations to protect the environment for the benefit of future generations.
Before you engage into this operation, you are supposed to have legal document that authorize you to mine and move this mineral community, but most of them are smuggling this community outside the state and without not paying fees and royalties to the federal government. We're encouraging those that are operating illegal, they should stop because it's not a good one for them. Federal government will not continue to lose revenue, so we are appealing to the federal government and the state government. They should come together and leave this ban placed in Benue State.
So when you pursue a legal miner in his site and you allow the illegal ones to operate, the 13% derivation from federal account that when they pay the loyalty that is supposed to benefit, it will not benefit from it. We will stand to do the right thing. Because when we are doing the right thing, we will not have issue with the federal government because mining have exclusive rights. So when we do not have problem with the federal government and the state will give us an enabling environment for us to work.
A lot has happened despite the ban. This very location is a site, but I've just discovered that this site belongs to nobody. But a lot of harm has been done to the environment, as you can see. So we endorse the chairman to sensitize the miners. If they must work, let them try to fulfill the statutory environmental duties that they have to do, regulations they have to do before mining. It will help. Mining is a win-win situation.
Some members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, in Edo State on Wednesday staged a protest at the office of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Benin City, the state capital. The party supporters who wielded placards and PDP insignia called on the electoral umpire to reverse the results of the governorship election just concluded. The protesters insisted that PDP candidate Asue Godalo won the election and not Monday Okpebolo of the All Progressives Congress, APC. They accused INEC of manipulating the results of the election in favor of the APC, whose candidate was declared the governor-elect of the state. The APC candidate 54 secured 291,667 votes to defeat Ighodalo, who got 247,274 votes. Olumide Akpata of the Labour Party LP, who came a distant third in the race with 22,763 votes. 14 other candidates contested the seat, but Ighodalo and Akpata are contesting the election. The Caretaker Committee of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State has accused the state government and Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission of acts of impunity in the preparation for the conduct of the October 5th local government election in the state. The Caretaker Committee chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Tony Okocha, disclosed this in a press briefing at the party secretariat in Port Harcourt. Okocha warned that APC would not stand idly by and allow such practices to continue unchecked. He specifically pointed to the governor's determination to proceed with local government council elections despite a recent court ruling against it.
Under what law is this local government election going to hold? What is the appropriation? Who appropriated the funds for local government election to hold? So you see illegality, impunities, and on this, seeing the level of desperation of the governor, who after the judgment of the Federal High Court came and got to him, drove straight to INEC of RCN office to nudge them to continue to hold the election and to say that if they see any security agency here, that he will deal with them. Has he not confirmed that we are not comfortable, can't be comfortable to conduct or contest election where the governor himself is the chairman of an agency of government that is responsible for the same election? Shall we take this absurd and when will it end? We're here as a party, as representative of the party in the state, to say that we will not accept this impunity.
The Publicity Secretary of the Caretaker Committee, Chibuike Ikenga, alleged that the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission and the Rivers State government have a penchant for the disobedience of court orders and judgment, which he described as a recipe for crisis in the state. Secretary of the Caretaker Committee, Eric Mwibani, described the governor visiting the office of the State Independent Electoral Commission as an infringement on the rights of other parties taking part in the election.
There is need for the courts, for the judiciary itself, to take positive steps to ensuring enforcement and compliance to their rules and judgments. By that way, citizens of Nigeria, particularly Rivers State, as Rivers State government and Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission had signposted that whatever decisions that are taken at the courts will not be obeyed and that nothing will happen. And as we speak today, nothing is happening. We implore the federal government as the leader of the three tiers of government to intervene to ensure that rule of law is obeyed.
Nigerians must know that the Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission, which is being controlled by the Rivers State Executive, is about to go outside of court judgments that are bad, all the institutions that are business in the conduct of local government elections and indeed other elections in Nigeria from doing so. That will not be nice for our democracy. Democracy is about laws, it's about the constitution, it's about statutes, and all that is being set aside because somebody or some persons want to achieve one aim or the other.
Tony Okocha called on all agencies involved in the local government elections to respect the law and urged well-meaning individuals to intervene and prevent the governor from turning Rivers State into a lawless state. The immediate past Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, in charge of operations, Folashodun Adebisi Shonobi, on Wednesday told Justice Marian Aneni of the High Court of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT Maitama, Abuja, that the Apex Bank under Godwin Emefiele leadership did not follow its laid-down procedures for currency redesign. Shonobi said this while testifying for the prosecution in the ongoing trial of the former CBN Governor Emefiele, who is being prosecuted by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, on a 4-count charge bordering on disobedience to the direction of law and illegal act, causing injury to the public. The anti-graft agency alleged in the charge that Emefiele, between October 19, 2022 and March 5, 2023, disobeyed the direction of Section 19 of the CBN Act by approving printing of 375,520,000 pieces of color swap 1,000 naira notes at a total cost of 11,052,068,062 naira without the recommendation of the CBN board and strict approval of the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, a conduct which caused injury to the public. The offenses allegedly committed by the defendant, according to the prosecution, were contrary to Section 123 of the Penal Code Law, Cap 89, Laws of the Federation, 1990, punishable under the same law. At Wednesday's proceedings, Shonobi told the court that the normal CBN procedures of currency redesign were for the Currency Management Department of the Apex Bank to make recommendations to the effect of redesign, after which a paper would be submitted to the Committee of Governors, COG, of the bank for consideration. The chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, Adamu Aliyu, has announced that over 13 billion naira in diverted public funds was recovered in September 2024. Aliyu did not specify the sectors or individuals from whom the funds were recovered, but highlighted that the Anti-Corruption Agency has been working relentlessly to fulfill its mandate. He made the statement during the launch of the Commission's 2024 to 2028 Strategic Action Plan in Abuja on Tuesday. Aliyu also disclosed that plans are underway to digitalize the Commission's operations and added that this would enable more efficient investigators and case management, among other improvements. Aliyu further mentioned that a specialized curriculum is being developed to enhance the enforcement capacity of the Commission's personnel, equipping officers with the necessary skills to handle complex corruption cases with professionalism and efficiency. The President of the Court of Appeal, Justice Monica Dongban Mensem, pledged the court's support for the implementation of the ICPC's action plan. Cataracts have been identified as a leading cause of blindness in children worldwide, affecting over 1.4 million children globally, with around 80,000 cases annually in Nigeria alone. Rabiatu Usman, a 4-year-old girl, is one of 15 children who recently underwent life-changing eye surgery at the National Eye Center, Kaduna, through the Eye Health Care Program supported by Sight Savers. This initiative aims to provide free surgeries to more than 1,000 children suffering from cataracts and other vision challenges, giving them a new lease on life and a brighter future. Plus TV correspondent Habila Dorofai reports that Rabiatu Usman was diagnosed with cataract as an infant. Her parents Aisha and Usman made desperate efforts to seek treatment, but financial constraints made it impossible.
I'm here because of my daughter's eye problem. She's about 6 months. She's sick for teething. Then after that 1 week, I saw something coming out on her eye. As I tell her, daddy said, I saw something on her eye. The daddy said, we are taking her to hospital. It's 3 years now. What to say again? So just say thank you for their help.
We are here for the treatment of her eyes. She got an injury on the eyes when she was 3 years old. Initially, we did not realize until after some times we discovered it. Since then, we have been up and doing to secure medication for her, but proved abortive. We came here for the treatment of the eyes, as promised by the philanthropist, to save her eyes.
The medical team of National Eye Center reiterated its commitment and assured Aisha that Rabiatu and the other children were in safe hands. They explained that cataracts in children are delicate and must be handled with the utmost care to preserve their vision. The Eye Center, or Eye Health Care Program, run by Sightsavers and government of Kaduna, Zamfara and Sokoto states, focuses on combating childhood vision loss by offering free surgeries and treatments to children in need. The initiative over the years has been a beacon of hope for vulnerable children with vision impairments, transforming lives and giving children like Rabiatu a new chance at life.
Cataract is preventing her from having good vision, which the cataract, probably she was born with it or she developed it shortly after birth. So it's obstructing her vision. So it's delicate because she's a child. You have to do the surgery as early as possible. It develops the vision. As they go, the brain is developing, so it improves on the vision. So you have to do it as early as possible. The surgery is really delicate compared to the ones in adults. Adults do get cataracts, and so do children, but the children, is the earlier, the better.
There are children that have been identified to have cataract between the ages of 0 to 16 years. So what we try to do is to see that from the primary level, we're able to identify such children, and then we have a referral pathway that these children follow. So from the primary level, we have the secondary facilities that are domiciled under the Ministries of Health, where these children are able to go and get further tested or examined. It is at this point that children who have cataracts are confirmed and then further referred to the tertiary facilities, which could be National Eye Center or Usman Danfodio University Teaching Hospital in Sokoto, where they can finally get care. And we have performed over 1,000 surgeries for children across Kaduna, Sokoto, and Zamfara State.
That addressing childhood cataracts in Nigeria requires multifaceted approach. In a heartwarming gesture to commemorate Nigeria's First Lady Remi Tinubu's 64th birthday, the Ribadu Media Center, RMC, a non-governmental organization, has provided educational support to 1,000 students across the 21 local government areas of Adamawa State. This initiative, which also coincided with Nigeria's 64th Independence Day celebration, represents a major effort to improve access to education in the region. Barrister Ahmed Nuhu Ribadu, the founder of RMC, emphasized the significance of education for national development, describing the initiative as a personal contribution to help local students. Ribadu, well known for his advocacy in education, pledged to continue his efforts ensuring more students receive support. He emphasized that education is a deeply cherished value in his family. Mustafa Atiku Ribadu, organizing secretary of the All Progressive Congress APC in Adamawa, lauded the initiative and commended Ahmed Ribadu for his consistent efforts, while also celebrating the tribute paid to First Lady Remi Tinubu for her contributions to the nation.
It's done on behalf of the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Bola Ahmed Tinubu, to celebrate her birthday. It is done by Ahmed Nuhu Ribadu, a son to the National Security Advisor, and it is attending with the celebration of 1st October Nigeria 64.
On behalf of RMC, as the chairman, Ribadu Media Center, we are here conducting an educational palliative support. About 1,000 students in collaboration with Her Excellency, First Lady Hajia Remi Ahmed Tinubu. We are here on behalf of her. We were doing this for her to celebrate her birthday. Her birthday was just last week. So, and our founder, Malam Ahmed Nuhu Ribadu, he's the one sponsoring this. He's the one supporting it. We've empowered around 1,000 people, students, with 25,000 naira each. And from here, we are going to go to one area here in Jimeta, where he has done a new borehole for them.
Still ahead, Senegalese opposition leader or coalition names former President Macky Sall as its lead candidate. Details when we return.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution where you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Cross Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Now from other parts of Africa, in Senegal, the upcoming November 17 legislative elections are being viewed as a key indicator for the March 2024 presidential race. The opposition coalition Takku Wallu Senegal has named former President Macky Sall as its lead candidate, while the ruling PASTEF party is backing Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko to secure a majority in the National Assembly. This set the stage for high-stakes political showdown between two of Senegal's most influential leaders. Sall's potential return to the political scene after stepping down in favor of Bassirou Diomaye Faye marks a critical turning point in the legislative campaign. 6 months after his loss in the presidential race, the coalition is aiming to rebuild momentum and unite the opposition in a bid to challenge the dominance of the ruling PASTEF party in parliament. Two vessels carrying migrants from Africa sank in the Red Sea off coast of Djibouti, killing 45 people according to the UN Migration Agency. The boats had departed from Yemen carrying 310 people, the International Organization for Migration said. The UN agency, which was assisting search and rescue efforts, said on the social media platform X that 32 survivors were rescued. Djibouti's Coast Guard said the tragedy struck some 150 meters, about 500 feet off a beach near the Northwest Core Ango region. It said a joint rescue effort was underway, which began early Monday. It said 115 survivors were rescued.
As they approached the Djiboutian coast, the smugglers forced the occupants of the boat to disembark in the middle of the sea. You can imagine it's such a violent area, the sea itself, and a lot of these migrants who didn't know how to swim, even those who knew how to swim, but because of the currents and how strong the sea is, quite a few of them perished. If there is nothing for them to go back home to, you might see them taking to the high seas in a couple of months, and that's what we don't want to happen. We don't want them to risk themselves, to risk their lives. As you know, migration is good. It's what created, this what makes civilization the way it is, creating cross-pollinations, creating the possibility and providing the space for innovation, but it has to be done the right way.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his Moroccan counterpart Nasser Bourita met in Washington today, or on Tuesday, amid rising tensions in the Middle East. The two leaders exchanged views on development in North Africa and Middle East. Blinken told reporters that the U.S. would keep working on de-escalating the conflict in the region. Ties between Washington and Rabat have improved significantly since the United States supported Morocco's claim over Western Sahara in December of 2020. The recognition was slammed by Western Sahara's Polisario Front in Algeria. In exchange, Morocco agreed to normalize relations with Israel. Outside Africa now, the United Nations UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has been declared a persona non grata and banned from entering Israel following the latest attacks from Iran. Israel's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Israel Katz, made the declaration over Guterres' silence on Iran's latest attack on Israel. On Tuesday, Iran launched over 180 ballistic missiles into Israel. The Israeli military said it received no reports of injuries from Iranian missile attacks. However, posting on X, Katz wrote that he had declared UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres persona non grata in Israel and banned him from entering the country. UN Chief Antonio Guterres called on Wednesday for an end to the sickening cycle of escalation in the Middle East, while specifically condemning Iran over its latest missile attack after facing harsh criticisms from Israel. The Secretary General was speaking at an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council called after Iran on Tuesday launched a massive missile barrage at Israel, which has ramped up its offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Israel's pledge to respond to the Iranian missile attack has raised fears of a spiraling regional war, sending diplomats scrambling for options to de-escalate the situation. Iran in turn said it would launch an even bigger attack if Israel makes good on its pledge. Israel shifted its focus last month from the war in Gaza, which was sparked by October 7 attacks by Iran-backed Hamas, to securing its northern border with Lebanon. Iran's Armed Forces Chief of Staff on Tuesday said his country was prepared to repeat its attack if Israel is not contained by the US and Europe. Iran launched at least 180 missiles into Israel, the latest in a series of escalating attacks in a year-long conflict between Israel and Iran and its Arab allies. In Lebanon, explosions were heard and fire and smoke visible along the Beirut skyline on Wednesday morning in what the Israeli military claimed was a strike on Hezbollah targets. Earlier, residents in some areas of the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital were warned to evacuate their homes. Up next, federal government says compressed natural gas initiative has unlocked $175 million private sector investment. And that's in business news after this short break.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
In business news, the federal government said the Presidential Compressed Natural Gas Initiative has unlocked $175 million in private sector investment in critical infrastructure in the last year. The Minister of Information and National Orientation of Nigeria, Mohammed Idris, gave the update in a statement on X on Tuesday. According to him, Nigeria now has 125 conversion centers, up from just 7 a year ago. Idris also said that the biggest advantage is that CNG is much cheaper than petrol and diesel, and that will help bring down the cost of transportation and commuting by over 60%. He spoke to the commencement of the petrol refining by the Dangote refinery, saying that the development had rewritten Nigeria's history or Nigeria's story from negative to positive. He also confirmed that Dangote refinery would begin to pay for crude supplies in Naira starting from this month. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has again failed to begin fuel production at the Port Harcourt refinery in Rivers State. This is despite the refinery failing to commence operations after about 6 postponements as of August 2024. The promises made to Nigerians by the Federal Minister of Petroleum Resources and NNPC about the refinery have continued to hit brick walls. After the failure of the early August promise, the Chief Financial Officer of the NNPC, Umar Ajia, said the Port Harcourt refinery will commence operation in September 2024. Speaking to journalists in August, Ajia had said petroleum products would be ready for testing before being supplied to the domestic market in September. As September ended yesterday, or the day before yesterday, the NNPC did not give an update about the refinery. Our correspondent contacted the NNPC last week for an update about the refinery, but there was no response. The Chief Corporate Communications Officer of the oil firm, Olufemi Soneye, did not reply to inquiries sent to him on September 22 and 30, 2024. However, Marie Technimont, SPA, the contractor overseeing the rehabilitation of the Port Harcourt refinery, said it would provide details on the project's completion by or before October 2. The contractor conveyed this through a law firm, Olajide Oyewole, LLP, in response to a letter from the senior advocate of Nigeria, Femi Falana, who had inquired about the completion timeline of the refinery's rehabilitation. In entertainment news, at the Ibadan International Film Festival convener, Usman Olarotimi, declared Nigeria's readiness to dominate global filmmaking. He highlighted the exceptional quality of locally produced movies and the surge in cinema attendance nationwide. Industry experts Jaye Kuti and Taiwo Ibikunle emphasized Nollywood's potential to attract foreign and local investors, boosting tourism and revenue. This growth strategy aims to enhance internally generated revenue, create employment opportunities for over 1 million Nigerian youths. The organizers appealed for increased government funding to support Nollywood's development, emphasizing its potential as a significant contributor to Nigeria's economy.
We'll get there. You know, if you look at our music industry now, America will stand, we will stand. And we are going there too. We've already seen films that we produce here in Nigeria. Some getting to 1 billion, you know, sales. It's a great deal. Thank you.
We want to encourage collaborations, peace, talk about love around the world, the global village in general. And you know, for a state like Oyo State, that is the cradle of entertainment in Oyo State, we think that this festival is something that is nice, that is bringing people from all over the world, all over the country to come here.
Nollywood, the world's second largest film producer, is poised to become a global force, showcasing Nigeria's rich cultural heritage and creative talent. In the meantime, the 2024 Nollywood African Golden Award has held with glitz and glamour in Agbo, Delta State. The award was in 3 categories: the celebration of Nollywood artists, individuals and organizations that have supported Nollywood, and the humanitarian award. The award ceremony featured presentation of awards, dance and stand-up comedy. It was attended from all parts of the country as well as other countries such as Gambia, Ghana and from Europe. Our Sabah correspondent Akpomojero Friday reports that the organizer and the president of Nollywood African Golden Award, Percy Monday Adoki, said that the yearly event spurs the artists and other awardees to put in their best in the trade that has contributed immensely to the development of the country through employment and more.
To fight the issue of piracy. That is one of our major problems, piracy. Secondly, government should invest into Nollywood employment. Nollywood is the only place I think has helped to reduce unemployment on daily basis. So government should try to invest. How would they invest? Reaching the right people, not taking the money that is supposed to be made for the movie practitioners and give it to one man sitting in Abuja saying he's the one representing when the man don't know anything concerning entertainment industry.
And now the main news again. President Bola Tinubu leaves Nigeria for United Kingdom on working vacation. Niger State Emergency Management Agency says 300 passengers involved in boat accident, 150 rescued. And United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres banned from entering Israel. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
This week on The Inside Story, we're 2 months from the U.S. presidential election. Worldwide political disinformation is on the rise, and advances in artificial intelligence make it harder to spot. Now, on The Inside Story, USA Votes 2024, a free press matters.
Hello, I'm Jessica Jury, VOA Press Freedom Editor. Welcome to The Inside Story, a free press matters. With the US presidential elections less than 2 months away, efforts to influence the outcome and disinformation are on the rise. We take a look at those issues later, but first, Scott Stearns gets us started.
Donald Trump is campaigning hard on the economy and on Kamala Harris.
Here's what we know about Comrade Kamala Harris. She just doesn't care about the American people, especially hardworking people or middle-class Americans. She just doesn't give a damn about you.
The Harris campaign says it's Trump who'll hurt working families with tax cuts for corporations.
Building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency.
She'll make groceries more affordable by cracking down on price gouging. And she'll cut housing costs by taking on corporate speculators.
The economy is voters' top issue in this election. That's a problem Harris needs to fix quickly, says political consultant Hank Scheinkopf.
She's got to explain why people are paying what they think is more at the gas pump and why their bread costs as much as it does and why the manufacturers of those products are giving them less for their dollar.
Trump running mate J.D. Vance says voting for Harris means losing more U.S. jobs.
Think of all the powerful interests, the broken bureaucracy in this country, the people who've gotten rich shipping your jobs to China. They want Kamala Harris. The only way to beat him and the only way to fight back is at the ballot box this November.
Harris's running mate Tim Walz says it's Democrats who are committed to U.S. workers.
Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, they have something a little different in mind. The only thing these guys know about working people is how to take advantage of them, how to not pay them. Every single chance they've gotten, they've waged a war on workers and the ability to collectively bargain.
With just over 2 months to go, this is a close race. Most public opinion polls show Harris with a slight lead over Trump nationally. Michigan voter David Martinez backs Trump.
He's a true American patriot. I think that he thinks more about people that live in this country than he does himself. Everything that he does is to try to help somebody.
Georgia voter Becca Rush backs Harris.
You know, it's 2024, and we need some fresh blood, and we need a new brighter future.
While continuing to campaign, Trump and Harris will spend much of the next week preparing for their first presidential debate next Tuesday. Scott Stearns, VOA News.
With the US presidential election drawing close, analysts are seeing an increase of foreign efforts to disrupt the outcome. They say information manipulation, political violence, and intimidation are on the rise. Here's Veronica Balderas Iglesias.
U.S. voters are increasingly being targeted by domestic actors who spread false information ahead of the 2024 presidential election. That's according to an election vulnerabilities report by the human rights group Freedom House.
People here in the United States who are percolating conspiracy theories and misleading information about politics. Some 70% of Republicans and Republican-leading voters have been captured by the conspiracy theory that the results of the 2020 presidential election were illegitimate. Now, ahead of 2024, we've seen that narrative already emerging and dominant.
There's also a rise in online intimidation and harassment of election officials, as well as political violence, the researcher notes.
We've seen political candidates experiencing direct attacks, including, of course, the assassination attempt against former President Trump. Hate speech and hate crimes against marginalized groups are on the rise.
While the voting infrastructure itself remains protected, cyber attacks are a source of concern, Vestinson says.
The most vulnerable targets are campaigns and websites that provide people with information about the voting itself.
The FBI is currently investigating alleged Iranian hacking attempts against the Trump and Biden-Harris campaigns. A second report from the cybersecurity company Recorded Future finds an increase in malign influence operations by Iran, Russia, and China. They include the use of artificial intelligence to develop inauthentic articles that are then posted on fake news websites that look like mainstream media.
To introduce bias within the content that has a political slant or a political leaning in a specific direction based on the corresponding government's geopolitical objectives and how those geopolitical objectives correspond to their best interests with which candidate ends up winning the election.
How effective are those efforts?
At this point, we have no hard data to suggest that these operations have historically actually impacted the results of the election.
U.S. voters are nonetheless encouraged to remain vigilant and wary of grammatical or spelling mistakes found in the articles and website domains they come across, which could give away the impersonation attempt. Veronica Valderas Iglesias, VOA News, Washington.
We turn to the ongoing war in Ukraine, where Russia has stepped up its attacks. Strikes in recent days hit a hospital, among other buildings. And late in August, a strike on a hotel killed a Reuters safety advisor. That same attack injured other journalists who used the hotel as a base. When confronted with the evidence, though, Moscow tries to deny targeting civilian sites. Here's VOA's Polygraph team with the details.
The Kremlin neither denied nor admitted Russian responsibility for a missile attack on a hotel hosting foreign journalists in Kramatorsk, eastern Ukraine, on August 24th. The strike killed Ryan Evans, a safety advisor for a Reuters news agency crew, and injured 2 Reuters journalists and other reporters. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov downplayed the significance of the attack, arguing Russia does not target civilians and that Evans was not a journalist. I read information from the agency staff that he was not a journalist, but some kind of security advisor. I repeat once again, strikes are carried out on military infrastructure or facilities in one way or another related to military infrastructure. That is false. Evans was part of a Reuters news crew and had worked for the agency since 2022. He was entitled to the same protections as other media workers under international law, which also forbids directly targeting civilian objects. Press watchdogs say Russia has a well-documented history of systematic attacks on civilian structures housing foreign journalists in Ukraine. Reporters Without Borders said the Russian military hunts down journalists in Ukraine's Russian-occupied territory, giving them a choice between collaboration, prison, or death. RSF has documented 53 events in which 121 journalists have been victims that could be classified as war crimes. Not including Evans, the Committee to Protect Journalists has documented the deaths of at least 15 journalists and media workers covering the war. Moscow has likewise sought to control the narrative following Ukraine's August 6 incursion into Russia's Kursk region. Russia has opened criminal cases against at least 7 journalists who have reported from Kursk, falsely stating that they illegally crossed the border into Russia. Ukraine's National Union of Journalists documented Russian missile attacks on hotels in Kharkiv and other Ukrainian cities popular among journalists, calling it a deliberate tactic to limit coverage of the war in the international media.
In times of conflict or during the dozens of elections slated to take place this year, disinformation is escalating. And advances in technology, like AI, means it's harder to spot and stop. Scammers used AI to clone the voice of one of Ghana's best-known journalists to endorse a product. Analysts warn that same technology could be used to spread disinformation ahead of the country's elections in December. Senator has the story.
Your financing conditions are not favorable and you've been forced.
From the studios of City FM in Accra, Bernard Avler's voice reaches tens of thousands of Ghanaians every weekday. Along with his team, the radio and TV host engages the nation on the award-winning City Breakfast Show and on his TV show, The Point of View.
I use a talk program platform to raise important development issues, but I also use the power of good interviews to question our duty bearers, to actually demand for accountability.
But that voice of accountability has been hijacked.
Somebody called me and said, Bernard, I'm calling to check on the sex enhancement medicine that you discussed on your TV show last week. I was like, whoa, what are you talking about?
Avler says perpetrators used artificial intelligence tools to clone his voice and show, then broadcast it on Facebook. To make it authentic, they used his show's introduction.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show on television. Here on the...
But instead of talking about current affairs, the AI version promoted products.
This is me they're using, and then a voice that sounds like mine somehow learns how I introduce my show.
The people are coming up with new systems.
Computer scientist and researcher Kweku Andoyamwan notes a surge in deepfake cloning technology since 2022, with tools now easily accessible.
They charge you $1, which gives you access to clone your voice in like 3 steps. You repeat 3 phrases, and then you have a cloned version of your voice saying anything.
In an election year, the easy access to AI poses a serious threat to Ghana's peace and security, analysts say. During the 2020 election, fake news and misinformation led to unrest, and at least 8 deaths linked to political violence were recorded. Some worry that cloning technologies could make the situation worse this year. City FM has already seen increased disinformation. It says perpetrators are using the media outlet's brand and credibility to spread disinformation. For this reason, City FM is introducing security features to flag fake news and clone content in their widely circulated photos and stories. Using QR code technology, audiences can easily verify images. It is also piloting a fact-checking project funded by the Danish Embassy in partnership with the Ghana Center for Democratic Development. It brings together forensic and investigative journalists.
And then we are going the step further of also getting tech involved, combating it, and actually showing proof of the behind the scenes of actually we getting the verification of those disinformation content.
Alongside fact-check initiatives in Ghana are calls for greater public education in media literacy and the detection of fake media in the run-up to elections. Senna Anutot for VOA News, Accra, Ghana.
Countries including China, Russia, Iran, they use a range of tactics to try to influence the global stage. Beijing, for instance, sends foreign reporters to its cities to showcase culture, technology and tourism. But often, what's missing, say analysts, is an uncensored picture of China and its human rights abuses. Victoria Munga reports from Nairobi.
Kenyan veteran journalist Zubeida Kananu still thinks about a trip in July that changed her worldview.
The minute you get there, you feel like you're at home away from home.
Kananu, a news editor and the president of Kenya's Editors Guild, says she was among 5 senior journalists on a Chinese embassy-sponsored media tour.
It took us through, how media has evolved in China, the new technologies that they're using, the use of AI, the use of ChatGPT in telling their story on a day-to-day basis.
Kananu wrote about Mao Zedong, the founder of Communist China. Her article, published in Kenya's local daily, is one of many stories about China she has in the pipeline. The trip gave Kananu first-hand experience interacting with people in China.
They've embraced Africa in a way that I've never seen. And then they introduce you to their culture through food.
China sees these trips as key cultural exchanges. Chinese embassy spokesperson Leo Pangyu tells VOA. He says media cooperation can not only improve the level of the media itself, but also help deepen the political, economic, social and cultural exchanges and cooperation between countries. China's efforts include sponsoring press tours to China and even sending some journalists to Xinjiang, a region where Western media have accused Beijing of human rights abuses.
China literally wants to, in a very, in this very dark way, take these officials and take these foreign journalists to the exact location where these human atrocities are happening. And basically in this very censored and policed environment, tell them, look around, there's nothing to be seen here.
China has sought to boost its image abroad by developing an international media network and signing agreements with local outlets from Europe, Latin America and Africa, according to the International Federation of Journalists. In Kenya, Beijing has set up media houses that employ hundreds of local journalists. Chinese broadcasters are aiming to compete with Western outlets with content in local languages, including Swahili.
So now they want to do something different. They want whatever they're investing to be associated with massive information and penetrate to the village level.
While Chinese-funded large infrastructure projects have been visible examples of Beijing's influence on the continent, hosting local journalists from around the world, say experts, is a more subtle soft power approach. Victoria Amunga, VOA News, Nairobi.
Experts on China's disinformation and rights records say Beijing uses these trips to try to secure positive coverage. I earlier spoke with Yachi Wang of Freedom House about what Beijing wants out of the media tours and what journalists should be aware of. Thank you for being with us, Yachi.
Thank you so much for having me.
China says that this is a chance to show journalists their culture, their technology. But what is the reality of these trips? What is China not showing these journalists?
Well, those trips are usually very orchestrated and it's very restrictive. Journalists can't go venture to talk to whoever they wanted. They cannot even, go to another location that is not authorized by the Chinese government. So it's very, very restricted. They can only go to places that the government send them to. They can only talk to people that the government send them to talk to.
China's become very restrictive recently with visas and with access to foreign media. Without having a Chinese minder on one of these trips, how easy is it if you wanted to go and speak to an everyday person in China about what's happened?
It has always been very difficult, but in recent years it's getting really, really difficult. That applies to everywhere in China, and that's, as I said, applied to everywhere in China, especially in regions like Xinjiang and Tibet. In Tibet, it's just banned by law, but in Xinjiang, technically, you can still apply for a visa to get into Xinjiang. Even when you actually get into Xinjiang, you're followed everywhere. Journalists have sent pictures of themselves having cars behind their own car, having people who are, look suspicious following them wherever they go.
Some of the journalists who go on them, they get to travel, they get all this access to sort of Chinese culture and new ideas presented, as presented by Beijing, and come back with positive stories. How does China typically respond to foreign negative coverage?
Well, Freedom House research does show that, people who actually went, African journalists who went to China, who participate in those press tours, some did come back with a lot of positive coverage about just parroting Chinese government propaganda. Generally, I think it's to the Chinese government advantage that they did those trips and then people, foreign journalists, had positive coverage. But sometimes it doesn't always work as they wanted. In terms of when you are actually doing critical coverage of the Chinese government's human rights abuses in China, there are a lot of repercussions, even in the country that the journalists live in. They get censored by their own editors, the owners of their news outlet, because somehow either the news outlet is owned by China, but by Beijing, or somehow partnered with Chinese state media, or maybe the owner has some business in China. So the journalists, the African journalists, the Kenyan journalists, they get harassed, intimidated by Chinese government, whether it's by the consulate who denounce them, saying your coverage is biased, you're smearing the Chinese China's image, all that.
Since its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Russia has used legislation, like its foreign agent law, to target critical media outlets. Now, former Soviet countries are replicating that law in a move that worries critics. Liam Scott reports.
Tens of thousands of people took to the streets of Georgia's capital, Tbilisi, this year to protest a new law targeting foreign-funded groups, but to no effect. When the law goes into force in September, nonprofits and media with more than a fifth of their funding from foreign sources will be required to register as so-called foreign agents, or risk inspection and hefty fines. The law supporters say it will bolster transparency and Georgian sovereignty. But analysts warn the legislation could be used to silence government critics and push Georgia further from the West.
If they have to register, it will limit their abilities to report freely and critically of the authorities. But if they don't register, then they can be ruined financially.
Georgia was celebrated as one of the freer former Soviet countries, but it has grown closer to Moscow in recent years, amid declining freedoms and rising corruption, according to Said.
Georgia is basically at the crossroads between Russia and the West.
Some groups in Georgia say they will pay the fines rather than register as a foreign agent. That includes the Media Development Foundation, a press freedom group.
It's quite complicated time for independent institutions in Georgia, but it's our fight and we should defend our rights and we should defend democracy in Georgia.
Georgia is the latest in the region to adopt the Russia-style law. Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan have enacted similar laws too. And while the United States has its own Foreign Agents Registration Act, watchdogs say the Russian law is more expansive and used to target critics. Moscow has designated dozens of media outlets as foreign agents, among them VOA and its sister network, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, known as RFERL.
It becomes more difficult, but we're not going to be deterred. We continue to stay on the mission.
Failure to comply with Russia's law brings steep fines and the risk of imprisonment. It is one of the reasons RFERL and other outlets move teams to other European cities.
We decided to stay as long as we can because being on the ground is crucial for us. And the pretext for leaving the country was the threat to security of journalism.
Russia's crackdown on media after its full-scale invasion of Ukraine resulted in many journalists going into exile, including to neighboring Georgia.
With this legislation, Georgia may also lose that status of a safe haven for lots of critical journalists from other countries, which will be very bad.
With parliamentary elections in October, media defenders are anxious about how the new law will affect press coverage. Liam Scott, VOA News.
Even in the most censored countries, media and dissenting voices can play an important role as watchdog. A group of North Korean defectors in Seoul has started a news website to expose North Korean human rights abuses. And they want to provide a more nuanced perspective about their homeland. Bill Gallo reports from the South Korean capital.
When North Korea appears in global newscasts, it's usually scenes like this that dominate. The country's leader, Kim Jong-un, overseeing a weapons test. But those kinds of martial images obscure much of what's really going on in the country, says North Korean defector Lee Sun-min.
North Korea is more than nuclear weapons and Kim Jong-un. There is a lot of people with different perspectives and different hopes and goals for the future of their country.
Lee fled North Korea in 2012. He now helps run a website called NK Insider, whose goal is to elevate North Korean voices.
A lot of people are talking about North Korea, like the scholars or experts, but there is certain differences when you hear the voices of North Koreans who lived there in that system.
About 8 North Korean defectors write for the website, launched earlier this year. They communicate secretly with sources inside North Korea for their reporting. Some don't want to appear on camera. Zain Han, a former Pyongyang resident, fled North Korea just 2 years ago.
Nobody can imagine what the situation is like inside North Korea, what the people experience inside North Korea, really as a slave inside North Korea. But I was there, I know.
Han is one of very few North Koreans to recently make it to the South. That's because North Korea has tightened border security since the pandemic.
It's getting more and more difficult to see the new defection from North Korea. The ordinary North Korean people's chance is, I think, almost like a zero.
He says one of his goals is to speak for North Koreans who have no voice and cannot leave.
To give a platform to North Korean defectors and by extension to those still living inside North Korea.
Doing what he can to provide a more nuanced perspective of his homeland. Bill Gallo, VOA News, Seoul, South Korea.
For the latest news, you can log on to voanews.com. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook at VOA News. And for all the press freedom related content, you can follow me on X at Jessica Dorit. Catch up on our past episodes at our free streaming service, VOA+. I'm Jessica Dorit. We'll see you next week for The Inside Story.
This week on The Inside Story, with both parties' nominees firmly in place, the focus now shifts to the nuts and bolts of policy, immigration reform, and America's southern border with Mexico, a rising China, and the tit-for-tat tornado of tariffs, support for allies like Israel and Ukraine, and tens of millions of Americans reached voting age since the last election. We'll show you how that may play out in November. Now, on The Inside Story, USA Votes 2024, Foreign Policy.
Hello and welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Elizabeth Lee. This week we focus on the destabilizing conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, regions sure to be affected by the differing foreign policies of the U.S. presidential candidates. Israel on Tuesday announced it had rescued one of the hostages taken on October 7. Still, more than 100 remain unaccounted for, and Israeli forces continue to attack suspected Hamas sites in Gaza. Meanwhile, the war continues to expand into Lebanon. On Sunday, Israeli troops and Hezbollah exchanged cross-border fire, marking the heaviest exchanges in months. All this as ceasefire talks continue in Egypt. VOA's Patsy Widakuswara begins our coverage.
Another deadly Israeli strike on another refugee camp in Gaza as negotiators strive to reach a ceasefire deal in return for the release of Israeli hostages held by Hamas. One of them was rescued on Tuesday.
Welcome home, Farhan al-Qadi. I congratulate the Israeli army and Shin Bet on another successful rescue operation. We are working tirelessly to bring all our hostages back.
That's a message Vice President Kamala Harris also underscored as she accepted her nomination as the Democratic Party's presidential nominee last week.
President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Outside of her term as vice president, Harris has no foreign policy background. Her national security advisor is Philip Gordon, who served under Democratic presidents including Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, as well as Joe Biden.
End this war.
This signals a continuity with past Democratic administrations, including on military support for Israel, something her former national security advisor reaffirms.
The vice president and the president have supported U.S. military assistance to Israel, not just per the existing agreement that we have with Israel, but also an increase this year because of their security needs.
This despite demands from Arab and Muslim Americans, as well as progressive and young Democrats, for an embargo on arms sales to Israel. At the same time, Harris has expressed more sympathy towards Palestinian suffering than Biden has.
We can't learn a lot from what she says, because what she says now is directed to winning an election and to keeping the Democratic Party together. And since the Democratic Party is divided between those who are more sympathetic to Israel and those who are more sympathetic to the Palestinians about evenly, she has to say basically platitudes. And that's what she's done.
Compared to Biden, who often underscores he is a Zionist, Harris, the daughter of immigrants from Jamaica and India, may be more cognizant of views from the global South.
She is aware of how the rest of the world may feel about the Middle East, about neo-colonialism, neo-imperialism. And I really hope that she has the opportunity to bring those experiences to bear if she becomes the president, because that is the reality of what U.S. foreign policy needs to confront the challenges ahead, which are very different from the challenges of the past 3 decades.
Should she win in November, Harris will inherit the challenges of her predecessors, including a protracted conflict in the Middle East. She will need to formulate her own foreign policy, a
high-stakes complex affair that juggles multiple interests. Patsy Widakuswara, VOA News, Washington.
Former President Donald Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
No president has done what I've done for Israel, and we've always had a very good relationship.
Trump has previously criticized Netanyahu for security failures he claims enabled the October 7th Hamas attack. Unpredictability was a hallmark of Trump's foreign policy while in office. One analyst told VOA the Republican Party's 2024 foreign policy platform reflects that.
There are not a ton of specifics. That gives him the advantage of being able to shape a policy in a way that he sees fit in the moment, rather than getting locked into policies at the outset of a term.
Trump's fellow Republicans claim the social media app TikTok is controlled by the Chinese government and can be used to access user information and influence political beliefs.
I do not want the Chinese Communist Party getting personal data about our citizens, nor being able to have algorithms that would propagandize the American public.
But Trump reversed his position on banning TikTok this year.
We're going to save TikTok. They want to destroy TikTok. So all of the people on TikTok vote for Trump.
Trump has also criticized NATO, claiming member countries do not pay their fair share for the common defense. His running mate, vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance, has been even more critical of the United States sending aid money to Ukraine.
But let's not mistake the courage of the Ukrainian troops on the ground with the fact that they have the most corrupt leadership and corrupt government in Europe, and maybe the most corrupt leadership anywhere in the world.
That is in direct opposition to Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, who has argued aid to Ukraine is essential to defending democracy in Europe.
It's no longer a settled question that America will meet aggression with overwhelming force, or even that we'll back our allies 100%.
Analysts say Trump's calls to raise tariffs if he is elected to a second term could cause the most conflict with Republican lawmakers.
It shows the transformation of the Republican Party since 2016, because the Republicans historically have been free traders.
Trump has pledged to introduce at least 60% tariffs on China and 10% tariffs on imports from other countries if he is reelected. Catherine Gibson, VOA News.
Russia launched a barrage of missile attacks and drones inside Ukraine, targeting the country's energy infrastructure. The attacks damaged part of the country's electricity and water supply infrastructure and also killed at least 6 people. At the same time, Ukrainian forces continue their advance into Russian territory near the western city of Kursk. They have reportedly captured hundreds of Russian prisoners, and Kyiv hopes the new prisoners can be swapped for Ukrainian POWs, some of whom came home this weekend. Anna Chernikova reports.
Voice of America attended the 55th exchange of the prisoners of war between Ukraine and Russia, which happened symbolically as Ukraine celebrates its 33rd Independence Day. This is the first prisoner exchange between the two countries since Ukraine began its operation in the Kursk region. 115 Ukrainian prisoners of war returned home. According to the Ukrainian Coordination Headquarters for the Treatment of Prisoners of War, all servicemen are conscripts, including those who were captured in the first months of Russia's full-scale invasion in February of 2022.
Today we managed to return 115 of our heroes home, and the total number of our freed citizens to date is not 3,405, but 3,520 heroes and heroines.
Ukrainian soldiers look exhausted but happy to be home. Many of them, like Yevhen, who did not want to give his full name for security reasons, spent 2.5 years in Russian captivity.
2.5 years. It is, of course, very difficult, but it's okay. We endured. Our boys are still there, waiting to return home. We spent so much time in captivity, I think not for nothing. Most of the boys who were exchanged will continue their service. We will continue to defend our motherland. The main thing is to hold on, not to give in. They will soon break their teeth on us.
It's very difficult to be in captivity there, thousands of kilometers from home. Very hard.
President Volodymyr Zelensky says that one of the main goals of the Ukrainian operation in the Kursk region is to increase the exchange fund and return Ukrainian prisoners.
In general, this operation became our largest investment in the process of freeing Ukrainian men and women from Russian captivity. We've already captured the largest number of Russian prisoners in one operation, and this is a significant result. It is one of our goals.
This exchange took place 3 weeks after Ukraine's surprise incursion into Russia. According to Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian forces have already captured thousands of Russian servicemen. Many of them are conscripts. The Russian Social Movement for the Search and Return of Russian Military Personnel from Captivity reported that 115 Russian conscripts were returned to Moscow as a part of the exchange. While there is no official confirmation that these Russian conscripts were captured in the Kursk region, many in Ukraine believe the operation in Kursk will improve the chances of the Ukrainian prisoners of war coming home. Anna Chernikova, VOA News, Kyiv.
The candidates that win November's presidential election will inherit a world filled with challenging foreign policy issues. They include America's policy at the southern border with Mexico and immigration, support for Israel, U.S.-China competition and tariffs, plus aid to Ukraine. Each party's policy platform on how to handle these issues is different, especially on Ukraine. Harris, like President Joe Biden, says the U.S. will not waver. But Trump says he'll slash support, even once saying he'd let Russia do, quote, whatever the hell they want. There's a lot to unpack, but we've got you covered in our special foreign policy segment.
This was a gold mining town, the richest strike in the state of Arizona at the time.
Now a ghost town.
Yeah.
Patty Burris lives here with Beano, her 38-year-old donkey.
Come here, buddy. There you go.
Burris says she's tired of undocumented migrants sneaking across her land from the Mexican border. Former President Donald Trump gets her vote.
He's going to deport them. Yes, I am all for that. Absolutely. Get them out of here, and he can do it. He knows how.
While President Donald Trump ordered a 740-kilometer wall be built at the U.S. southwestern border, this is the Arizona portion of it. On his first day in office, Joe Biden paused any new construction on the wall.
They could have had it completed in 3 weeks.
Donald Trump returned to an Arizona border wall last Thursday, although the Washington Post reports the section he visited was built before he became president.
Because there's never been a border in the whole world that's leaked like this border, with all those millions and millions of criminals coming through.
Democratic voters at their convention say their party is more tolerant.
Immigrants, we belong, the neighbors, we take care of each other. That's really what it's all about.
If elected, Vice President Kamala Harris promises a path to citizenship and the return of a bipartisan immigration bill that died in Congress.
The Border Patrol endorsed it. But Donald Trump believes a border deal would hurt his campaign. So he ordered his allies in Congress to kill the deal.
Back at the ghost town.
So Harris would not control the border as Don't believe a word she says. Where's she been in the last 4 years?
Nobody stops by the old deserted town much anymore. Burris says she'd like to go back to the time when she saw more tourists come through than migrants. Carolyn Presutti, VOA News, Pierce, Arizona.
Thousands of Central American migrants cross Mexico every year, heading for the U.S. border. Coordinating with the region to address the root causes of migration was a task assigned to Vice President Kamala Harris, leaving her open to attacks from her November rival, former President Donald Trump.
She was a bum, a failed vice president in a failed administration, with millions of people crossing, and she was the border czar.
Harris is not the administration's border czar, but on immigration, she brings a tough message to the campaign trail, highlighting her experience as California's Attorney General.
I went after transnational gangs, drug cartels, and human traffickers that came into our country illegally. I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been talking a big game about securing our border, but he does not walk the walk.
If elected, Harris said she'll bring back President Joe Biden's border bill that was killed by pro-Trump Republicans in Congress. She'd continue his efforts to help Ukraine while preventing direct war with Russia and work to maintain unity among NATO allies. Also expect continuity in the Indo-Pacific.
The United States stands with the Philippines in the face of intimidation and coercion in the South China Sea.
And on trade with China.
She will continue, as she has said, to try to de-risk from China. We know that when she ran for president in 2020, she was fairly tariff averse, like President Biden. She seems to have changed her mind about that. So more continuity than otherwise.
On Gaza, Harris is aligned with Biden, aiming for a ceasefire and preventing a regional war. However, with a large swath of the Democratic electorate angry at Biden's staunch support for Israel, Harris appears to be much more sympathetic to Palestinian casualties.
We cannot allow ourselves to become numb to the suffering, and I will not be silent.
Harris has embraced the Biden doctrine of leading by relying on allies and partners and has focused on non-traditional security threats, chairing the National Space Council and promoting the administration's policies on artificial intelligence and climate.
So when people say, oh, she just had the immigration portfolio and we have a terrible immigration problem, they aren't really encompassing the full role that she's played in every region of the world.
Despite her almost 4 years of traveling the globe, meeting 150 heads of state and government, Trump says Harris is inexperienced and unaccomplished.
She is a radical left lunatic who will destroy our country.
Her response?
If you got something to say,
Patsy Huswara, VOA News at the White House.
Say they've seen a swell in voter enthusiasm and support. But younger voters have historically low turnout at the polls. VOA's Tina Trin explores what it takes to motivate young voters.
A growing share of U.S. voters are young people who could play a pivotal role in the general election this November, perhaps even helping to elect the first woman president in U.S. history. That is, if they turn
out basically overnight.
19-year-old Celeste Galvez is one of those who's feeling energized by the change.
I was like, not